Okay. Where's my phone? Okay. All right. May, how's it going? How's it going, May? Um, what was I? What was I? There's something that I wanted to do. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, I was gonna do something else with her as well, but maybe her first. We'll see. And May, I wanted to thank you for the. I'm pretty sure I said it already, but I'm gonna say it again just in case. I wanted to thank you for the website because that website I use it all the time now. I use it all the time now. It is so good. I was well still writing. Yeah, that's cool. Like, where are you at now in your story? Ooh. And have I asked for like a little premise? I mean, you don't have to, but like a little premise of your story, a little something, something. All right, let me actually do something really fast. I'll take this off and then go here and then go here. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, it's really good. Really good. Love that website. Okay, yeah. Hmm. The heck is happening? Okay. I gotta widen her face a bit. Past the halfway. Oh, dang. Okay, so you pretty far. That's good. wait, Zero told me to do something, didn't he? Let me actually bring. Wait, because it is open a bit. Yeah. Okay. All right. But yeah, Zero told me to go look at something, right? Let's see what you got, Zero. Wait, Jay posted something too, didn't he? Dang, Jay. Ooh. Are you working on the Loomis, Jay? Are you using a reference while you're doing this? Once again, the best way to practice is to draw over the thing that you're trying to learn, right? So if you're practicing boxes, draw on boxes. If you're practicing um like the Loomis method, draw over the Loomis method. You know? It really it really does help. It really does help. Right? Because by drawing on these things, it really helps you understand where these parts are. Because it's easy to make a mistake in proportions. It is so easy. Because we start to believe it's just like when you give a kid a crayon or a pencil or whatever and tell them to draw a face, they'll draw it how they think the face is, even though the face doesn't look perfectly realistic. They'll draw it how they think it is, right? And that's what we tend to do when we're looking at, even when we're looking at references. We tend to think, you know what? We know exactly where everything is. The eyes are between the eyebrows and the nose. The mouth is in between the chin and the nose, right? But we don't know exactly where they go, which is why it's really important to draw on these things to understand exactly where it goes. Glasses are really foggy. Really foggy. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna do her probably. I'm trying to make sure it looks the same because I feel like with her, this is pretty good. You know, and how I determine it is like if I just imagine if she was in the same clothes, right? Would it look like it's the same person? That's how I'm looking at this piece, and I think it's the same person, right? If I were to just black it out with silhouette, let me do that actually. Why not? Let's duplicate, black it out. Uh, Duplicate, flatten, and black it out. And let's actually erase this. If we're just looking at her silhouette, I think it's perfect, like a perfect silhouette of her. Oh snap! Oh, May, can you like write that in Discord because I'm pretty sure you wrote more than the tour shows up, but it doesn't show anything else that you did, like it blocked it. Yeah, YouTube's been doing that lately. So can you like write it in Discord? You can send it to me on Discord if you don't want to post it in the actual Discord server, like for everyone to see. And now let me try with them to duplicate, duplicate. Let's erase this, and let's go all black, and let's go all black. All right, so now if I were to, I mean, obviously she's doing a different pose. I feel like it. I feel like it works. Yeah, I feel like it works. I feel like it works. The legs, like the, I mean, maybe the calf could be a little bit bigger, but these ones are really good. I like these ones a lot. Maybe the neck on this one could be a little thicker. Besides that, I feel like it's pretty good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Hmm. Oh, I didn't even post the thing on the Discord. Let me do it right now. I be forgetting these. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like. I know we just started, but still, you know, if you enjoy the art, hit it with a like. Rain just posted. I'm gonna have to check that out later. My story is. Yes, it looks like her. Yeah, I think that's good because I like to do this, especially I need to understand how to draw them in multiple angles and poses and positions. And Zara is showing me more cars, of course. I mean, you probably didn't put that there for me. What's up, Tyne? How's it going? You probably didn't put that there for me, but still. Actually, this part right here is not centered. There you go, that's center. I mean, the rendering is just different, but I feel like it's pretty good. Okay, fine. Um, $90? Oh my gosh, Zara got money. Zara, that was $90? Oh my goodness, man. These must be something special. What? Yeah, I did see it. I did see him tying. I think I actually seen that YouTuber before. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Zara got money, bro. To, I mean, it's either Zara got money or Zara just really likes those and has to have them. Cause $90. I mean, well, it's me, you know. It's me. Like I don't think I would spend $90 on that, but that's why you know it isn't for me. It is for people who are spending $90 on stuff like that. So hey, oh, they're $10 a pop, but still, gosh, $10. I mean, I guess I was yeah, it'd be $10 a pop if we really think about yeah, that is 9 of them. $10 a pop. God, are these like rare collectibles? Cause like I don't I don't understand. And sure, it might not be for me to understand, but gosh, golly, limited edition. Okay. Hmm. limited edition. They don't even make these like these anymore. They are extremely rare. They only made 14 of them, and I have 9. 14, gosh. But yeah, I'm thinking of drawing her in like a Gyaru. I just like, the Gyaru fit, because you know there's an ordinary schoolgirl fit, and then like I like the one with the warmers, right? Because since we drawing them in different outfits, I might change. I might draw her again, but in a different fit, something more modern. Because this one is like dressed up in like a modern thing, so we should probably draw her in a modern fit too. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I've been told. I spent 40 on 2. Gosh! Alright, Zara. You can stop flexing, my boy. That's all you doing at this point. Oh, crap. What do you think? What do you think? Because I feel like, yeah, schoolgirl Gato fit. And because she's like tan, so I feel like that makes sense. Her, she can have like a businesswoman suit, probably. Her, maybe like a nice little, I don't know. I'm broke. You broke because you spent all of them on them? Goodness. Zura had his last $90 on him, and then walked by a shop and he was like, "Wait, wait, is that what I think it is?" And it was a wrap. They got him. They got him right at that point. Zura didn't know what to do. They were like, "Oh, hey, sir, why don't you come over here real quick?" He's like, "Are those the the limited edition twin twin?" They're like, "Oh, good eye, kid." Yeah, they are. They just came in today. Gosh, but I mean, hey, Zero, because I feel like people who collect things like that. I mean, I've never there was never been anything that I've really thought about collecting. So like for those of you who collect things, what is the end goal? You think it's just? I mean, it might just be just to have them, which is okay. Or is there like a point in time when you're like, you know what, I may end up selling these, or just to have like a big collection of them? I don't know. I really don't know. Had you in the chokehold, man. I mean, yeah, they got to, they've got to have you in a chokehold for real. Yo, Titan, I saw this drawing, right? And it had like this Egyptian like vibe to it, right? But she also was wearing this I mean it like she had like an Egyptian headdress, but she had on like this Japanese kimono style fit, and she was dark, right? Like she had like blonde, like gold, yeah, gold eyeshadow, gold lipstick, blonde hair, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is something else. Um, Mango is a piston. Pass them to your kids, really? Oh, I feel like your kids go sell them. I mean, unless you get your kids to be in love with them as much as you, because I'm like, ain't no way. Like if my gramps were to pass down like a whole bunch of legendary, like collection of cars or something, uh, I don't know, man. I might have to let them go free, to those who will truly appreciate it. Like obviously I'll get paid off it, I ain't dumb, but I'll be like, yeah, you're a fan of these, are you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna ask my granddad before he ends up. How much would you say these are worth, by the way? Like the whole collection. But why are you asking that, son? I'm like, just asking, just asking. And he's like, I would say roughly about 2.5. 2.5. And then now somebody come up to me, I'll be like, nothing less than 4, my boy. And they'll be like, 4? But these are only worth. I'm like, hey, you really want them? Nothing less than 4. And you can be like, all right, how about 3.5? And I'll be like, I take 3.5. I made a cool little one. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think about these things. You gotta think about it. They need the money. No. I don't need the money. Like it will just sit there. You know? I mean, obviously if I need the money, but I mean like if it's just there, like I'm not like homeless, right? But they're just there. And I don't know what to do with them. I'm almost like you're gonna send them out, like ship them off to whoever will actually, really care, you know? Well, isn't that better to give it to somebody who cares about it than just to have it collecting dust? That's how I see it. But I guess, there's those out there who are collectors. Like I've seen those so-called, I mean those people who collect things. Like I've seen people collect like those like tiny car things like that too. I've seen people do obviously like figures and stuff. My kids will love cars. I mean, depending on how you introduce it to them, they gonna mess around and be like, "Yo, dad, if you talk about another car to me, bro, don't stop bringing up these cars, bro. I ain't with that. I like baseball cards." I don't know. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna do her. They most likely will have a car hobby. Oh, Zara's like they're not gonna have a choice. They ain't gonna have a choice but to like cars. What you talking about, man? I'm like, hey, if you really want them to like cars, you right. They gonna have a car's bed in their house. It's gonna say Cars, like the movie. It's gonna be Lightning McQueen and Dusty. What's the guy's name? I don't remember his name. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to set them things together. I know what you're thinking. Why don't you set this up before stream? Yo. That's a good question that I don't have an answer to right now. Don't forget I love our in writing. My Oh crap. Why does this keep happening to me? I'd be forgetting. Okay. Okay. Alright, so let's do a Gyaru. Shall we? Yes. Um yeah, I think we can do one. We can do one. But what do I want her to be? What do I want her to be? Excuse me. Wait, Zura, did you finish the Nova drawing? Did you finish the Nova drawing? You finally done writing it? Hold up. Oh, you wrote every. Hold up. Hold up, man. What did you do? What have you done? Oh, oh, I see what you did. So you wrote something and then you edited it. Okay, let's see. Wait, hold up. Can I just? No. I'll do it this way before because I don't want to actually. The investigator sworn to protect the empire against weavers. wonder what a weaver is. Who broke their oath capturing a rogue weaver wanted to for murder. Description corpse. An overdue weaver license. Dealing with weavers interrogation. They found out that he is an apprentice of an infamous mass murdering terrorist. Oh, you see, this is why it banned it off the YouTube. Professor Sageman begins strokes of bad luck. Sageman reappears in years and to lay waste to queer headquarters and captures him. 6 months has passed. Oh, this is like in the beginning of the story. What is a weaver? I'm still wondering. I mean, I guess I will have to read it to find out. That's being guaranteed. Empowers from this crime. Yes. Struggle to cope with the fact that he has become apprentice license. Oh, okay. Entering wait. Academy. Okay, so this is a what you call it? A school story. How old is he? Did you say? No, you didn't. Ah, that's actually fire. That's actually fire. That sounds interesting. Like after reading this, I definitely check it out. I definitely check it out after reading that. Crap, that spooked me. Like oh, so also the state of matter. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but how old is this main character? The main character that we're following. He's 19. Oh, okay. So this is like a okay, okay, cool, 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 cool. Let's see. what else am I trying to do? What did you say, Zero? You said something. How would you draw Nova chairs and exclamation shirt? All right. Well, just obviously, everything's about reference. But if you're going to use a box, like I tend to emphasize the rib cage, all you have to do is understand from where the shoulders are, which are like right here, half in, half out. The chest starts coming down from here, right? So then you have to understand where the chest will stop. Will it go below? If it goes below, that means it's and if it goes above, that means that's when you start getting a lot shorter. But you have to also understand if you're drawing the box from the side and you're using those same measurements, it will need to come down. It will need to stick out a bit, right? So if this is the base of the rib cage and it stops here, understand where it will stop, and because the compression shirt is on the tighter side, it will compress everything together. Her arms are crossed. Still doesn't make a difference, really. I don't want to do too much. You know what I mean? I don't want to do too much. Like gyaru-ness. I don't want to do too much. because when I did like her in a little like in a dress thing, I mean in the gyaru fit, I I put it like right here because wait, hold up, let me try something real fast. I'm going to leave this. No, I'm gonna turn it off, and then I'm just going to adjust this right here. I'm gonna keep this one. I'm gonna lighten this so we can keep the same proportions here. And I just want to change her outfit a bit and make it more gyaru like. So I'm gonna do, okay, so she's gonna have a skirt like right here, and then we're gonna have it come out like right here, and then it's gonna go like this distance right here, or this length right here, and then she's gonna have a button up shirt, so to go down here, add some folds to come down, and then this is the center we can get, and then I'll do, let's do like a nice little box for like the sleeves, like rolled up coming down, something kind of like that. And then we'll do the I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, I guess she's Asian, so I guess that wouldn't count, would it? I mean, it's still like, cause like gyaru is like a valley gal type of um. That's where origin is, right? Especially, which is why they dye their hair blonde. I wonder, and they get like a tan, kind of like the huh. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think so. That's where it's from. So if I were to think about it, then she probably would be a gal if she was. Um, I mean, wait, yeah, she's. I mean, but she's not Japanese. She would be a gyaru. Who are you talking to? You talking to me? My mouse is bugging out again, guys. Sadly. Yeah, you but nah, that's not gonna happen. Nah. If you ever want to see any character, I mean, I guess there are people out there who be drawing like that, but you'll either have to do it yourself or find somebody who is doing it, because you ain't gonna find me doing it. Hmm. All right, so okay, I just want to do a couple of, like, I haven't drawn today. Not really. And when I say that, I'm talking about like since getting up, because I have like, because I was up like until like what, 5 in the morning. No, no, no. Yeah, no, 4 in the morning. And I was drawing a few things here and there. So you know what? Let's do like a nice little thing like this. And then let's do like a nice little tube like this. And then let's do a nice little box like this. And then let's do a nice little box going back like this. And then we can get that going in like this, and then coming down and going over, and then terrible, terrible, extremely terrible. But yeah, we're gonna be drawing her most likely. Oh, I forgot to bring her over. You know, I'll bring her over after. I'll bring her over after. All right. Because the thing is, like, she isn't even. Because I feel like this is a really. Um. Let me actually adjust this, like, right here. Yeah. Just to find that same size Okay, so now her. Wait, no, I just want to do like a little thing here. We're gonna obviously get our proportions down since she's standing straight up here. We like to get a nice understanding of the proportions. Like, it doesn't matter what you're drawing. Obviously, highly recommend you use references in the beginning, especially if you don't know exactly what you want to do. But get a nice grid or a nice like thing for your proportions, understanding from the top to the bottom, standing straight on, or like with no perspective. Excuse me. It will be from the top to the bottom, from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. Halfway is the bottom of the waist. You split this section in thirds. Trying to eyeball it here, but let's see how that's looking. No, this is off. Let's do like right here and right here about. No, it's a bit off too. Maybe a little lower. And like right there. I mean, that's not bad. Be a little low. Wait, no, too low. Right about there. That's like thirds, and then this part right here we'll split it in half to get the knee. So we'll get the head, the neck, the rib cage, halfway is the pelvic area, down, knee, knee, rest of the foot, ankle, ankle, and then foot, foot. A nice proportional sheet. And obviously you can adjust the proportions of the head in here, and this is why with her head we just made it smaller, but the proportions are still the same, which is why if you were to go from the legs, from this area up, it's still halfway. Okay, so we're drawing her, and looking at her head is pretty average. And looking at the size of her neck is from chin to eyes. No, yeah, from chin to eyes. So if I draw her head like this shape right here, and then I do the thirds, we get the chin, get the eyebrows, and we get the hairline, which is pretty good. If I go from chin to eyes, this is where her neck should be. And that's about it. Yeah, that's about the size of her head, which is good. But I don't know what pose I'm going to draw her in, or what I'm going to draw her in at all, because I did say a business suit, but I don't know, man, because I'm just doing whatever at this point, honestly, because I don't even think she would wear something like this. That's what's throwing me off. I don't know, man. Ashley, no. Oh yeah, Ashley. Did Ashley deserve to get got? Of course not. Was Ashley supposed to be out there in the streets where she was? Nah, bro. That is crazy. That is so crazy how all that happened. I guess this is another reason you shouldn't cheat, you know? And I'm guessing that she didn't know about the other guy's girl. But if she did, then that's another issue on her part. She shouldn't have did it. Brandy. Hello, Brandy. How are you? Sometimes you forget how thick a chocolate is. Yeah, I understand what you mean, Titan. I definitely understand what you mean. Looks good. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. I'm drawing all of the characters from, and obviously right now I'm starting with the women because you guys tend to like the women characters more. But I'm starting with all the female characters from the first arc of the story. I'm starting off with their designs, and I decided to draw them in a different outfit as well. So this is like around what they actually wear. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. No complaints. I'm drawing like first like what they like around what they actually wear. It might have some differences in it, but about exactly these things. And then I'm drawing them in anything. And I'm trying to change their angle a little bit just so I can get a good understanding of how to draw them consistently, which is not too bad with this one, but it's still kind of iffy to me. And with her, I think this one is pretty dang near perfect, to be honest. I gotta make her eyebrows a little different, but this one's dang near perfect to me. Who's we? I mean, you guys tend to. Maybe not you guys specifically, but like my audience in total tends to like my female art more, and it makes. I understand. I understand. You know. So I tend to draw them more, especially because it makes sense. You know. I like drawing women too, so it's also giving you guys what you guys want. You know. I'm giving y'all what y'all want. I should play Bloodborne. Like, is that similar to like the Elden Ring type stuff? Hmm. Made by the same devs. Oh, so it's definitely probably like a similar type game. Yeah, I'm gonna watch them, Titan. I just wanted to get because I remember when I used to just play the song, the videos. I ended up getting nothing done. You were like, "Oh, I guess we're gonna get another stream of getting nothing done," which is why I like to start something before we start watching the videos. You know. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Okay. Uh. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. Like, what was I doing? Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna draw her first. This one, because I already know like generally what I want. Let's get like a nice little. How you feeling today, Brian? Is it good? Is it better? Nobody could get that reference. Yeah, it is. That's cool, man. That's good. Oh yeah, Brian. Did the dog like? Is the dog now? Is the dog? Hmm. Brandy, what are you working on now? I don't know if you said. Yeah, you, Brandy. What are you working on now? Demon. What? Like a demon from Demon Slayer, or just a demon? Did you miss something for last stream? Just posted in general chat. Oh dang! Is this like a specific character or just? Oh yeah, were you not here when Bry was like, Bry got attacked, man. Bry was just walking in his, his house, thought everything was sweet. Opened the back door, Pitbull jumped in, and hey, yeah, my mouse is bugging out again. Give me 1 second, guys. Are we good? We back. I got some. This is what happened. All right, let me tell you what happened. So I went, got some batteries, and then I was like, "Oh snap! I forgot I had some fish out here, right? Some nice grilled fish, and I had to get a little bite, and then I'm back. I was gonna bring it in here, but I was like, nah, man, nah. Let me leave it over there. Let me leave it over there. Okay, all right. I got a question for your world. What's the question, man? What's the question you got, my boy? Does your world have things that make it so that you can see the world how it really is? What do you mean by that? You can see the world how it really is. Like you mean like smell like fish, a lot of fish. I love it. Oh, you're talking about okay. Would you date your dream girl or 1,000,000 in cash? Wait, what? You date your dream girl or $1,000,000? The catch is the girl always smells like fish. Always smells like fish. All right, so is it like a subtle fish smell, or is it like, oh, the ocean is in here? Like what? Like, like how strong is the scent? Where do you get these questions, Zero? Zero's mind is just like this. Mm. I would never say I want to date a shark girl. I have never in my life said, you know what, shark girl, where you at? Ah, you talking about old girl? I did a cat girl or a shark girl. Hear me out? No, I'm not. I'm not listening. I will not be hearing you out for this. So the cat girl or a shark girl. Okay, well. I'm thinking because I want to give her like draw her in a school uniform, but I kind of want to draw her in a school uniform too. I'll let you guys choose. Which one do you guys want to see in a school uniform out of these two? I'll let you guys pick. Where are the other chicks? I mean, they're all here. Are you saying I should put them all in school uniforms? Is that what you're saying to me right now? I'm telling myself not to use a smudge tool. I mean, it's something, Morgan. I mean, Brandy. Oh my gosh, I was going so good, and then I had to say Brandy. Put her in one. I mean, I'll put her in one. You know what? Why don't I do this? Why don't I do this? I'll draw both of them because she was even an option, but you said you said put her when I gave you two choices. I gave you two choices. You were like, no. How about the other one? Um, how about I put both of them in one, huh? I said Morgan, but like I was doing so well. I didn't say Morgan at all the whole time. I kept saying Brandy and Brandy and Brandy, and then I had to say Morgan. I had to ruin the streak. Oh, I messed it up again. Of course I did. Of course I did. Okay, let's just move her over. And we'll do because she is shorter. Wait, oh, you see? This is why I'm telling you, May came in the clutch. Because all I have to do to find out exactly where she will line up is use the website that May gave me right here. And then I gotta go and pick the heights. Okay. Oh, and it crashes. Come on, son. and my I forgot to charge the tablet. Let's plug it in. Okay, and then now we're gonna do. I'm gonna write their names on top. Is it still not on? Okay. Okay. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna draw them in both in school uniforms. I just need to find out how I want to do this because I know her neck is longer. She has a more average neck. It's like eyes too, right? Yeah. Yeah, so like chin to eyes is her neck. Chin to eyes. So head. Okay, I have to think about like the Wait, am I on the right? Yeah. Let me lock this one just so I don't get. And it crashed again? Don't start doing this to me now. Don't start doing this to me now. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off, turn it back on. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it should be good. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay, this thing is not going to work now. Yo, why is this thing not even going to even appear now? Okay, there you go. Now let's bring you over there. There you are. That gives you insight. Oh no, there's nothing like that in my world. Everyone is oblivious to what's going on. Oh, so since she's facing this way, I don't want her facing. I'll have her facing like more of the front. I don't want her facing that way. Mmm. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, but is that available to everybody in the world or just the player character? Shoulders are okay. If the insides you can see higher plane. Mmm. Yeah, no, my world doesn't have anything like that. It's interesting though. Not everyone has the insight or eyes on the inside meaning. Okay. So great sage. I mean, not exactly, but yeah, I know. I made her hips a bit bigger. And then we'll do, because her legs aren't super crazy. We'll come out, we'll go down, and then we'll go like this, and we'll go down like this, and then we'll go knee, and then knee, and then we'll go like this, and then this one will go down, and then we'll go out, because she is barefoot all the time, so I'm going to keep it like that for her here. And then I'll do shoulder, elbow. Let's go up higher because, yeah, because the hip is going up higher. And then here, and then this one go here, and then here. Like this is the pose. Is the pose I'm doing for her. Hold up, I gotta remember. I gotta remember. It's from her eyebrows. Her neck is from eyebrow to chin. That's the length. So if I were to draw her head from head to chin here, and then hairline, eyebrow, nose, chin. Yeah, if I were to do that, then from right here, yeah, it's about perfect. Maybe a little long. The insight is not the weak-minded. Minds often break when they start. Yeah, I bet. It's kind of like in our world in a sense. Okay, Zura. I mean, I bet if you were to ask those people or tell those people who draw those types of things, they won't say anything of it. Okay, now I gotta go back up. For example, wait, is there more? Airlines often break when they start. Yeah. For example, to area in the game, you have to get past the password keeper rule. If you have the password, once you get the password, when you okay, okay, Zira. Okay. And he's been dead for a long time. You can speak through the door. Oh. We can get his. Oh, that's wild. That's definitely not how I thought what you said worked. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, I think I have a good understanding of what we're doing now. I'm addicted. I know you are. One of its authors. Oh, snap.
So the publisher of Weekly Shonen Jump Shueisha had paired up two individuals.
Want me to
The
start over?
artist
I'll start
Shiro
over.
Usazaki.
It's only 50 seconds.
Act Age is one of the hardest manga to get a hold of, and this isn't because it's out of print or just really rare. Despite having sold over 3 million copies worldwide and having acquired a lot of industry awards, with the manga also having an anime adaptation in the works as well as a stage play, you'll find nothing, not a single volume of this manga on the shelves. The manga Act Age had disappeared entirely from official distribution thanks to the actions of one of its authors. In this video, I'll be detailing the entire scandal of the Act Age manga, discussing what exactly had happened, and why this manga, which had so much potential, was ruined by one of its authors. So the publisher of Weekly Shonen Jump Shueisha had paired up two individuals, the artist Shiro Usazaki and the writer Tatsuya Matsuki. This was back in 2017. This was a bit of an unconventional combination, but Shueisha were banking on their teamwork in order to create another hit manga series. The artist Usazaki had brought something that was very unique to Shonen Jump, and this was an incredible artistic style which had allowed her characters to showcase their internal emotional states on the pages of the manga. Her character design work transcended typical manga drawings. Every micro expression that she was able to draw had told a story. Every gesture conveyed layers of meaning, which dialogue alone wasn't able to capture. The writer Matsuzuki, on the other hand, had created something unusual. This was a protagonist whose superpower was essentially losing herself completely. Kei Yonagi's method acting wasn't just a gimmick, it was a psychological deep dive into identity performance, and the thin line between reality and fiction. Matsuki's writing explored how someone would be able to harness trauma and emotional intensity as tools for artistic expression. Their collaborative process was highlighted throughout the author notes scattered across the volumes of Act Age, where Matsuki would casually mention his research methods or his daily observations. He had even written about needing a bicycle for social distancing and his hobbies. He had made these remarks during the pandemic, and these comments would largely take on a deeper, sinister meaning once everybody had found out what Matsuki was up to. At the time when these author notes from Matsuki were initially published, they were just simply glimpses into his creative process, as it seemed to show a writer who was genuinely
my family. I want to be emotionally emotionally there for my family because I truly never that from my mom or family. Okay.
interested in understanding his characters via the real world that he was living in. Usazaki's artwork had elevated every script that she had received from Matsuki. Act Age did an incredible job of changing audiences' expectations of what a Shonen Jump manga could be. This story proved that you don't need supernatural battles or sports competitions in order to captivate the audience.
You want to provide a better family to your children than what you had. That's what I think you're trying to say. And I understand that, definitely.
Act Age was even voted in 6th place for Most Wanted Anime Adaptation of 2020. It was a series that had appealed to both male and female readers. And behind the scenes, an anime adaptation was already in the works, as voice acting agencies were quietly discussing potential castings, and a stage play production for Act Age was announced for 2022.
Stage play?
This represented something unprecedented. This was a live-action adaptation of a manga series that was still actively being serialized, which didn't even have an anime adaptation at the time. Act Age was proof that the magazine Weekly Shonen Jump could diversify without alienating its core readership. There were also international licensing discussions for Act Age, including plans for expanded English releases, potential streaming tie-ins, as well as multiple merchandise lines which were in the works. All of this incredible success had come crashing down on the 18th of June 2020. What had started as an ordinary Thursday evening in Nakano Ward, the events which had taken place would eventually unfold into a night that would shatter multiple lives and expose the dark reality behind a rising manga writer's public persona. It's important to clarify that these crimes that I'm about to talk about are linked to the writer of Act Age and not the incredible artist behind the series. So, at approximately 8 p.m, a middle school girl became the victim of a calculated assault by a bicycle-riding perpetrator who fled immediately after the attack. Thanks to the courage of the victim, who reported the incident immediately, it triggered a comprehensive police investigation that would prove devastating in its thoroughness. Tokyo's extended surveillance network had captured everything that had happened, with the perpetrators' approach patterns, their escape routes, and most damning of all, a second nearly identical assault which had occurred just 1 hour later, targeting another young girl in the same area. Thanks to modern forensic analysis, it made the perpetrator's denial almost impossible. Security footage provided multiple angles of the attacks, timestamps created an unbreakable timeline, and the behavioral pattern analysis revealed signature elements which linked both crimes to the same individual. The police carefully traced the suspect's movements through camera networks as they built a case that was so airtight that when they finally made an arrest 7 weeks later, the 29-year-old manga writer could only respond that there was generally nothing incorrect about their accusations. He had pretty much admitted guilt. This wasn't just impulsive behavior, but the acts of a calculated predator. The tactical similarities between the attacks, the careful choice of victims, and the deliberate escape planning suggested someone who had thought extensively about committing these types of crimes. On the 8th of August 2020, on the Saturday morning, the news hit like a tsunami as industry insiders watched in horror as reports confirmed the arrest of the writer of the Act Age manga. This triggered some emergency meetings at Shueisha, which would continue throughout the weekend. On the 9th of August, the Weekly Shonen Jump editorial department had met with Shiro Usazaki. Her breakthrough work, Act Age, the series which had launched her career, was about to have a massive spotlight shone at it thanks to the disgusting acts of the series writer. This was no fault of Usazaki, she was just a victim of the disgusting acts of Matsuki. Legal teams worked frantically to untangle contractual obligations while executives faced an unprecedented decision as they were figuring out the future of the Act Age manga. On the 10th of August, we finally got Shueisha's official situation on the matter as they announced the immediate cancellation of the Act Age manga.
Dang.
They stated that it is impossible to continue with its serialization as every word had been scrutinized by legal teams expressing support for Usazaki while completely severing their ties with Matsuki. On the 11th of August 2020, the final chapter published in Japan only, with international publishers making the decision to abandon any and all content related to Act Age in order to avoid any association with the series writer's scandal. Viz Media removed future volume listings of Act Age, Manga Plus refused
no
to
more
translate
anime, huh?
the final chapter, and within hours, Act Age had effectively vanished from global distribution. You understand why within 72 hours Act Age was taken off of shelves because of the actions of Matsuki. According to the police, a girl was walking in the Nakano ward of Tokyo on the 18th of June around 8 p.m. This is where the suspect had approached the girl from behind while on a bicycle and he had touched her inappropriately on her chest. Afterwards, the suspect fled the scene on the bike and the girl went to...
Oh! Listen, no, that's still wrong. Listen. That's wrong. But because of what we be watching with what's her name, old Stephanie over there, I was expecting some crazy. Like, I mean, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Hold on. Before, hey, it is wrong. But what I was imagining, because of what we be hearing with Stephanie. Oh man. Okay. What the freak? First of all, what the freak is that? Oh, this man is a weirdo. This man, what? First of all, hold up. That might sound like, wait, is that it? No, hey. Because I know people's mind likes to go other places when I didn't even say that. Y'all just like to create stuff in your minds. Let me say, this is all weird behavior. All of it is weird behavior. But ain't no way this man, and how old is he? How old is this man? This man got on his bicycle, saw a girl, he's like, huh? And then did a little, and then drove off? What the heck? Crazy.
They analyzed security camera footage to investigate. The police, through the security footage, found that an hour later, a similar incident occurred on a nearby Nakano road with a different female middle school student. They then identified the suspect to be Matsuki. The collateral damage of these actions had massively impacted Shiro Usazaki as she faced an impossible emotional maze as she mourned her career's defining work while supporting the very decision that had destroyed it. Following the cancellation of the series, Usazaki had made her very own statement. She says that she comprehensively accepts the decision of the Shonen Jump editorial division to cancel Act Age. Established mangaka like Yusuke Murata had publicly supported Usazaki, and hashtags had trended worldwide as fans separated their anger at Matsuki from their support for an innocent artist who was caught in an impossible situation thanks to his disgusting acts. We had learned some new details about Matsuki's case as prosecutors had wanted 18 months of imprisonment for him without suspension. This reflects the serious nature of his crimes against minors. The defense had tried to argue that Matsuki's complete career destruction had constituted social punishment, which was severe enough to warrant some leniency to Matsuki's imprisonment. This legal strategy, while
I'm gonna always say this: if it was in Korea, he could have just been like, "But I was drunk," and he would have been fine. Probably not in the social standing, but definitely in the legal.
They've raised uncomfortable questions about how professional consequences factor into court decisions. The judge's final decision was to hand Matsuki a 18-month prison sentence, but it was suspended for 3 years. This sentence was in line with the Japanese court philosophy of emphasizing rehabilitation over retribution. With Matsuki's admission of guilt, his expressions of remorse, and the genuine devastation to his professional life had all influenced the final sentencing that he had received. The public did expect much more of a harsher punishment for him, as Matsuki's own statement had read that there is no way to apologize for what he had done to the victims. With him being handed a suspended prison sentence, it means that Matsuki could avoid prison time if he maintains good behavior for 3 years. But on the other hand,
can you summarize this? Alright, so this is manga, right? This manga that was so good. You even know how good it was, bro. It was up there. People were like, "Yo, this need an anime to a date," right? And then one day, while the artist was at home, she was drawing fire. The writer went outside, for a smoke, and he decided to get on a bike ride. He was just out there, on the bike, and then he saw this girl, and he was like, "Oh wait!" Went over there, and then did a little honking, and then peeled off, right? And then you're like, "What the heck? What do you mean honking?" And then she called the cops. And then the cops went to the cameras and found out who the guy was, right? But right after that, Buddy kept going. And they saw another girl. And this one was I'm guessing honking because, the first one was honking. The second one, I don't know what he did to the second one. But then he, to the second one too. And then peeled off. And then the cops looked it up and were like, "Oh, shoot, ain't that the man who wrote that manga over there? Oh, yeah, jail. This man was touching up on a little girl." So yeah, now the manga's canceled. Yup. And people were looking at the artist like, "Dang, girl, you didn't know this man was moving like that?" She was like, "No, I just draw and stuff, and And then Yusuke Murata showed up. He was like, "Man, y'all better chill out. Old girl know what she doing. You see what she be drawing over there? She don't know nothing about this freaky old man." And yeah, that's the end.
Professional life will most likely never recover, and we won't be seeing him writing manga ever again. Now, following all of this, in September of 2024, we had seen Shiro Usazaki's triumphant return to Weekly Shonen Jump with the series Mada no Ichi. This had proved that her talent endures beyond her association with this scandal linked to Matsuki. This announcement received a lot of genuine excitement from manga fans across the world who had followed her journey from a rising star to a victim of circumstance to then see her eventual return in 2024. Here is the announcement Usazaki had made on her Twitter, where she reveals that she will be working on this all-new manga series with a new writer called Nishi Ozamu. Mada no Ichi is still being serialized within Weekly Shonen Jump, and as of making this video, it has had over 3 manga volumes published, with there being 36 manga chapters created so far. It's great to see that Usazaki is returned in top form, and she has not let that scandal affect her in the slightest.
Oh, you know about this story, man?
And it does seem like her artwork has also improved since the publication of Act Age. So she benefited from that 3 to 4 year gap by honing her art skills even further.
Damn.
And really, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Mada no Ichi. And as for the Act Age
That looks
manga,
like... Oh, that's Iruma. That gotta be Iruma. Because if not, that's Deku. And I know that's not Deku. That's gotta be Iruma.
cancellation, what do you think about this scandal
Iruma
linked
just
to
like Deku.
Tatsuya Matsuki? If there's anything that I've forgotten to mention about the cancellation of the Act Age manga, then let me know by continuing the discussion in the comments. This was definitely one of the more disturbing cases linked to Weekly
Oh, you've seen her
Shonen
work
manga
before?
of recent years. If there's any other major scandals or controversies that you want me to discuss, then let me know by leaving a comment under this video. And lastly, thank you for making it to the end of this one, and I cannot wait to see you in my next video.
A massive thank you goes out to all of my amazing Patreon supporters for helping to make this video possible. If you also want to support the channel and see your name in the end of my videos, then check out my Patreon, which has loads of perks like early video access and so much more. Thank you for sticking.
That's cool. Oh, and by the way, guys, I mentioned this before, but I'm gonna continue to mention it. I do have my memberships opening, and yeah, don't have to, but if you like to support the channel, well appreciated. Which videos next? There's another video Titan sent, right? This one. Bleach.
Take yourselves back to 15 years ago. The year is 2010 and the internet is set ablaze with one of the most spectacular plagiarism scandals.
Next video. I know. That's why I said it had to be Iruma. It just looks so much like Deku. The guy has no shame.
Scandals in the entire history of comic books. Side-by-side comparisons were flooding forums as there were angry fans
Oh, I
mobilizing
never like looked into it, but I saw like something on Twitter about this.
across different countries, as a major publisher ended up pulling an entire comic book series from shelves within days of this scandal. But today, if you mention the name Nick Simmons or his comic book Incarnate, very few will know what you're talking about. In this video, I'm going to be talking about an insane scandal which should have been impossible to pull off. This is an American comic which had brazenly lifted artwork, characters, and dialogue from some of our favorite
Dialogue too?
Japanese manga series. And I'm not talking about subtle influences
Oh, that's
or
crazy.
artistic inspiration here.
Oh!
This was a wholesale
Oh nah.
ripoff that was so blatant that fans could easily
Oh, this is crazy.
overlay manga panels over this comic and see them aligned perfectly. What makes this story so interesting isn't just the audacity of the plagiarism itself, but it's how quickly everything had unraveled. Within the span of a few days, in February of 2010, an entire comic book series had imploded as its young creator's career ended before it actually began, and the comic book industry had learned a harsh lesson about the global reach of fan communities in the digital age. So without further delay, this is the forgotten scandal that deserves to be remembered, not just for its incredible failure, but for what it revealed about creativity, artistic integrity, and the consequences of taking shortcuts in the creative process. This is the great Bleach plagiarism scandal which nobody talks about anymore. So to understand how this scandal had unfolded, you need to understand Nick Simmons himself. He was born into rock royalty as the son of the Kiss bassist Gene Simmons. Nick had grown up in a world where fame and fortune was simply family business. But unlike his theatrical, larger-than-life father, Nick seemed drawn to quieter creative pursuits as he was more focused on the world of comic books and manga. By 2009, 2009, Nick was already a familiar face to reality TV audiences through the show Gene Simmons' Family Jewels, where viewers watched
Family
him navigate
Jewels.
life as the son of one of rock's most recognizable figures. The show had portrayed Nick as artistic and introspective, as it was clear that he had a genuine passion for comics and Japanese culture. It was refreshing to see that he wasn't just riding his father's coattails, he appeared to have legitimate interest in the medium that he wanted to pursue. His journey into comic books began with a failed project called Skullduggery back in 2007. This was supposed to be published through IDW Publishing's partnership with his father's comic book company. Unfortunately, the deal had fell through due to Nick himself admitting that his artwork was amateur at best, but still he didn't give up. Instead, he spent time developing his skills and eventually caught the attention of Radical Comics co-founder Barry Levine. You need to understand that Nick wasn't some talentless hack trying to cash in on his name. He had genuine enthusiasm for manga, as he could speak knowledgeably about series like Berserk and Sandman, and he seemed to understand the craft elements that made great comics work. He didn't want to just create comics for the sake of a cynical money grab. He was a young creator who genuinely wanted to succeed in the medium that he loved, which makes what happened next all the more tragic. When Radical Comics announced Incarnate back in 2009, it was positioned as something revolutionary. It was dubbed as an American manga that would bridge Eastern and Western storytelling traditions. The premise for Incarnate was interesting, as it revolves around immortal creatures called Revenants who could regenerate from virtually any injury, and they are locked in an eternal struggle with a secret organization called Sanctum that had discovered their one and only weakness. The story follows a character called Mott, a centuries-old revenant who desperately wanted to die honorably in battle but was cursed with near immortality. When Sanctum developed weapons capable of truly killing revenants, Mott saw his chance for the death that he had craved. It was a premise with genuine potential, as Nick was exploring themes of immortality, honor, and the weight of existence, which had resonated in countless other manga and comic works. Radical Comics had went all in on the marketing push for Incarnate, as they held an exclusive launch party at Comic-Con, complete with a rock concert atmosphere that was befitting the creator's
this
musical
became really
heritage. A&E promoted the comic on their network, and it was sold through their online store. Incarnate was positioned as Nick's chance to step out of his father's shadow and establish his own creative identity. The production values were impressive, as there was full-color artwork, high-quality paper, and professional presentation, which had suggested that this was a serious creative endeavor. Early marketing materials emphasized the fusion of manga-influenced art with American comic book style writing. Overall, Incarnate was packaged as something that readers had never seen before. The irony, of course, is that readers had seen it before, they just hadn't realized it yet. What was marketed as groundbreaking fusion was actually an elaborate collage of existing works, carefully reassembled and presented as an original creation by Nick Simmons. So hold your horses, the scandal didn't emerge overnight. There were warning signs from the very beginning that most people had simply ignored. Back in August of 2009, shortly after Incarnate's debut, small YouTube reviewers and independent comic critics began noticing some troubling similarities to popular manga series. Jim Supreme, a YouTuber who reviewed comics and manga, was among the first to sound the alarm. In his review of Incarnate Issue 1, he had quoted that the artwork contained a lot of art references towards Hellsing, One Piece, and a few
One Piece.
other
Oh, hold
anime.
up.
It's almost
Hold
like
up now.
he's ripping.
I know he was doing what he was doing with Bleach, but One Piece. Okay, now we gotta open our ears a little bit harder, because I gotta know what this man did.
Right from the
What he
other
took.
books. By the time he ended up reviewing issue number 2, Jim was more direct, as he says, how many characters can Nick Simmons rip off? This is just another horror show of copyright infringement. These earlier reviews, while they were accurate, they lacked the reach to create any widespread awareness. Jim's channel, while dedicated, didn't have the massive audience needed to turn industry heads. Unfortunately, his observations were buried in the vast ocean of internet content. Other small reviewers and bloggers made similar observations, as they pointed out character designs which had seemed suspiciously familiar and
Oh, that's definitely with the hand. Oh, that's what's his name? I didn't even see the manga, but I know because like pictures and stuff. Come on now.
ocean of internet content. Other small reviewers and bloggers made similar observations, as they pointed out character designs which had seemed suspiciously familiar and artwork that felt more like a homage than inspiration. But without any concrete evidence or even side-by-side comparisons, these criticisms were easy to dismiss as nitpicky or overly suspicious. So a lot of focus was on this huge star's son being a comic book artist instead of actually critiquing or analyzing the work that he was creating. Thankfully, this lack of awareness didn't last for too long, as the dam had finally burst on the 21st of February 2010,
100%.
when GameFAQs forum users began
Oh
posting
my.
side-by-side comparisons
Oh
that left no
my.
room for doubt. What started as casual observations about similarities had quickly escalated into systematic detective work, as fans across multiple platforms had started collaborating to uncover the full extent of the plagiarism in Incarnate. The
Oh
breakthrough
my.
moment had come when these comparisons had made their way to the Bleachness live journal community. This is a dedicated Bleach fan forum with an international readership. On the 24th of February, the community published a comprehensive post titled "Gene Simmons' Son Plagiarizing Bleach?" and this post would end up becoming the nuclear bomb of this entire scandal. Now here, it wasn't just a collection of similarities, this was a forensic level of analysis done on the live journal post. Fans had overlaid images from Incarnate with panels from Bleach, adjusting opacity to show how perfectly they aligned. They catalogued identical character poses, traced facial expressions, and
'Cause the thing
even
is-
copied
Because the thing is, that's too much. Because at times when I'm studying like manga panels and everything, if I will draw the characters where the characters are in the manga, obviously I won't draw those characters. I'll draw my characters, right? And obviously it won't be in the exact same place. I'll put them in a different place, like maybe a building or a street or something, right? But the composition is the same. He took the look, the composition, and the titles, the subs. Oh my god. Or the speech bubbles, not the subtitles. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
dialogue. The evidence was so overwhelming that it became impossible to explain away as coincidence. What made this investigation into Nick Simmons' work particularly devastating was its collaborative nature. Fans from different forums, speaking different languages, with expertise in different manga series, had all contributed to putting together the pieces of this puzzle. Someone would identify a traced panel from Bleach, another would spot a character design lifted from Hellsing, and yet another would find dialogue copied from fan translations. The investigation expanded beyond professional manga to include fan art from DeviantArt and other online communities. Suddenly, it became clear that Nick Simmons wasn't just copying popular series, he was systematically reappropriating creative works from multiple sources, whether if they were from professional or even amateur artists. So within 72 hours, what started as simple forum posts had exploded into a global phenomenon, with evidence so comprehensive and undeniable that even casual observers could see the blatant theft that was going on. When fans had finally put together the evidence, the scope of plagiarism was staggering. This wasn't selective borrowing or artistic influence, it was systematic theft spanning multiple series and creative sources. The most damning evidence had in fact come from Bleach comparisons, as entire panels were traced so precisely that when overlaid they matched perfectly except for the color that was included within Incarnate. There's a scene from Bleach where Ichigo discovers his chest wound has healed, and this artwork was copied exactly into an Incarnate character who also had the exact same dialogue as Ichigo, as he states, "My wounds, how wasn't there a hole in my chest?" The positioning, the character's expressions, even the speech bubble placement, everything was copied here. Incarnate's main character Mott was essentially Hellsing's Alucard with minor cosmetic changes. Mott had the same long coat, wide-brimmed hat, the maniacal grin, and a vampire-like appearance. There were other characters, like one who had an unmistakable resemblance to Bleach's Kinpachi Zaraki, complete with his distinctive eye patch and spiky hair. And then you have the Orihime lookalike with a characteristic crying pose and facial structure copied into the comic book series too. Now, the plagiarism extended beyond major manga series as fans discovered that Nick
Yeah, I
had
know,
lifted
he's the
artwork
mangaka.
from DeviantArt users, copying creature designs and character poses
Isn't that,
from amateur artists
yeah.
who received no credit or
That's the
compensation
Bleach
for this
one.
plagiarism.
It's either Bleach
What
one
was
or the
even more
JoJo's one,
troubling
but I'm
than
pretty
this
sure
was
it's the
that
Bleach
some
one.
of the original backgrounds and environmental details were traced from fan-made artworks that were posted online. The investigation revealed that Nick hadn't just copied individual elements, he had created entire scenes by combining stolen pieces from different sources. A fight sequence might use character poses from Bleach, background elements from Hellsing, and creature designs from amateur art ripped from DeviantArt. All of this was assembled into new panels and presented as Nick's original
Oh, this
work.
man was like,
The
oh,
most telltale sign was
it's
that
all
the
free.
art quality was inconsistent throughout Incarnate, as the art style was shifting between different styles depending on which source material was being copied. This inconsistency made more sense once fans realized it reflected the varied artistic styles of the original creators whose work was essentially being stolen. Once the evidence became undeniable, the internet's response was swift and very merciless. News sites like Anime News Network and manga communities on Reddit and even dedicated fan sites had all started sharing the evidence and expressing their anger towards Nick
Search it up.
Simmons. Even his DeviantArt account was flooded with angry comments. The backlash wasn't just from English-speaking fans, as there were many international fans all joining in on the outcry. What made the response very powerful was how organized it had become. Fans created comprehensive databases cataloging every instance of plagiarism that they could find. They even reached out directly to Viz Media and Japanese publishers, providing detailed evidence and demanding that they take action against Incarnate. Many fans had perceived this to be not just a simple theft, but actual cultural appropriation. An American creator is stealing from Japanese artists and potentially profiting from their work without any
What?
permission or acknowledgement from the original works or their authors.
Culture
The fact that
appropriation.
Nick Simmons had
What?
positioned himself as a respectful student of manga had made the betrayal feel even more personal to fans who had welcomed him into their community. With fan pressure increasing, industry stakeholders had found themselves forced to respond to the controversy. The speed and decisiveness of these responses showed just how seriously the situation was being taken. Viz Media, the North American publisher of Bleach, was among the first to acknowledge the situation. Their senior director of public relations called Evelyn had issued
but would
a
you
statement
call what he
thanking
did
fans
cultural
for bringing
appropriation?
the matter to their attention and confirming that they were currently investigating the issue. This wasn't just corporate speak, it's a sign that the rights holders were exploring potential legal action against Nick Simmons. Radical Comics was also caught in an impossible position as they
You watched the
acted
Overlord
with
movie?
speed, and on the 25th of February 2010, just days after the
What do you
evidence
think,
went viral, they announced that they were halting all production and distribution of Incarnate until the matter could be resolved with all concerned parties. This was a pretty major move, effectively pulling their own product from the market based on fan accusations.
I mean, I can understand the
before
argument
any
from
legal
an angle, but I
proceedings
feel
had
like
been started. But the most
he's just
memorable
plagiarizing.
response had actually come
Really,
from an
because
unexpected source.
he stole from
and this
people
is
in
from the
DeviantArt
author of
too,
Bleach,
right?
Kubo
And let's say one of
himself.
those people from
Rather than
DeviantArt
expressing anger or
are
threatening legal
like
action, Kubo's Twitter response
from some
to
other
this
country.
entire
Is he
controversy
appropriating that
was
country too?
surprisingly very light-hearted. He noted that he had received many messages from overseas fans about the American comic which is copying Bleach, but he was more interested by the fact that Gene Simmons' son is a manga creator than whether if he is really copying Bleach or not. Kubo had a perfect reaction to the entire scandal. It at the same time acknowledged the situation while demonstrating the kind of confidence that comes from being secure in his own creativity.
Yeah,
He
that's how
didn't
it
need
is.
to rage against the plagiarism
Exactly.
because
I don't
Bleach's
really need
success
to
had
worry
spoken
about
for
it.
itself. If anything, his downplayed response made Nick's actions look even more pathetic by comparison. On the 1st of March 2010, Nick Simmons had finally broken his silence with a carefully crafted statement that managed to make the situation even worse. Rather than actually taking responsibility for his actions, his statement was a masterclass.
Bro, I know this has nothing to do with this. 3 out of 10, not enough. I know, right? She wasn't. I was like, why you? Like she popped in, but you know. But listen, this has nothing to do with this video. You know, I'm gonna wait till this video is done, and then I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. If I
How
remember.
not to apologize for plagiarism. He states, like most artists, I am inspired by work I admire. There are certain similarities between some of my work and the
This
work
man's
of
still
others.
saying
This was
inspired.
simply meant as a homage
That's not
to
inspiration,
artists
bro.
that he respects. and he states that he definitely wants to apologize to any manga fans or to fellow manga artists who feel that he went too far. Every word of this statement was calculated to avoid admitting any actual wrongdoing. He called traced artwork similarities, he described wholesale theft as homage, and he apologized only to those who feel he went too far, as if the plagiarism were a matter of opinion rather than a documented fact. His most insulting remarks was his claim that certain fundamental imagery is common to all manga. This is the nature of the medium. This wasn't just deflection, it was a fundamental misunderstanding of the difference between genre conventions and individual artistic expression. Yes, manga does share certain visual language, but that doesn't excuse copying specific panels, character designs, and dialogue from identifiable works. The statement felt like it had been written by lawyers more concerned with avoiding legal liability than addressing the genuine hurt that was caused to both authors and fans. Fan reaction to the apology was even more negative than the original plagiarism discovery, as his statement transformed Nick from someone who might have made a mistake into someone who was actively trying to cover it up and minimize his actions. The consequences for Nick Simmons and Incarnate were swift and total. Within weeks of the scandal breaking, the comic had effectively ceased to exist as a commercial product. Radical Comics cancelled all future issues, the planned trade paperback collection never materialized, and existing copies became curiosities rather than ongoing entertainment for fans to enjoy. For Nick personally, the scandal was career-ending for him in the comic book industry. No publisher would risk association with someone whose name had become synonymous with plagiarism. The door to the medium that he claimed to love was permanently closed for him, not by industry gatekeepers, but by his own actions. The financial impact was major, but hard to quantify. Incarnate had sold poorly, as issue number 1 managed to only sell through 3,622 copies, and subsequent issues sold so few copies that they didn't even chart. But the real cost was in his reputation. Future opportunities and the resources Radical had invested in marketing and production were no longer there for Nick. By the time 2011 rolled around, in a New York Times post, we learned that Radical Publishing had actually been forced to stop production of Incarnate. And within the span of a few months, it was already ancient history in the fast-moving comics industry. For publishers, this scandal highlighted the need for better editorial oversight and fact-checking. How had Radical Comics failed to notice that their flagship American manga was largely traced from existing Japanese works? The incident led to more careful scrutiny of submitted artwork and increased awareness of potential plagiarism red flags. Despite how big this scandal was 15 years ago, it has largely faded from public memory. Several factors contributed to this collective amnesia, revealing just how quickly even a major controversy like this can be forgotten in the fast-moving world of the internet. A major factor was Nick actually retreating from the comic book industry. Unlike other controversial creators who continued working and generating new scandals, Nick simply disappeared from the medium entirely. Without any ongoing presence, there was no reason for the comics community to keep discussing him. So yeah, from this entire scandal, the main lessons that need to be learned is that artistic integrity matters. Fans have power, and that taking the easy path in creative works often leads to the hardest consequences of all. So yeah, we have reached the point of the video where I want to hand over the discussion to all of you. Were you guys aware of this major plagiarism controversy surrounding Bleach? If there's anything that I've forgotten to mention about Nick Simmons' work Incarnate and how he plagiarized so many different series, then let me know by continuing the discussion in the comments. But I do think that this is a very comprehensive breakdown detailing the entirety of the scandal, how it had unfolded, and how quickly it had also been forgotten. So yeah, thank you for making it to the end of the video, and
no problem, my boy. Yo, I saw this video. I really want to find it so I can show you guys, because this is one of the craziest things that I have seen ever. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, bro. Watch. Hold up. I'm about to send this to. I'm gonna send this to myself on Discord so I can show you guys. Yo, is he mostly paradise bleaching? Yeah, I saw that definitely. Yo, watch this video. This right here, I was speechless. I was speechless. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna pause it. Okay, and then okay, unmute it. Okay, and then now. Okay, okay, and then let's make it a little bigger. Bro, watch this. Watch this video, bro.
Shit's getting weird. Part infinity.
Tell the truth, Mr. Monzel. In your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any sexual contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said there was no deception.
Yes, they got it.
How does that feel for you? And that your daughters know it.
Well, I felt they always did know it.
You felt they always did know it.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't speak it because
They didn't know no better. They was told no different.
Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monzel? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you touching your children in a sexual way was not true. Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder? If you knew you
Excuse
didn't.
me.
Bit?
What?
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
This lady said, "Why didn't you fight for them harder?" What? I don't know what ended up happening to this man. He probably got thrown in jail. He probably like something like the whole community probably looked at him different. This lady said, "Why didn't you fight for them harder?" Man. I was like, wait. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why didn't he fight for them hard? What? For some people, this woman is evil. Like, she literally just did that for that and her daughters. And when he said, "Well, I thought they already knew," and he said, "Why didn't they say anything?" Because they didn't know no better. Yeah, because the mom probably made them believe it was true. You saw that, Brian? Man. Brian. Man. I don't know what I don't know what I do, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, if I was that guy and I was there,
Those are not your lines.
he said, "Those are not your
Okay.
life."
Your lines should be, I'm sorry. I ruined your life. I'm a horrible person. Those are your lines. I'm petty. This is what I would have said. Well, why don't you fight for him harder? Well, why don't you get your own hairstyle? Stop ripping off my Angelo. A quick message for everybody. Be very careful and very selective with who you decide to marry.
Yep.
And be very careful and very selective with who you decide to procreate with.
Yep.
Because shit's getting weird. Part infinity.
Yep. You gotta be careful, bro. And this is why every single time you start, when there's single mothers, and they tell you that, oh, your dad didn't want nothing to do with you, that's why you left. Most of the time, and some dads are like that, but most of the time, They just are leaving your mama. I'm telling you. So if you have a chance to meet them, like your father, you should probably do so if you can, you know? Just to see where, like, what he thought. Because, like, this man, his wife, or this, yeah, he was probably his wife at one point, she literally just said, she lied, telling him that he did this to the kids. Right? And you don't know who she told. She lied and told them, why didn't you fight for your kids more? Why didn't you fight for your kids? You lied on me. And they obviously going to believe you. Oh, that's crazy. Insane. Like, right? Like, and somebody said something. Your parents aren't divorced? No, I'm not talking about you specific. I'm just talking about in general. Man, oh man.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There is an urban legend in the Philippines that revolves around shopping malls and beautiful young women that go missing inside of these shopping malls. The legend goes something like this. A young couple were in a shopping plaza in this massive mall, and the place it's bustling with people. It's the weekend, there's a lot of people in and out. I mean, there's just activity everywhere. It's supposed to feel safe. I mean, you feel safe when there's so many witnesses, when there's so many people, yeah? I mean, most of the time, right? Now, the couple, they walk into this woman's clothing store. The boyfriend is already bored. She tells him, it's just gonna be 1 second, like, just hold on a second. He leans up against the wall of the store. He's looking at his phone, scrolling through. She's running around the store, picking out a few pieces, and she lets him know, hey, I'm just gonna go try this on in the fitting room, and it's gonna be super quick. We can leave immediately after. He nods again. He does not look up from his phone. It is not until about 10 minutes passes he realizes, wow, she's taking an extra long time right now. What's going on? Maybe her zipper is stuck. Maybe she needs assistance. Maybe she needs my opinion on something. Not that we care, okay? But he makes his way to the back of the changing rooms, and every single one of them has their doors wide open. They're all empty. Sorry, miss, you work here, right? Have you seen my girlfriend? She was just in there changing, trying on some clothes. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You don't have a girlfriend, or at least not that we know of. You walked in here alone. Why would I walk into a women's clothing store?
Oh my gosh. Ain't no way they trying to trick you like that. Oh no, hey, are you crazy? What do you mean? Like, you walked in here by yourself and sat down. I was wondering why you walked in. You don't have no girlfriend, bro. I mean, not that I know of. What?
Store alone. I came in here with my girlfriend. She literally was in that changing room right there.
You know, it'd be even crazier if they were able to hack into your phone somehow, right? And obviously this is crazy, but if they were to hack into your phone and then erase pictures of that girl and her contact, if they were able to find it, because they have her phone. They go into her system, find out where her contact is, and then go into your phone and erase it. Erase your messages, erase your picture. Yo, I would literally, like, you gotta send me to a hospital. Because ain't no way I walked in here and you just erased her from existence from, like, my life. Like, I have no pictures of her. What? No phone, no text. Oh, dang. I don't know. Like, you honestly have to admit me somewhere, bro.
Perhaps you were buying a gift, but... Sir, you were alone. Nobody has been in the fitting room since this morning. The boyfriend starts to feel agitated, angry, potentially even confused. He might almost be questioning, wait a damn minute, like, did I really come in here alone? I mean, her birthday is coming up. Was I trying to buy her a gift and I blacked out? Like, this is weird. But then you remember the legend of the half snake, half human. Look, some people believe that this is just human trafficking, but others believe that there are false floors in the changing rooms. Women walk in.
When I think of a changing room, you know
two-way mirrors or cameras that are.
When I think of a changing room, I instantly think of Family Guy. I don't know if you guys remember that episode where what's his name? Quagmire was in the changing room. No, he was in the security room, and then they were like, oh yeah, we have cameras in the changing rooms, you know, in the fitting rooms, just to make sure people don't steal. And then he was just there, and then that lady, she was choking or something or passed out, and he's like, oh, she needs help, and he ran down there. What the heck is CPR? That's so crazy. Quagmire is freaking. Insane, bro.
Installed into the changing rooms, hidden cameras. If they are chosen, the bottom of the fitting room floor falls out. They're transported
Oh my
into this
gosh, the
long
bottom
tunnel
falls out?
slash slide that leads them to an underground hidden maze slash tunnel system
Oh, that's
underneath
crazy.
the mall.
Oh, that's crazy.
From there, they are either human trafficked, according to the urban legend, and never seen again, vanishing into thin air. It would imply that the malls are in on it, okay, including all the retail workers. But more people believe it's actually the half-human, half-snake. The legend isn't as old as you would think it is. It started in the 90s in the Philippines, and it kind of died down until recently. A case connected a missing woman with the half-human, half-snake legend. Legend says there is a half-human, half-snake living in the secret basement of a popular mall near Manila called Robinson's Galleria. There are two versions of this part of the legend. Some say that the owners of the mall know the human snake is in the basement. And at first they thought of all the ways to get rid of this human snake, but then they realized the human snake is what's bringing in the fortune. That's what's making this mall successful, so we need to do whatever it takes to keep the human snake happy. That is our price for fortune. The other variation says the human snake is actually a child of John Gokungwe, the owner of Robinson Malls. The human snake was allegedly the twin brother of Robina, which is John's daughter. So this is a very public family, very wealthy family. They own the malls, and they're saying, no. She actually is not just a daughter. She had a twin brother. He's the half-human, half-snake. The legend says John's wife had given birth to both human twins, and originally everything seemed very, very normal. Now, as time passes, the boy twin starts to grow stronger, faster, but also kind of stranger. Instead of legs, he ends up growing a snake body. This is the urban legend. Now, the growth of his body was so uncontrollable that within a couple of months, this infant toddler is taking up the space of a living room. Soon, the first floor, there's no way that he can play, live, and exist. And it's not like they can just let this half-human, half-snake outside. He's going to be shot dead or held in a science lab somewhere. So now the family is thinking, okay, what do? We got to figure something out. They also realize a little catch. It's not just the fact that he's half human, half snake, but it's also the fact that this little boy, this little creature, does not like to eat anything but pretty young women. Will not eat eggs, rice, nothing, just pretty young women. Now, it's debatable what he does with these women. Some versions of the urban legend say that he swallows them whole like a snake. Others say that he digs his fangs into their necks and drains them of every drop of their blood, just leaving bloodless, empty shells of dead women all around him. Either way, the family was forced to build a massive compound to house their son that happened to be half human, half snake. And they had to constantly find young women to feed their son. But you cannot just throw a big building in the middle of nowhere and have a bunch of young women disappear that's connected to that building and think that nothing's going to happen. So the only solution that they could come up with that made logical sense was a mall. It would give the family unlimited access to girls, and it would house their son in the underground basement. The fitting rooms were said to have these hidden cameras, and sometimes there would be two-way mirrors that allowed their son to see these girls. He's very particular. He likes them young and pretty. He has a style. Even though he's trapped in the basement, he would pick the ones that he wanted, and with the press of a button inside the fitting rooms, the floor would disappear from underneath them, and they would slide down the tunnel straight into his mouth. Now, I do think that the urban legend would have died down in the 90s had it been just that, but a famous celebrity somehow gets involved in this. Alice Dixon was crowned the Philippines Miss International. So this is like a Philippines beauty contest. And she is now working as an actress. She had this promotional shoot at the Robinson Galleria Mall. And, you know, she's trying on clothes and they're taking pictures of her and they direct her to a department store on the 4th floor. And they're like, hey, use this fitting room to change into your next set of clothes for the next shot. She goes in and she said she couldn't shake this feeling. Someone was watching her. Now, since she had entered this mall, she had felt that. But she brushed it off because she's a celebrity. There must be people watching and, you know, they're taking pictures of her. That's going to draw attention. But even in this fitting room when she's supposedly alone, she feels eyeballs on her. It's weird. there was this growing sense of unease to the point where she didn't even want to change. And boom, it all happened so fast she didn't even have time to scream. The floor to the changing room dropped. She found herself in a slide that led to the basement of the mall. It didn't even look like out of the back rooms. It straight up looked like an abandoned sewage tunnel. A horror movie. She was confronted by a human snake. The human snake was astonished by her beauty for a split second, and it froze. It was just soaking in her beauty. So she ran. She ran through the dark chambers of the tunnel and did not stop running. Eventually, she heard a change in the air. She said that she had blacked out at this point. She didn't even know how she got out. Somehow she ends up in the lobby of a hotel nearby, confused on how she even managed to escape. Tabloid headlines and small news articles start coming out about this bizarre near-death experience. People start going nuts. You know, they want to know more. Everyone just assumed that this whole thing was an urban legend. There is no way it actually happened to someone. And there's actually no way that there's a half human, half snake. Come on. The legend only grew stronger when supposedly Alice was supposed to appear on this big talk show to discuss what happened to her. And just as she starts sharing her experience and the truth of what happened, the TV signal falters and the show stops midair. People at home were losing their minds. It felt like someone really, really did not want this story to get out. And the mystery only grew stronger from there. Because, you know, it's like, okay, fine, get Alice to a different show. It's not going to falter again, right? This time maybe do a live audience. Well, it was impossible because out of nowhere, Alice decides to just drop out of show business and abruptly ghost the industry and moves to Canada.
What in the world?
No longer interested in doing interviews about anything, and whispers started speculating that the owners of the mall had compensated her 15 million USD to ensure her silence. Alice would eventually come back to the industry, but it definitely served the urban legend a lot. It just kept going further and further. So the unsettling feeling that people associated with the mall was pretty cemented in stone after that. And in August 2022, like half a year ago, the popular urban legend regained its grip on the Philippines. A young retail employee of the Robinson Galleria went missing in the mall. Her name is Jovelyn Galleno, and her disappearance would stir up conspiracies of a human snake lingering in the mall, allegations of a human trafficking ring, and a very, very mysterious tarot card reader who is said to have gotten to the truth of what happened to Jovelyn, predicted everything correctly before the police did. How did the tarot card reader know what happened to her?
Because she was involved.
Did it have anything to do with the urban legend? Let's dive in.
Copyright.
Are covering another Filipino case today. We had our wonderful Filipino researcher help with gathering of the facts, understanding the public's response, and even just trying to grasp the complexity surrounding this case. She actually resides in the Philippines, so I think that she had a really good understanding of just generally how people felt, what this urban legend was about, and I hope that this will be a comprehensive deep dive on this very, very frustrating and very puzzling case of Jovelyn. But as always with international cases, let us know if there's anything that was missed or anything lost in translation. So with that being said, let's get into it. Have you ever used or gotten a tarot card reading?
When I was in middle school, it was trendy in China.
Oh.
Yeah, all the girls has a stack and
They read your future. Okay,
Yeah,
what did they tell you?
I think they predicted everything, yeah.
Yeah, they're like, you're gonna meet a Korean girl
Yep.
and she's never gonna stop talking. So a lot of people refer to tarot cards as a soul map. You have a stack of cards that all mean something, whether it's about your love life, work life, or family. And actually researching about tarot cards makes me want to get into tarot cards. So you pull randomly from a deck of these very specific cards, and you think about the questions in life that you want answered. Then you start interpreting these cards. And this is oversimplifying the beauty of tarot cards. I clearly don't read tarot cards. I do find it fascinating. Now, I will say, typically, and I've been vocal about this, I hate when tarot cards or psychics are involved in true crime cases. I just think that it's a lot more pain than it is productive. But this case is particularly interesting because the tarot card reader is spot on with practically everything. Now, obviously, it could have gone the complete opposite way, but it was interesting. So I did go on Reddit and I did look up tarot cards, and a lot of people who regularly use tarot cards say that It's just a way to meditate. You're not trying to base life decisions off the cards. You're not trying to figure out your future. It's not really something that tells you what's going to happen to you. In fact, it lets you have a deeper understanding of oneself. So you're asking a question, there's almost this gut feeling of what you want the cards to read. Or it pulls out a card that makes you self-reflect in a different perspective that you might not have done before.
Yeah, I can see that.
And that makes me want to get into tarot cards.
Yeah, so it's just a medium for you to think or let your mind wander. And
people say that it's not really about talking to a spirit like people make it out to be, or predicting the future, or even like trying to get you to do a life decision off of it. It's genuinely just meditation, they said. Instead of journaling, you're just asking yourself these questions.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, and I feel like there's actually science behind that.
Yes, because it might be a fresh perspective to these problems or obstacles you're facing. And the cards are vague enough that it applies to a lot of things, so you start wandering with your mind. In that sense, very cool. But when the news broke that a young, beautiful 22-year-old mall employee went missing in the Robinson Galleria, social media was all over this case. A concerned citizen took it upon herself to seek the guidance of a renowned tarot card reader in the Philippines, Jay Costura. Now, she is very famous. She is very well beloved. She is on YouTube. Yeah, she does a lot of these tarot card readings for big cases and just things in general. So the tarot card readings of what happened to Jovelyn, the missing woman, were posted on YouTube. I know, very controversial, all of the above. But the readings were fascinating. Jay Costura went into detail about what the cards revealed. This is like literally right after the 22-year-old goes missing. Nobody has any clue what happened. All people know is that she went missing in a mall, and Jay starts doing the tarot card reading. And I just want to make it very clear. The tarot card readings went the best way possible in this scenario, if you can even call it that. But there are countless cases where people have predicted what happened so publicly with so much conviction, and it turned out to be wrong. And this is happening in the US as well, okay? Or it just turned out to cause more distress amongst the victim and their families. So just keep that in mind. The cards were laid out on the table. There were these beautiful, like, luminescent gold-colored cards, and the light was reflecting off of them beautifully. They felt very rich. They felt very tangible. And it just kind of contrasted sharply with the air of mystery and anxiety. It just felt very anxious in the video when you watch it. Now, a few of the cards were chosen, revealed, and analyzed. Both women, Jay Costura and the concerned citizen, looked very stressed. They looked very focused. Now, this case at this point had been a blank slate. 22-year-old Jovelyn had walked into the mall for her shift. She was a sales lady. She finished her shift, texted her family that she was hungry, vanished. We don't know if she left the mall. We don't know if she's still in the mall. Did she leave alone? Did someone take her home? Did they say that they would drive her home? Did she get on a bus like she normally does? Nobody knew anything. I'm talking blank slate. She just vanished.
On her arms.
And of course, there's more pressing questions like, is she still alive? What happened? Can we rescue her? Jay read the cards and emphasized the belief that Jovelyn Galleno was still alive. Jay continued to flip the cards and studied them and talked to the viewers at home. She presented a compelling narrative. She stated that the cards suggested that Jovelyn was still alive, being held captive by powerful individuals or individuals who had power over her. They were authority figures of some sort. She looks at the cards and says, see, this is what I was afraid of. Here I see a substantial amount of money, which can mean that her captors may have profited off of her. Jay went on to continue. And this part is interesting. But she states that the abundance of red cards compared to black cards suggests to her that there was a surprising sense of lack of envy or jealousy in Jovelyn's life, meaning that Jovelyn had a very tranquil energy that emanated off of her, suggesting to Jay that Jovelyn's disappearance was not due to an angry friend or partner. It was not a crime of passion where someone just hated her, despised her, was jealous of her, or someone was upset with her or had something against her. It seemed almost random. Or maybe they just genuinely wanted her because of the way she looked, or her age. Jay also noted that there was no card that features the Ace of Flowers, which Jay associates with water and a change of location. She believes strongly that Jovelyn was still in the confines of the island. Now, this was the very first session that was posted online. These are the details that she reads from her tarot cards. Another secondary session was posted with the same concerned citizen and the tarot card reader, and this time they had a new deck of cards. The new deck still indicated to Jay that Jovelyn was alive, and the new card suggested a sense of betrayal in Jovelyn's case. A deal or agreement appears to have been made, potentially involving Jovelyn. She is being held against her will by someone or a group of people, and despite being held captive, the card suggests that she is being very well taken care of. Jay stated the card suggests that Jovelyn possesses the strength to escape if she can just discover a way. Jay continued to state that she senses the captors, or at least some of the captors, are considering releasing Jovelyn, but the heightened attention surrounding her case complicates their decision. Jay reiterates that although Jovelyn's disappearance in her belief is premeditated, it's not driven by anger, animosity, or jealousy or revenge. It is unrelated to romantic relationships or personal attachments. She believed Jovelyn to be in close proximity to her home. She states that the captors wanted to take Jovelyn somewhere else, but unseen obstacles prevented them. She stated that she saw Jovelyn entering a car willingly and that she had left the mall willingly. She concludes her session by saying, "The individuals holding Jovelyn captive are likely part of a syndicate or possess significant influence and power over her." She also states that there are more things that the cards have revealed to her, but because of the ongoing investigation, she doesn't want to release that information. Now, I believe in the Philippines, tarot card reading is generally more accepted and believed. So there was some pushback of, oh, I don't think we should be doing this. But most people who were listening, I don't think that they took it so seriously that they were like, oh my God, the syndicate, we got to bring down the syndicate. It was more of, they listen to this and they feel more connected to the case. They feel more passionate about this case, which I think ultimately did lead to positive things. So the public starts putting pressure on the police to do something, find something, take action. So let's start with what we do know. The night of August 5th, 2022, Jovelyn's mom was home with Jovelyn's two sisters, Jonalyn and Jocelyn. So Jonalyn, Jovelyn, and Jocelyn, okay? They're all hanging out downstairs waiting for Jovelyn to get home from her shift at the mall so that they could cook up some dinner. Jonalyn, her sister, was scrolling through her phone when it buzzed. Jovelyn, "Hey, what are we eating for dinner?" "Mom, Jovelyn wants to know what's for dinner." Mom's confused. "Wait, I thought she was bringing home food. Or at least that's what she said this morning, but... okay, maybe she's tired. Forget it. Just tell her to come home. We'll have something." So the mom gives the sister some money and sends her out to buy some takeout. She goes out and she texts Jovelyn on the way saying, "Hey, I'm grabbing food. Is there anything particular you want to eat?" Jovelyn never responds. The sister brings back the food and the family waits around the table. Like, the food is waiting, it's hot, it's steaming. They're sitting around and they're like, okay, any minute now she's going to be bursting through the door and we're all going to feast on some dinner. Maybe she's working overtime? No, but usually when she's working overtime at the store, she texts us to let us know that she's going to be running late. Either way, they decide to eat without her. But even when they were done, Jovelyn was still not home. They kept trying to message her throughout the entirety of the dinner and no response. And finally they called her, which I imagine that they were avoiding calling her in case that she was working. And the phone rang. Someone picks it up. "Hello? Hello?" Whoever was on the other line did not say anything. It was silent. There wasn't a single word, a single noise, nothing. It was really unsettling. Maybe it's in her pocket and she accidentally picked it up and she's busy? They couldn't hear clothes rustling or inventory being put away, so they didn't really know what to make of it. That night it was really hard for any of them to get sleep without Jovelyn being home. It just wasn't like her. The next morning they wake up and Jovelyn is still not home. So Jovelyn's mom and her two sisters, they rush to the mall and wait for it to open, hoping that Jovelyn is there. Maybe something happened and she had to sleep overnight. Maybe, I don't know, okay? They're coming up with all these reasons in their head because that's the best case scenario. But when she's not there, they ask any of her colleagues, "Do you know where she's gone? This doesn't make sense." They have no clue. In fact, they turned that store upside down. There was no sign of Jovelyn anywhere. There was no signs of struggle. There was no signs that anything happened last night. That morning, she would officially be registered a missing person. At just 22 years old, Jovelyn Galleno had vanished. The police are going to try and convince us that she didn't just vanish, she ran away, or she willingly got into a strange man's car because she was just crazy like that. Even if that were true, you should still be looking for her. But in the case of Jovelyn, it just didn't make sense. Jovelyn was working as a sales girl at the Robinson Mall, and her boss had only great things to say about her. She was consistently on time. She delivered great performance. The customers loved her. She was polite, eager. Literally, what is there not to love? When she wasn't working, she was studying criminology at the local college. Her dream, her ultimate dream, was to become a police officer. And I imagine that if she became an officer, she would not fail the families of victims like the police would fail her family. Everyone who knew Jovelyn said her whole life could be summed up into two things. She had this very strong, unbreakable sense of familial unity. Like she was the type that would do anything for her family. As the eldest sister, she would take on odd jobs while she's studying in college. She wanted to make sure that her sisters never had to work for food or were eating well. It's like she had more hours in a day, more days in a week than most people.
So no father,
On Sundays, she never missed church service. Everyone described her to be just so utterly wholesome. She's the type of student or daughter that other parents would be like, why can't you be more like Jovelyn? Please. She never went out drinking, never went out clubbing. She was dedicated to her goals and nothing was going to get in her way, like even fun. The only time that she stayed out late was when she had to stay after closing to help with packing and inventory. But even then, she never came home after 9 p.m. She was actually one of the odd young people that really found comfort in just staying home. She was very happy to stay home. Even her cousins, Leobert and Jovert, were both in their 30s. If they ever
I'm just saying.
in their 30s. If they ever got
It's
hungry,
just
if
strange
they ever couldn't afford
sometimes.
food, they went to
But you're probably
Jovelyn,
right, yeah, 'cause
22-year-old Jovelyn.
She doesn't
She
mention
would
him
cook
at
for
all.
anyone
She
that
said
cared
her
about.
mom, her daughters, her sisters, they were sitting around the table. They were waiting for her. And then when she didn't show up, her mom and the daughters ran to the store, right? And she is trying to work and do all this. There's no father in this story. I have not heard a father.
About. Not only would she cook for you, she would sit you down, make you feel warm, and ask you about yourself. Is everything okay? She loved like a good heartfelt conversation. And now she was just gone. She just vanished. And this whole family, they're like, we have a giant hole in our hearts. Like, what are you talking about? The cousins are begging for her return. Her sisters are distraught. Her mom is beside herself. What is going on?
You see? Her cousins are distraught. Her cousins are talking about it. Her sisters are distraught. And her mom, there's no dad. She didn't mention that.
Also, side note, another thing that was very, very rare for Jovelyn's age is that she knew that ego could destroy relationships and careers. So she never let her ego get in the way of resolving a fight. So everything is just saying that she's not a pushover. She is very, very strong-minded, has a good head on her shoulders, and it just doesn't make sense. I imagine working very early.
When I hear strong-minded, I hear like she's kind of like that one girl from that last video. Not the one who lied about her. Not that one. I'm talking about. It was a couple of streams ago, I think. Well, every time I say last video, it was just a couple of streams ago.
Early on, and having this like financial burden of caring for her family was a big part of growing up early. But you know, one day she was gonna be an amazing, fair, trustworthy police officer. One that would put these police officers working her case to shame. It felt like they had genuinely no idea what the hell they were doing. Jovelyn is reported missing, and the police start their investigation at the mall, the Robinson Mall, because that is Jovelyn's last known location. You know, their plan makes a lot of sense. They would go through the CCTV footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of her movements. At least that way they could figure out what exit she took. Maybe she ran into a friend. Maybe she ran into someone in the mall. Or maybe she was taken in the mall. Like, we don't know. We got to go through the CCTV footage. But when the police arrive at the mall, the owners are like, well, we don't want to help. We don't want to give you the CCTV footage. Now, this is where the urban legend comes into play. I don't think that the public were coming into this guns a-blazing at the mall. Like, oh my God, remember the urban legend of the mall? Like, it's the mall. They just had the same reaction as the police. Okay, she probably left the mall and then ran into foul play after she left, right? Because the mall is so public, it's so bright. What's going to happen in there? We got to get the CCTV footage. See if she left with someone. Who did she leave with? What exit did she take? At least that gives us a direction that she might have been going. But then suddenly, the mall doesn't want to give CCTV? That's weird. Why would they not want to help unless they had something to hide? The urban legend now started getting brought up with this case. Now, the urban legend is what threw this case into social media spotlight. People could not stop talking about how creepy the mall was, how her disappearance must be connected to the human snake. Others argued there was never a human snake, it's human trafficking. Regardless of what you thought, public enemy number one right now was the police and the mall. You know, a lot of people were saying, what do you mean, officer, that the mall said no? Like, since when do you guys take no for an answer? As a regular civilian, you ask me to do something, I take no. Bad things happen to me, but this big, fancy mall, they can say no to you all the time?
That is true.
People commented, a life is at stake and this is how much effort you're putting into it. Someone said no, so now you're done investigating. I'm sorry, is the mall more powerful than the police? This is kind of crazy, guys. Now, side note, Jovelyn disappeared in Puerto Princesa, which is a beautiful tourist island, like a tiny little island that attracts a lot of local and foreign tourists. So news of her disappearance made a lot of people adverse to vacationing there, and that is what made police get more involved in the case. So originally the police were like, sorry, we can't get the mall CCTV footage, so like, case is over, bye, everybody go home, right? Now, the public attention is what made the police get more invested in this case. They realized that the public was not just going to forget about her disappearance or her vanishing, and if they didn't solve it, nobody was going to go to the mall. Nobody was even going to come visit the island that relied heavily on tourist economy, on tourist money. So the government bosses, all of the officials, the people that are basically the bosses of the police, they're like, you need to figure this out. And with Jay Castora, the tarot card reader, along with other high-profile names getting involved, this case was getting bigger by the second. Not even by the day, by the second. Now, side note, there were a lot of theories forming. Many people believed that yes, indeed, it had something to do with the mall. Something very strange happened in that mall, and since the owners are wealthy, they're able to stand up against the police and refuse to give CCTV footage. Other small theories started to emerge. There were rumors that Jovelyn was having an affair with her boss's husband. Listen, I don't even know where this came from, and I don't even know how it started. But her manager's name is Karen, and people said that Karen had found out that her husband was hanging out a lot with Jovelyn, and instead of leaving him, Karen became overwhelmed with jealousy and emotion. She channeled all that hatred, all that anger towards Jovelyn instead of her own husband. And she thought, as long as she disappears, I can have my husband all to myself. People on social media went so crazy with this theory that news stations wanted to interview Karen, the manager. She came out and she denied having any resentment towards Jovelyn. She said, in fact, I've only ever spoken highly of her. Like, you can see all of my other interviews. You can ask anybody. We had a good relationship. She has a great work ethic. She's dedicated to the job. She was one of my best employees. But people overanalyzed this interview and stated that she was way too emotionless. If a manager genuinely liked your employee, wouldn't you be emotional? Jovelyn's sister chimed in and said, well, I was able to log into my sister's Facebook account after she vanished, and I actually did see messages pertaining to the boss's husband. Jovelyn was talking to a friend of hers on Facebook about how she wanted to quit her job. Jovelyn said, I don't like it anymore, and the friend asked her why. Jovelyn responded, my boss's husband messaged me out of nowhere regarding our products and merchandise one night, and when I came to work the next morning, my boss asked me why I was talking to her husband. So I clarified what was going on, but honestly, that was that. Like, nothing happened, nothing went on, and it just, like, the whole thing, it just seemed like it threw off Jovelyn. She felt very uncomfortable, but there was nothing to indicate that Karen or her husband felt any type of way about it. So again, a lot of confusing rumors that aren't really propelling the case forward or helping in finding Jovelyn. Now, around this time, Raffy Tulfo, this massive TV personality and journalist and now a senator in the Philippines, he starts getting involved. He starts putting pressure on the officials. He even had the major of the police force on his show where he just grilled him for answers.
Meron screen grab from the CCTV, the victim going inside Robinson's Mall, pero palabas niya ng Robinson's Mall, wala. So yun po siguro susi. Would that be the reason?
Yung sabi ng PNP, meron na silang
bagong
nakita.
Is that not a chick?
The major just kept repeating the same response.
What the freak? Is that not a chick?
She was one of my best employees.
Hold up, am I tripping?
People overanalyzed this interview and stated that nothing happened, nothing, any type of way of helping involved. on his show where he just
At the top right, it's not a
grilled him
chick?
for answers.
Meron screen grab from the CCTV, the victim going inside Robinson's Mall, pero palabas niya ng Robinson's Mall, wala. So
Yung
yun po siguro susi. Would that be the reason?
Yung sabi ng PNP,
Oh, I'm
meron
tripping.
silang bagong nakita
This
na
guy
video.
at the bottom
Major
is the
just
man
kept
talking.
repeating
Oh,
the same
never
responses
mind.
over and over. It sounded like he was giving a list of answers that were PR friendly, that were appropriate, and he just kept repeating those. I don't want to hinder the investigation. We're still keeping that in mind. We're still investigating the leads. We're still trying to figure it out. Rafi wasn't having any of it. He kept pushing, and since Rafi was this high-powered senator/journalist, the major was actually terrified of him. He was in kind of a pickle. He had to try and not hinder the investigation or make himself or the police force look bad, but also respond in a way that Rafi would be satisfied with. It was not a good position to be in. Every answer just made it seem like the major and the police were hiding something, or that they just were the most incompetent people running this case. Overall situation. Rafi Tolfo kept pushing the major to tell them if they were able to get the CCTV footage from the mall and what was seen on there. The major kept brushing off this question, saying that he couldn't say anything that could jeopardize the investigation. But Rafi kept pushing and kept pushing and kept pushing, and with enough pressure, the major stated, you know what? I'll give you my personal theory. He stated that he saw a figure that appears to be Jovelyn exiting the mall in the CCTV footage that they were able to obtain. Allegedly, she leaves through the employee door and gets picked up by an unknown sedan. He states that they are looking for the sedan right now. Now, the whole energy of that statement shifts the entire conversation. It shifts the whole investigation. The major made it seem like Jovelyn willingly got into some stranger's car. Even the way that he was saying it was just very, why would she get into an unknown man's car? Maybe she ran off with a boyfriend. It's almost like that kind of route it seems like they're digging into. And since she's 22, she's an adult, she can legally make her own decisions, he almost made it seem like she's just this 22-year-old who doesn't care if her family is stressed out or worried for her and just wanted to go hang out with her boyfriend. That is the implication of this. It wasn't even the sedan itself that was the explosive news. So Rafi starts questioning the validity of this statement because this is the first time he's hearing of it, and it came out of left field. And again, with enough pushing, the major admits that he just made this up to say something.
Oh my god.
To say anything. Not a good look.
So he didn't see her leaving.
No. He was just like, I knew it was going to be a dead end, so I just wanted to say something, anything to get you off my... You can expect how the people felt about it. It seems like the major would rather lie than be truthful that they have nothing so far. So Rafi gets another police officer on the show. Starts grilling him too. It looks like the police officers work slower than turtles here. What's going on? Still no good response. The saddest part was Jonalyn, the sister, was on standby listening to everything. And she finally got on air and said, please, sir, I need to clarify something. The sister states that she's upset that her sister is being portrayed as this indecent girl that would run into the car with her boyfriend and run off without caring for her family. She kept clarifying that she was able to gain access to her sister's Facebook accounts, and there was no romantic messages, not even flirtatious conversations with anyone. Also, side note, how sad is that? The minute a girl is in a relationship, people are like, well, no point in looking for her now. She probably ran away with a boy. Or the minute someone struggles with mental health, people are like, well, no point in looking into their clearly suspicious, weird, bizarre death, because they were probably depressed. It's crazy. So Jovelyn's sister passionately argued, please, she doesn't entertain any men, so she is focused on work and her studies. She just wants to graduate. So if you could ask anyone in the neighborhood, you could ask all of our neighbors, conduct a survey if you must to see if I'm telling the truth. You have to trust me. A lot of people sympathize with Jovelyn's sister. I mean, it's frustrating when people paint your loved ones to be someone that they're not. And even if she did have a boyfriend, it's frustrating that something like that could make her life less valuable. Rafi agreed. He went on to grill the head of the person in charge of the local police department, and he straight up just asked him, like, what is going on? Why did you lie? So the major says, I was just tired. So you mean to tell me when you guys are tired, you can just start making up stories and telling lies? And Major, adding insult to injury, why do you guys keep all implying that Jovelyn has a boyfriend or a suitor? We have Jovelyn's sister who says Jovelyn would never entertain any guys, so why do you keep imposing that her case is not an abduction and that she got into a car willingly? Before he could even respond, Raffi let the emotions get the better of him and he exploded on the Major and he said, "Do I have to go to the headquarters of the National Police Department personally to request to talk to the chief of the entire National Police Force so that I can put you in the hot seat? You better do your job and get it together or else I will put you all under Senate hearing. Even that city director of yours, I will bring to the Senate. Once my patience runs out, I swear I will have you all investigated because you're all working too slow. I want answers by tomorrow. Is that good?" It was really, really intense. Now, Raffi did work very closely with Jovelyn's family and even provided them with a new place to live, financial assistance to help start their own business because Jovelyn was the sole breadwinner. Raffi even paid the family's monthly bills at one point, and the family, the netizens, Raffi, everyone was so frustrated watching these interviews. It felt like someone was hiding something and they thought that you were too dumb or too powerless to do anything about it. It was such blatant lies. It was like a slap in the face. It was so shady. But there is another perspective to this. Some people felt like Raffi was doing a bit too much. So they were saying, it's one thing to draw public attention to a case and demand answers from the authorities that are being paid by taxpayer money. That's one thing. It's another thing to keep pushing people to a point where they could potentially jeopardize the investigation. So it's also a very tricky situation for the journalist because the journalist is expected to get answers, and if they don't get answers they have to wonder why are we not getting the answers. But at the same time, you got to use some reasoning, you got to use some nuance, and there's got to be some common sense and some mutual understanding. I do think that the Major was shady, but I don't think he was shady to that point. I think that there must have been a part of him that genuinely was like, I truly don't know what to say. I'm like getting grilled so hard right now and we've got nothing, but I can't say that we have nothing. And then I can't say anything that would jeopardize the investigation. So it was just a very tricky situation. So in another instance, Raffi was interviewing another police officer, and the officer mentioned a piece of the CCTV footage where there was this visual presence of one of those giant metal cargo containers that are used to like transport goods. So maybe they were in like the cargo section of the mall and they're bringing in all these goods, and it was near the employee entrance. The police officer stated something along the lines of, she went inside the metal cargo container. Now, people are thinking, is this the next big lead? People were freaking out. Raffi was freaking out. How come we're just hearing about this? A metal shipping container? Are you kidding? Who owned the container? Why would she have gotten into one? That doesn't make sense. It's not part of her job description. Raffi immediately hung up with the officer, called the officer's superior, who clarified, wait, no. She went around the metal cargo container. To which Raffi responded, one of your men said that she went inside the container. That's why I'm asking you, what is inside? And if anyone has already checked who owns the cargo container, good grief, like that's what I'm asking you. Now, viewers at home, there is some nuance to this. Viewers at home were feeling a little bit frustrated because this one wasn't purely police incompetence or secrecy. The officer in question that mentioned the metal container, he spoke a different dialect. So he said went, but the way that he used the word in Tagalog made it seem like she went in, but it could have easily meant if she went around. But instead of clarifying, because it was clear that he didn't speak the same dialect, instead of Raffi being like, wait, can you clarify, did she go in or around? He just kind of like hung up and was like, okay, let me call the superior and make it a whole big thing. And everyone was like, that didn't need to be a big thing, And then, he's calling out police incompetency and secrecy, but then people were like, this one just feels like you made something really big for an explosive news segment, but it wasn't that big of a deal. People weren't happy about it, but as social media discourse was ramping up, so was the investigation, believe it or not. The investigators were able to get through the security footage of the mall, and they found Jovelyn. There was clear evidence that she made it to work that day, so okay, good. But there was no evidence that she left the establishment at the end of her shift. Why does it not show that? The mall stated there was a local power outage, so all of their lights and power and cameras shut off. Locals disputed this and said, we did not have a power outage that night. So what are you saying? And coincidentally, it happened the same time that Jovelyn was leaving the mall for her shift. It felt really, really, really sinister. So people kept bringing up the human snake. People kept bringing up human trafficking. There were just rumors that the mall owners had to deal with the police to ignore cases like this so that they can feed their human snake or do some sort of underground activities. I mean, people also wondered, what if this was news planted by the mall's competition, SM Super Malls? They're like the biggest competitors of Robinson malls. What if they wanted Robinsons to go down? So they keep pushing this mall narrative.
This is like the Chinese school kids.
Yes.
It's like once someone go missing, I feel like school or the mall, they should be the number one people on top of this.
Yeah,
this
not
is,
the police.
Yeah, this should be hurting them the most.
Exactly. I do think it's weird when the establishment that's getting hurt the most, that is known for being super capitalistic, is suddenly not capitalistic. Because capitalism would mean that you want to distance yourself from this.
No, they think distance is the way to go. Like suppress it. Let's just get rid of the story. But instead, that only fuels more online discussion and more conspiracies.
It's so weird. Wouldn't you rather just want to show the footage like, hey, she left the mall. We got nothing to do with it. Bye.
Release that to everyone.
Have fun, everyone.
Yeah. So now it's like, what's going on with the security, the cameras, and it just sounds more and more and more fishy. They should come out and provide everything they have.
Yeah, they should be working with the investigators excitedly, like aggressively hunting down investigators.
Unless they are
doing something.
Exactly.
So people are going back to the tarot card readings and trying to connect the dots. Jay, the tarot card reader, said that there was a deal made even before Jovelyn had disappeared. So maybe the mall and the police had a deal. Maybe the mall had a deal with the human snake or some sort of shady organization or syndicate like Jay had alleged. Now, on top of that, Jay had stated that the people holding her captive were authority figures that had power. The mall owners have power. The police have power. Government officials have power. Nobody could understand how there was no footage of her leaving the mall. But they did provide, the mall does come out and provide some records. This is like an employee login and log out records where you log out at that time and you sign. And it showed Jovelyn logging out of her shift and out of the mall. But this could have easily been, someone could have signed for her. It did nothing to calm the public. It just felt very shady. Like, how is this good enough? Like, you really think we're going to be okay with this piece of paper? All these coincidences were making people feel very nervous about ever going shopping or even trusting the police. And then out of nowhere, a store outside the mall said that they had footage of Jovelyn outside of the mall after her shift at work. They said the CCTV footage showed Jovelyn outside waiting for a bus home. Police state that they studied this footage and believed it to be Jovelyn, and they showed it to Jovelyn's family, and they were all confirmed that it was Jovelyn. Everyone, except for Jonalyn, this is a sister that has been outspoken and has been kind of the family representative in the news. So it's not like she's going against her family. I would say that the family is kind of more behind her. She said that she was skeptical about this video. She said that the only reason that her family originally confirmed that it was Jovelyn was because they felt pressured by the police. But the more that they watched this footage over and over and over again, they felt like they could not confidently say that that was their sister. But as she's voicing her concerns, police stated, nope, it's her sister. She's mistaken. It's her sister. Because there were witnesses who saw her on the bus. This stopped people dead in their tracks. What do you mean, saw her? So all of a sudden, this grainy footage of her outside the mall shows up because there's no other evidence that she left the mall. Suddenly, we have footage. And then you suddenly have people that came forward and said that, you know what, actually, I did see her. Why did they not come forward prior to this when everyone on social media was still talking about it? It's not like the case just exploded.
It was crazy.
So, I don't know. The whole thing seems very, very fishy. But this was the strongest lead that the family was given. So they try everything. The public was able to find the driver of the bus, and he gave very wishy-washy answers. He said he had no clue if Jovelyn ever got on his bus because he focuses on driving rather than the passengers. Everything about it just felt weird. Like all of a sudden, people saw her on the bus. All of a sudden, she's on a bus. And then another family tragedy struck. Two of Jovelyn's cousins, do you remember Leobert and Jovert? Both in their mid-30s were involved in an accidental stabbing involving each other. Trust me, it gets weirder. The stabbing would result in both of them being jailed for Jovelyn's kidnapping and murder.
Wait, slow down. They stab each other?
Yeah. And it would result in them going to the hospital and then later to prison for Jovelyn's disappearance. Let me explain, okay? Let me explain. Leobert and Jovert had gotten drunk one night. This is like after Jovelyn disappears. And somehow they enter into this super heated argument, allegedly about Jovelyn. One of them was injured and required hospitalization. Now, it was reported to the police once Jovert came to the hospital because they're like, you were clearly stabbed with a knife. Like, you can't tell me otherwise, so we're going to have to report it to the police because that's a knife fight. So both of them get brought into the police station, and Leobert, one of the cousins, starts to confess. His confession would rip his entire family apart, or whatever was left of his family. It was bad. Leobert stated that he and Jovert planned to kidnap, assault, and kill Jovelyn, their own cousin, their own flesh and blood that they grew up around. They said they planned it for weeks and that they finally did it. The reason that the accidental stabbing occurred was because Leobert felt so guilty about what he did. It was eating him up on the inside. He just wanted to turn himself in, clear his guilty conscience, give Jovelyn's mom some peace of mind. He wanted to stop living his life looking over his shoulder constantly for the police. He tried to tell Jovert one drunken night, "Hey, buddy, I want to tell the cops." Jovert was pissed. He's like, "We agreed to do this together. You can't just turn yourself in because then I got to turn myself in. I'm not ready to go to jail. You can go to jail by yourself. Why should I have to go to jail?" So he grabs a knife and threatens to kill Leobert. Leobert pushes him and attempts to defend himself, and it resulted in Jovert accidentally stabbing himself with the knife. They had been brought in, Jovert had been subdued, and Leobert felt like now that he was no longer around Jovert, he was no longer scared for his life, he could confess. He stated that he was overcome with remorse and guilt. This freaked out a lot of people for a number of reasons. The small one being, Jay's tarot card reading stated that the people who took Jovelyn were authority figures. In the Philippines, it's much like the rest of Asia. You are grown up to show cousins, especially that are 10 years older than you. You have to show them respect. They are also your authority figures. No one had thought of it like that. People are like, wow, we kept thinking about government officials and police officers when it could really be the person closest to you. Mainly everyone was freaked out though because these were her cousins. What motive would they have in kidnapping her? Leobert was asked that, and he said it all started a few months before she vanished. He and Jovert kept talking about how Jovelyn was so pretty, how beautiful she was. And at first it started as like a fun family banter, like, oh my god, our cousin is so pretty. But they said that they became fascinated by her looks. And they said that they were even more intrigued by her contrasting tomboyish manner. I don't know what they're trying to say with that. Something about her was irresistible, Leobert said. Now, at first, it starts off as a simple joke. They were joking, I don't know how this is a joke or how it's funny, how they would kidnap her and what they would do to her if they could kidnap her.
You can't have everybody around your kids alone. You know what I mean? Like everybody, you can't do that. You can't trust people just because they're quote unquote family. Because there's family members that I don't want to sleep at their house. You know, like I wouldn't sleep over at their house. Like if I was like in the area and they're like, oh, you could just stay at my house. I'll be like, no, don't worry, no. I already have like I already like set up a hotel room for the night. It's fine. You're like, no, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I can't not anymore now. You know, it's not. So you guys gotta understand that, bro. This is some weird behavior. If it's true.
For a month or so, this is how they planned it. The more they talked about it, the less of a joke it seemed, and the more feasible, the more excited they got for this plan. And then one evening, they put their plan into action. They said that they knew where the bus would drop off Jovelyn near the house, and it was very dark. She would get off alone, and they would forcibly grab her. Now, if this is true, I cannot imagine the emotions that she went through. First, being grabbed, the fear, the terror, and then when you look and you see it's your cousins, maybe you have this moment of like a release of tension because you probably assume that they're playing a joke on you. And then that fear comes rushing back when you realize they're not. This is not a joke. They stated that they grabbed and restrained Jovelyn, causing her to lose consciousness. Leobert said they dragged her to a grassy area in their hometown, subjected her to rounds of horrific essay by her own two cousins, her own family members, and Leobert stated that she never gained consciousness ever again. They realized that she was dead, which was kind of their plan because there's no way that they could do this to their cousin, of all people, and expect her to not say anything to anyone. Leobert said they dragged her lifeless body to an area with even taller grass and less foot traffic. They dug a shallow grave, buried her. They said that they scattered her belongings through the field as an attempt to hide the evidence. And apparently this was their masterful plan that took them over a month to come up with. The confession of the crime is strange, and it doesn't sit right with a lot of people. But either way, August 23rd, 2022, just 18 days after Jovelyn vanished, Leobert led the police to the locations where he and Jovert allegedly hid Jovelyn's body. This is where things get puzzling, because at this point people are thinking, I don't really believe this confession. Maybe the guy's on drugs, maybe he's drunk, maybe he's like having a mental breakdown, because this doesn't make sense. Who can really do this to their cousin? Jovelyn had been missing for 18 days, and he pointed out where her body was buried. The level of decomposition on her body was extremely severe. She was completely skeletal at this point. There were no remaining soft tissues, nothing. It was nearly impossible to do a comprehensive autopsy. There was no way to even prove that she had been essayed before her death because of how advanced the decomp was at this state. A lot of forensic experts who saw the crime scene photos also stated that the bones almost looked a little too clean. I mean, yeah, you could argue that being in a humid tropical environment could lead to faster decomposition, but something about the scene felt oddly staged. That's how the public felt. That's how experts felt. Another puzzling revelation was just how close to home Jovelyn was. Even her things that were scattered about, like her ID, her bag, her sunblock, gum, wallet, all of it was discarded so close to her home. Even her body was found so close to her home, it didn't make sense. A lot of neighbors wondered how her neighbors, Jovelyn's neighbors, the same ones that were searching high and low for her, how they never smelled or spotted her remains when she was found 1,000 feet away from her own home. And she wasn't found in like an abandoned field. One neighbor said that the grassy area that she was found, it had some foot traffic because people would walk through it as a shortcut. It's not like a jungle, it's like just a grassy area. And since it wasn't being put to use, some of the neighbors even planted herbs and veggies. Kids would play in that little yard area. Sometimes dogs would play fetch. Even if a stray dog had died there, which has happened before, everyone would have known because of how badly it smelled. I would imagine it's worse with a human. There's even a store from where Jovelyn was found that's 300 feet away. And you're telling me no one smelled anything? No one saw anything? No, I mean, everyone in the area is looking for Jovelyn, and no one smelled something so strange like a decomposing body and thought, it's probably got nothing to do with the missing girl. Like, that doesn't make sense. The family did confirm some of the items found nearby were Jovelyn's, but not all of it. The underwear that was supposedly hers were not hers according to the family, but the wallet, ID, and some of the other things were. Now, there was no way for them to ID her based on appearance because of how her remains were found, but Jovelyn's mom said, "In my heart, I genuinely believe that she's still alive, that she is somewhere out there because I don't know if someone harmed her. In my mind, she's still alive. When I saw those bones, I didn't feel anything. It's as if they didn't belong to Jovelyn." So this further fueled the online theory that whoever was found was not Jovelyn. Netizens suspected that the police planted the bones there so that they could stop investigating this case.
Oh, that's crazy,
that it was some
if
sort
that's
of
the
big
case.
cover-up. But the police kept going with this. 2 days later, on August 25th, 2022, they instructed Leobert to guide them to where he allegedly buried Jovelyn's jewelry and phone. So this is another odd thing. The jewelry and phone were separated from the rest of her belongings, and they were buried super close to Leobert's house. So either he's a super confident criminal, dumb, or this just felt strange, felt weird. Like, if you think of it from a criminal's perspective, especially if you were related to the victim, wouldn't you want to get as far away from their items as possible? Soon after, what the police believed to be a shut and done case, because, you know, we can have all the theories in the world, but only the killers would know the location of Jovelyn's remains and her belongings, right? And Leobert led them there, so it must be him, right? Well, Leobert's attorney came out to say that whenever Leobert was talking and guiding officers to the evidence, Leobert would look at the officer, waiting for some kind of sign or go ahead or some sort of signal. At this point in the case, people didn't really know what to believe. Netizens were even questioning if they had gone too deep down into the conspiracy rabbit hole and they were just trying to create the most insane narrative of things now. People didn't know, are we crazy? Is the police crazy? Or is this real? Because, you know, sometimes things happen that are so sick and twisted, it almost feels like a conspiracy when you start thinking about it. People wanted answers, or at least some clarity. Another person that could have that is Jovert, the other person involved in the crime, the other cousin. Now, he hadn't been as involved in this investigation thus far because he was hospitalized for accidentally stabbing himself. A radio show tracked him down in the hospital and asked for an interview. Their aim was to just get to the bottom of the mystery, answer all the unrelenting questions, tell us why did you do it, what happened, tell us the truth. But in reality, all this interview did was muddy the waters even more. Jovert was so emotional during his interview, he stated that none of it was true, none of it. Even the accidental stabbing, none of it had to do with Jovelyn.
Di ko kaya yung Hindi ko alam kung anong nararamdaman ko sa kanya.
What the freak? Oh, okay, there you go.
Hindi na ako nasira. Kaya kung saan na yung nagpapakatino ako, doon pa nila ako sasabi sa ng baso. Na kahit kailan hindi ko pinangarap na pumatay ng tao at maghahasa ng tao.
I'm sorry, what? Then why did you accidentally stab yourself? I confronted Leobert about the rumors that he was trying to hit on my wife. I was drunk, I confronted him, and he looked me in the eye, and you know what he said? He got defensive. He said, hey, you better be careful about making accusations like that. And I started getting angry. I got into a fit of anger, and I was drunk. I grabbed the knife. I pointed at him. I demanded he take me seriously. Just answer the question. That's all I wanted from him. And then I end up in the hospital and charged with the murder of my cousin. I mean, I have no involvement in my cousin's disappearance. I loved her. I can't comprehend why I'm even being connected to the case. He talks about how he has a criminal history, and yeah, he might have been involved in some shady things in the past, like drugs, but this, he swore up and down. I truly had no part in this. I cannot fathom what's being thrust on me right now. This is the honest truth. When Jovelyn went missing, I was at work with my managers. I can confirm that. They can confirm that. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine taking a person's life or even committing such a despicable act of assault. Please, you have to believe me. August 30th, 2022, a few days after Jovelyn's supposed remains were found, a DNA test was released by the police to the public, stating that the remains did indeed belong to Jovelyn. With this, the police formally charged Leobert and Jovert of homicide. Now, most of the charges did rely on Leobert's confession and narrative. The police completely brushed off Jovert's claims of innocence and stated that the thing that he said about work, it's just him trying to create an alibi.
What do you mean trying?
What do you mean?
What do you mean
That
trying?
even raised eyebrows. Exactly what
What the
you
frick
said.
you mean trying?
Either he lied about his alibi or he didn't. Like, what does it mean when you say it's an attempt at him creating an alibi? Was he or was he not at work? Like, it just felt like the police were being roundabout for no reason. You could literally just say, he lied, he wasn't at work. But they were like, that's his attempt at creating an alibi. It was really strange that the police kept taking these convoluted routes with this investigation. It felt like they refused to investigate or even entertain Jovert's claims and simply focused on what Leobert said. And just before Leobert was officially taken into custody, Jovelyn's mother, filled with a mix of anger and confusion, confronted him, and she screamed and demanded answers. She asked, how could you commit such a crime against your own cousin, your own flesh and blood? How can you live with yourself? Leobert turned around and he cried and said that he was coerced by the chief of the city's anti-crime organization, Richard Lygad. He begged his aunt to believe him. He cried out, you know me, you know me, you know that's not me, you know I could never do this, please. I didn't do it, auntie, you have to believe me. I didn't kill Jovelyn, I was forced to take the blame, please, you have to believe me. I didn't have anything to do with it at all. You've known me since I was a kid, you know what kind of person I am, please, I would never do something like that.
Wait, what?
This is some trippy stuff.
Ano natakot? Ay, hanapin yung ano niya, ligad. Yung
anti-crime.
Yan. Ito. Kuya, ulit.
Oo, yan.
Kasama yan siya?
Kasama yan. Umutak pa, no?
Relax lang. Kami, nag-ano rin kami.
Yung nalaman to. Basta pagdating doon, nandun na lang yun. Yung mga buto ko doon. Dinala na lang nila ako doon. Mga matrisat ko doon.
She was so taken aback by his words. She was torn between her desire to believe him because she doesn't want to believe that someone she trusted, her own flesh and blood as well, could do something like this to her child. But then there was so much circumstantial evidence against him, and you know, she did think back to all those great moments of Leobert and their family, and it was just so hard to accept that he could have done something like this. She tried to get some clarity. She spoke with him while he was in jail. And later, Jovelyn's two sisters, Jocelyn and Jonalyn, would even go on air with Rafi Tolfo to talk about what was going on with their cousin Leobert. Leo Burt had alleged that it wasn't just the chief, Richard, that was trying to get him to take the blame. Multiple officers were heavily involved. Allegedly, they instructed him to point at random locations, so they brought him to like a field. They were like, point in that direction. And then he would point in that direction, creating the illusion that he was the one that told them where the body was and where the belongings were.
So they were just like using random clips of him.
But they just took him to a predetermined spot and told him to point. So he did. And sure enough, her body and belongings were found. And he said that he was gutted and shocked, but also terrified because that just made him look like the guiltiest man alive. Allegedly, Leo Burt only complied with Richard and the police because they kept threatening his family. The sisters were able to record a conversation with Leo Burt, and he does in fact seem terrified for his life. He stated how Richard told him exactly how to respond to the questions he would ask, but he also alleged that Richard physically abused him when he didn't do what was asked of him. He sent the sisters pictures of scars and bruises all over his body.
Now, pakipaliwanag sa amin, doon nababanggit yung pangalan ni Ligad at meron pang pinakitang picture. Saan ang galing yung picture? Pwede pakipaliwanag sa amin? Bakit nabanggit yung pangalan ni Ligad doon, ma'am?
Yun nga po, ang sabi niya nga daw po, si Richard Ligad nga daw po yung nagdidikta sa kanya. Kaya po sineche agad namin kung anong mukha at pinakita namin sa kanya. At sabi niya, yan nga daw po yun. Simula unang gabing pagpasok niya sa kulungan, yun na daw nagdidikta sa kanya at nananakit sa kanya.
So, kasama ho ba sa inyong responsibility na kapag meron pong mga suspect na naaresto, kailangan kayo po ay present doon at kailangan kayo kasama sa mag-iimbestiga? In this case, inamin niyo po noong August 22, nandun po kayo, present kayo, nung ito pong si Leonard ay nasa kustodiya ng mga pulis at kayo mismo nagsabi na nandun si Major Manalo at nandun ka rin. Ano po yung important significance po ng inyong presence doon?
Po, kasama rin po sa ano ko yon dahil same time ako rin po yung director ng Anti-Crime Task Force po.
Were you called or you were there voluntarily?
Yung doon po sa pag-ano ng cellphone, bali, tinawagan po ko ni Sir Manalo na yun nga raw po, ituturo daw po ni Leo Burt kung saan yung cellphone.
Sir, noong pong August 22, yung the day na natagpuan po yung bangkay at ito po, si Leo Burt po ay nasa custody ng mga pulis. Yun po yung tinatanong ko, bakit po kayo nandoon? Sir?
Apa.
Oh,
bakit po kayo nandoon?
I thought they hit him with
Noong August 22?
through the window.
Kayo po ay civilian, hindi po kayo miyembro ng PNP, tama?
Sir Rapi, ako po yung Public Order and Safety Officer din po ng lungsod ng Puerto Princesa, sir.
So kayo ho ay may tie-up o meron ba kayo memorandum, City Hall and PNP na para makialam po sa investigation involving criminal activities? Meron ho bang memo between the City Hall and the PNP? O yung PNP ho ba, kayo po ay ni-request o kayo po ay dinetail ng City Hall sa PNP na pwede makialam, pwede mag-imbestiga, pwede magbigay ng information sa ginagawang crime investigation ng ating kapulisan? Sir?
Hello, sir? Yes?
Kayo po ay isang civilian employee. Hindi po kayo miyembro ng PNP, tama?
Sir Rapi, yung background lang po natin, hindi lang po ito yung first time na nag-obserba po tayo ng kaso dito sa atin sa lungsod ng Puerto Princesa, no? Nagta-tie up din po tayo sa PNP sa iba pang mga kaso.
Okay.
Dito lang po, gusto lang po natin tingnan kasi naging sensation po ito eh.
So kayo po ay kusang bumalik ng puerto from vacation kung saan kayo galing nung sabi mo kanina para tumulong po sa investigation. At yan po ay kasama sa inyong responsibility na ibinigay po sa inyo ng City Hall. Tama?
Apo, tama po. Parang critic lang po, no? At tinitingnan po kasi natin kasi mahirap po na alam niyo naman, naririnig natin, very sensational ito.
Opo,
mahirap
critic.
naman
Okay,
po
sige
na
po.
mabigyan tayo ng maling suspect. Ika nga.
Opo. Pero sir, meron ho ba kayong sapat na training na para tumulong sa pag-iimbestiga para
Into that matter.
Wow, this is so shady.
I don't think
Holy.
anyone was satisfied with that response. It felt like the entire case and the entire investigation, the police just kept taking the scenic, easy route. They didn't even care to investigate. They just wanted to say, oh, well, that's what we have. So even if it's not true, that's what we have. So we're going to stick with it. The lack of transparency, the inconsistencies throughout the investigation made it difficult to even have faith in the authorities. The family ended up reaching out to the National Bureau of Investigations, the NBI, to help assist with the police and getting justice. Honestly, they just wanted another DNA test. I think they just wanted to make sure the police weren't lying and that indeed was Jovelyn's body. I don't think any family could live on comfortably knowing that they were skeptical of something like this, and I think it would just drive people crazy. The NBI started their own investigation parallel to the police, and in the end, the NBI's results were the same as the police. They confirmed it was Jovelyn's remains. It said Jovelyn's family was feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. The NBI experts did what the police failed at doing, which was giving the family a reason on how that happened. They said the weather conditions played a big role. Additionally, they stated the presence of crocodiles in the area could have accelerated her soft tissue decomp. It seems like Jovelyn's family were satisfied with the response. Many people in the public were not. They brought up a few things that didn't track. For example, if there were crocodiles, how come there was no bloodstains in the grass? If you're saying the crocodiles came to consume her remains, there must be traces of either bodily fluids or even tissue left behind, because a lot of the times they'll take remains to a secondary location to consume. But the entire area seemed pretty clean. Another reporter, Tommy Abal, stated, "There is a recurring phenomenon where authorities attempt to conceal the truth by targeting vulnerable individuals and forcing them to shoulder the blame for crimes they didn't commit. They employ tactics of intimidation, issue death threats, instill fear by involving family members if they refuse to cooperate and confess." So a lot of people agreed with him. They stated, none of it makes sense. Even Jovelyn's remains belongings that were found, they looked very dry, like her wallet, her ID. If her body decomposed at that rate, her belongings just looked so fine. Just didn't make sense. It looked like they had been tossed in the grass that morning. There was another moment that stood out, and allegedly during an interaction between an officer and Leobert that was caught on tape. The officer asked Leobert, "Where's Jovelyn's necklace?" Leobert seemed genuinely confused, but not confused in the sense of like, "Oh shoot, I forgot to hide her necklace," but confused in like wait, there was a necklace? Almost as in like, nobody told me about the necklace. Like, I don't know about a necklace. People took it as maybe this guy has no idea what's going on. Maybe he's being fed information to repeat, but he has no insider information. Everything he is saying, maybe it's just what he's told to say, and when they go off script, he has no idea what's going on because he didn't commit the crime. You know how I said the family seemed to somewhat accept that those were Jovelyn's remains that were found?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that they were believing whatever the NBI or the police were saying. In fact, many of the family members were conflicted on how to handle Leobert's claims of innocence now. Some of the family members reached out to a local congressman to help pay for Leobert's bail. It's not clear how much the bail was, but the congressman agreed to pay for it, and he said that he has no opinion in the case, he just wanted to help someone. Meanwhile, Jovert took a polygraph on Rafi's show, and he passed with flying colors. Leobert did not. So it was kind of a show.
Yeah, wow. So that fuels the conspiracy even more.
Yes, of like, okay, now there's a conspiracy that only Leobert was involved. He was dragging his cousin into it for no reason. Then there's the conspiracy of neither of them were involved. Or there's the conspiracy of maybe Leobert tested and failed the polygraph because he has been so convinced and so, I guess, mentally abused by the police, he doesn't even know it's true anymore. Because that's what happens. There's false confessions where a lot of criminals start believing in, wait, did I actually do that?
Mm-hmm.
The police are saying that they have all the evidence. And they're playing out these scenes, and I can picture it in my head, and it almost feels like I did that then. On November 25th, 2022, the country woke up to news that the court had dismissed charges against Jovert and Leobert. The court stated that they could not establish a direct link between the individuals in question and the crime.
No way. They're freed.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine this was very confusing for Jovelyn's family. Like, there must be some members who believe in Leobert's innocence, but still want justice.
It's open again, right?
Yes, the case is open again, but it doesn't look like the police are making progress, or at least they're not letting us know if they're making progress. So it does seem like Jovelyn's family, they accept that Jovelyn is dead. They want everyone to accept that she's dead. But it does seem like they still want justice. They have come out with a statement and stated, we do appreciate that everyone still hopes that Jovelyn is alive, and we fully understand why it might be hard to accept, especially since we were only given skeletal remains and nothing more. But the experts provided good explanation and reasoning as to why her bones are left. We should respect this, as they are professionals and they are doing their job. Now, again, I think this part, a lot of people took it as, oh, like now the family is in it with the police, right? No, I think when there's an open investigation, as much as you hate the police for their incompetence, to a degree, the families of victims have to please the police to a certain level in hopes that they will investigate your loved one's death. You cannot piss off the only people that have the power to bring you justice right now. It's kind of with this Howard tragedy, you know, like all the victims' parents, they were still hopeful that the president could do something. So they still, regardless of their political beliefs, regardless of her job in handling the situation, they had to still be nice to her, and they still had to talk with her and beg her in a kind manner instead of demanding things from her, because she might be the only one that could help. That's kind of, I think, how this situation is. They stated, we're hoping that all of you can respect and accept the truth for our sake and our peace, and so you can join us in praying for Jovelyn. We know the results are hard to accept, but we believe the PNP and the NBI did their job well in conducting the investigation. They went on to thank the media for the coverage and helping in investigating. They ended the letter with, our last wish is that we all keep our minds open and embrace the possibility that Jovelyn is really gone. Let's all learn to accept this and be understanding about the whole ordeal. For now, we may not be able to understand everything about what happened and why it had to happen, but we just need to trust the process and have faith that God went through this with us from the beginning until the end. So it doesn't seem like the case itself is closed, but I have genuinely no idea what to even think. The deeper I go down this rabbit hole, the less I understand about this case. And I feel like I haven't researched a lot of those cases in a while, where I'm like, the more I know, the less I know. I genuinely have no stance on what happened because I'm so confused. And it's just a case that has frustrated a lot of netizens, and more than anything, I think the only thing that I can take away from this case, or one of the very few things, is I think this showcases just how little trust that people have in authorities these days. To no fault of our own, it's just become harder and harder to take the authorities' words for things. I think humans, we just want proof now. And I think maybe the police should kind of learn from that. And it's scary, it's disheartening, and I'm glad that the family was able to find some closure, that they need to move on from all of this, but that is all we have for today. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode.
Tyler Perry. Oh, I thought I thought you meant like this story is like some Tyler Perry. But crappy story. Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The couple are falling asleep to the ch noise of the train. It's almost hypnotic. This time
have you guys
they
ever been
had
like on a
prioritized their
train?
comfort over.
And I don't mean like I mean like one of these ones, like these the trains on these tracks right here. Have you guys ever been on one?
Bada bing, bada boo.
The couple are falling asleep to the ch noise of the train. It's almost
like an
hypnotic.
outdoor train.
This time they had prioritized their comfort over being financially responsible. They booked the sleeper seats. Money well spent. I mean, their beds are tiny. They each get one right next to each other, but they're still out in the open. It's a 3-level bunk bed system. They have a row of people above them and a row of people below them. And their bunks are just out. Anyone passing through the aisle can see anybody that's on any of these bunk beds just falling asleep.
Oh, I can't sleep
But at
like
least
that.
they can fully lay down and sleep the entire 11-hour ride back home. Gia, the wife, she shakes her husband awake. Husband Lee, L.I., slowly opens his eyes and he checks his phone. It's 1 a.m. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Lee nods and he starts pulling the blanket off of him, but his wife stops him. Shh, it's okay. I'll be right back.
Oh, heck no.
She points down at the elderly people that are underneath them in the bunks below. I mean, if both of them, her and her husband, climb down from the middle bunk.
I don't care, bro. I'm getting down. I'm in a random place with my wife. In a train full of people who I didn't bet, so I don't know. You think I'm just gonna let her just go? No! This is how people get took! Why are people dumb, bro? Oh my gosh!
there's a higher chance that the elderly couple are going to wake up. And look at them. They look like they're deep in sleep right now.
I would have got out. I would have got down. And she's like, shh, they might wake up. I would have got down. But I'm like, hey. I'm like, hey, we are going to the bathroom. And she would look at me crazy. I'm like, man, I don't care. Man, I don't care they wake up. What the heck? All right, I ain't doing all that now. But, man, I hate when people be really dumb. Like, the thing that pisses me off is, like, and this is the thing. Yo, the things that you be seeing in these movies, they didn't just come up with them out of nowhere. Things like this happen. Okay? People be getting took like this. So, pay attention. Have you ever seen Murder on the Orient Express? I think that's what it's called. Or read the book? Bro, on these trains, things be happening. So, you think I'm going to let my girl just... Oh, no. It's 1 a.m, by the way. Oh, no. I'm going to go real fast. Don't worry. Don't worry? Nah. I don't know who's on this train. Goodness gracious.
Now, there's no point in disturbing any of that.
goodness.
It's okay. I have my phone. I'm going to be right back.
Oh, my gosh. You have your
Lee,
phone.
the husband,
Oh,
hesitates.
you have your phone. Really? That's going to help.
But he just watches his wife climb down the bunk bed ladder and rushes off to the restroom. He glances out the window. It's pitch black outside. I mean, they must be crossing through a very rural area because there's no buildings. There's no light coming from outside the window at all. Just the noise of the train on the tracks. And then boom, the train shakes and Lee jumps awake. What was that? He must have fallen asleep and it must have been some sort of rock that hit the window or something. He rubs his eyes and he checks his phone. It's 1:30 a.m. He looks to his left and his wife is no longer in her bunk bed. It has been 30 minutes since she went off to use the restroom. She should be back by now. His mind starts racing because that's weird, right? He quickly puts on his shoes, climbs down the bunk bed
I'm telling you, right? Listen, they go say, oh, well, he's just overprotective. Yes. My kids, my wife, overprotective. I am not going to be in a place with people I don't know and just let her roam free. That is stupid. That is stupid. And these people that be letting their kids, like let's say they're in a supermarket and their kid is like, Mom, I want some cereal, and they said, okay, go get it. And I'm telling you right now, and I always feel bad for the kid because the kid didn't know no better. But like when you start seeing these Amber Alerts and stuff pop up, I have to like tell myself not to think I told you so. You know what I mean? Because obviously I don't know exactly who the kid is and if it was the kid that I saw that was away from their parents that got took. But I think that to myself, I'm just like, why are people like this, bro? Like how do you get to a point where you just believe you are invincible? Like I remember one of my friends, he told me this one thing. And I feel like this is how people think in the world. He told me, and I know he was like being like kind of joking with it. But he said, I'm immortal until I die. And I truly think that's how people think. They truly think they are immortal until they're not anymore. That is a terrible way to be thinking. That is a terrible way to think. Because with that mindset, nothing can happen to me. Or anybody I love or care about. It's so insane, bro. It truly is. Look at this train right here. You gonna let your wife walk down this hall, bro? Look at this. I don't know if you see it. Let me zoom in for you. Ain't no way. This is 1 a.m. and she's just walking down the hall. She's gonna use the bathroom. Oh, don't worry. I have my phone. You can track me. You could track me, man. It's crazy, man. It's truly crazy out here. Truly.
Walks to the restroom in their carriage, because each train has a carriage. Carriage 13. It's empty.
And it's number
She's not
13.
in there. his heart starts pacing faster, but it's fine. I mean, calm down. This makes sense. Sometimes if the restroom in the carriage that you're in is busy, you go to the carriage over. So he runs over to carriage 14 and he slams the bathroom door open. It's empty.
Oh.
She's not in there.
Oh, really?
He does this with carriage 15 and as many restrooms as he can before he feels this intense panic, this tightening in his chest. He runs all the way to the train conductor's cabin and he starts banging on the door. The conductor opens it up, 1:30 a.m. He looks confused, stressed. "Please, you have to help me, sir. My wife is missing." The train conductor looks at the husband for what feels like multiple seconds because I think he's just processing what he just said. And then slowly, his lips just turn into a smile. And he's smiling at husband Lee. "What do you mean your wife is missing?" "That's impossible, sir.
Yeah.
Nobody goes missing on a moving train."
Yeah, it's impossible, my guy. Oh, it's impossible, man. It's not like while we were making a turn and I had to lower the speed a little bit, somebody could have jumped out. Yo, I'm telling you, do you guys really think alone? Heck no. Do you guys really think, this is the thing, do you guys think movies are all made up? Like things like this don't happen? Like people jump off these planes. Like people do this. And they're like, "Oh, come on, it's just a movie. It's just a movie? Okay, stay like that. Stay like that. Stay like that. Stay like that."
They've supported, educated, and advocated for people impacted by limb loss or limb difference with the reassurance that they are not alone. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, a few quick disclaimers before we begin. Today's case has a few graphic descriptions of physical violence, injuries, and amputations. So with that being said, let's get started.
Oh my.
It doesn't matter if you want to stop. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. That is likely one of the very first things that all train conductors are taught. If you press the emergency brake right now, you will come to a complete full stop, probably from a mile from here. There is no immediate stopping a train. Imagine telling a swarm of 100 elephants to instantly stop running at full speed. It's not going to happen. And sometimes that means you watch disaster happen and know that there is absolutely nothing that you can do about it. That is the only thought going on in the train conductors' minds when they see a body on the middle of the tracks, wearing a thick winter coat, just laying there. Hurry, do something. They both know that there's nothing either of them can do. They pull the emergency brakes and stop a mile later. After 30 seconds, that's how long it takes to come to a complete stop. Hurry, somebody call the police, we gotta go. Everything is happening so fast but so slow at the same time.
A lot of it's exactly. A lot of it is based off real life.
And ran over the body in the winter coat was so quick and so subtle that they couldn't even visually see the body. It's likely they wouldn't even have noticed or felt it if they hadn't made eye contact. There was a train conductor who hit a cow once, a 1,000-pound plus cow, and they said it felt like when you're driving on the highway, a small bee hits your window, you kind of hear the sound, but you don't feel the whole car shake. It doesn't even dent your window. That's what it felt like. So of course, they didn't feel anything with the winter coat on the tracks. But now they're trying to head back as quickly as possible to check and see if everything is okay. Who is it? Why are they laying on the tracks in a giant puffy winter coat? What the hell is going on? They rush all the way back to this now blood-red soaked winter coat that looks completely mangled. And instead of a human, they see a deer. Dead. Someone had put a winter coat on a deer and laid it down on the tracks.
Oh my goodness. That was a setup.
This is the very strange life of a train conductor. You almost never know what to expect during your shift. It could be nothing, or it could be a nearly unsolvable mystery of why would somebody do that? But train conductor Zhao knows that this is not one of those instances. I mean, the only mystery is how not very intelligent this passenger is. What do you mean your wife is missing? She's missing, sir. She was with you on the train, and now she's not? That's what missing means. She's missing. You have to help me find her. Train conductor Zhang pauses and lets out a smile because this is probably going to be the least exhausting task of the day. The first logical place to search is the dining cart. It's right at the center of the train, and when you step in, the first thing you notice is the smell. And then the sound. All of the rattling
If
sounds
this
of the silverware and
totally
cups as the train
experience
moves
of
along.
those
It's just what you imagine the place to be.
Sure.
There's rows of tables and chairs along each side of the carriage. It's like a breakfast restaurant that sells pancakes, the ones that have those sticky syrup dispensers, but maybe a little bit nicer. The tables are covered with white linens, glass windows on both sides, and you can just see everything blurring past you. It's about 2 a.m., but there's somebody leaned up against the window, reading a newspaper, drinking a cup of hot coffee. He looks over his newspaper at Lee and the conductor and goes straight back to reading. This carriage is a relatively quick search. They check under each table, each deep red-colored booth, under them, under the ground, and as the conductor expected, no signs of Gia anywhere in the dining cart. She's probably in a restroom somewhere. Lee and the conductor, they start making their way over to the seating carriages. This train in particular has 18 carriages, 18 different compartments, if you will. 8 are for sitting and 8 are for sleeping. Those are excluding the dining carriage, storage carriages, the train conductor carriage. These are just the passenger areas. It's a big train. In total, the train can carry up to 1,500 people. They have a lot of square footage to cover during
bro,
this search.
I could not
They
sleep.
start
I could not sleep there, bro. Like I've been on a plane many times. I'm telling you this right now. I haven't slept on a plane since I was like maybe 5. I have not slept on a plane since then. Because when I was 5, I took like the first flight I've ever taken. And then after that, they were like when I was a bit older. I have never slept on a plane after that. It could be a flight for 5 to 6 hours. I'm staying awake the whole time. Why though? I don't trust people like that. I can't sleep around people just normally. Just let me sleep here. Oh, the train, the plane is coming. Let me sleep here. No. So 11-hour, because this is an 11-hour train ride. Oh, guess what I'm doing? I am awake. Goodness, I got my PC. I got my little laptop with me, right? Play some games, whatever, bring some, some movies, whatever. I could watch a cool 50 seasons of anime. I'm cool. I'm up. 11 hours. She wants to sleep, sure, sleep.
with the hard seat carriages. Chinese seating carriages are typically split up into 3 different levels. The first is not even a seating carriage. You get to stand for less than $1 for an 11-hour train ride.
Stand for 11 hours?
You
Oh, I
have
don't
the
know
joy
if I
of
can do
standing
that.
the entire trip.
I don't know if I can do that.
Maybe sit on your luggage. You
I don't
can
know if I can
maybe
do that.
sit on the
Nah.
floor. Or
Sitting
if you're
definitely,
lucky,
but
you could
I ain't
maybe
standing for 11
sit on
hours.
somebody's seat when they go use the restroom for about 2 seconds. But otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
like
on your
you
2
can
feet
see too.
the entire way. The carriage with people
Yeah, I could
standing
watch
are
that
going to
a
be a
couple
hard
times.
search because they're packed with people. It's not much different from trying to swim through a sardine can. You can't see anything but the person in front of you. Excuse us. Excuse me. Gia, are you in here? Say something, Gia. She's not. They get to the hard seat carriages. You might as well be sitting on an uncomfortable park bench or a plank of wood at 90 degrees. Sometimes the people with the hard seat tickets will get up to use the restroom, and when they get back, they see a stander sitting in their spot. Oh, sorry, I have a standing ticket, but I did. Here, let me get up. It's okay. You can sit. You can sit. The hard seats are so uncomfortable, they start thinking, maybe I should have gotten a standing ticket. How is standing more comfortable than sitting? They go row by row of the hard seat carriages. Most people are knocked out dead asleep, head leaning up against the stranger next to them. And they don't care. It's 2 a.m. They don't care about social etiquette. They just need to find a nice surface to lay their head down. The conductor is shining his bright flashlight at each of the faces. They're all squinting, using their arm to block the light. Hey, what are you... Sorry, my wife is missing. I'm looking for my wife. Gia?
And you know what the crazy thing is too, Bri? Since they stopped the train, somebody could jump off the train with the wife now.
Then the
There's
two head
18.
over to the soft seat carriages. There are a bit less people in there. The seats are the ones that you would expect, cushiony, almost like an airplane seat. And as they're going through the aisles of the soft seating carriages, and the longer they can't find Gia, the more the train conductor and husband Lee feel confused. I mean, Gia's disappearance just doesn't even make sense. It's like a weird magic trick. You know how those magicians will make someone disappear on stage? There's no way it makes sense. People don't just disappear, but they're doing it on stage, so it really feels that way, doesn't it? If you just sit in the crowd, you turn your brain off, you have a really good time. The magician can do something that nobody else in the crowd can do. They can do magic. Poof, person here, person gone. But if you start thinking, if you really start thinking, where did they disappear to? You start getting some real answers, and it's never magic. Where the magician will put someone in a box, you can see that they barely fit in there. Box closes up. Magician starts stabbing swords into the box, and it makes you nervous that the person inside is getting stabbed. But then they take out the knives one by one, open the box back up, and the person is fine, unharmed. Usually, it's a false bottom. There's a hidden trapdoor, a compartment underneath them that they hide in. Or maybe a trapdoor.
What? I did not know this. I feel like this is like the only trick I didn't know how they did. But this makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. They already have somebody in there for the legs. So now you just get in, put your legs up, and they split it in half, pulling it apart.
Behind them. Because even now, the conductor knows nobody just disappears on a moving train. There is no such thing as magic. People don't just vanish without a trace. And as they're going carriage by carriage, the conductor is flashing the light into each row, each face to verify that none of them are the missing wife, Gia. Lee, the husband, is glued to his phone. You know what? The whole thing is a little suspicious. Why didn't Lee go to the restroom with his wife? It's 1 a.m. on a train. Wouldn't you want to make sure that your wife gets to the restroom safely? And even if he didn't escort his wife to the restroom, how could he just fall back asleep? He couldn't wait 5 minutes for his wife to get back before going back to snoring? He fell asleep and only woke up a full 30 minutes later when the train jerked to the side? Interesting. Because the train conductor knows people do not go missing from moving trains, it means that it's more likely a situation where somebody harmed the wife. And statistically speaking, it's always the husband, is it not? Okay, to be fair, it's not always the husband, but there's a good chance that it is. And would this not be the perfect place to commit the perfect crime? Wait till the train is passing a very difficult to search area, perhaps on the edge of a mountainside cliff. When the perfect opportunity comes, you kill your wife, throw her out the door, say she's missing, you've already gotten rid of her body, and any one of the 1,000 people on the train could be a suspect by the time that anyone realizes that your wife is truly missing and this is an emergency situation. By that point, the train would be very far from her body. It would be such a puzzling mystery, and you would be the sad, confused husband who never gets closure. It's almost too perfect. Or if that's too risky, maybe he hid his wife's body. Perhaps the hiding locations on the train that come to mind first are the most dangerous ones. Underneath the train, or on top of the train, or maybe the storage carriage hiding amongst the cargo. But it would be nearly physically impossible for Lee to hide his wife's body in one of those areas. And now that the train conductor is looking at it, husband Lee does seem genuinely frantic to find his wife. He's been on his phone nonstop, calling her nonstop, trying to see if her phone would ring in any of the carriages. Gia, the wife, can hear her husband calling her phone nonstop. It's ringing again and again, and there's probably not even 2 seconds it hadn't been ringing in the past God knows how long. She knows it's her husband because she had set his ringtone to a custom one, and now it's just painful to listen to. Gia's laying there, not moving towards her phone. She knows it would mean a lot to her husband if she could just pick up the phone and tell him where she is, what happened, or maybe even why. Maybe he could get some semblance of closure in that way.
And also subscribe.
But she's not going to pick up the phone.
If you
not yet,
the piece.
anyway. So he's just going to have to wait, doesn't he? She can't come to the phone right now. The train conductor is looking at Lee, making nonstop phone calls to his wife, which maybe she can't come to the phone right now, and maybe she can't be found on this train because she was never on the train to begin with. Are we even sure that husband Lee got on the train with his wife? Her purse is conveniently missing because she took it with her, but maybe she never got on the train. That seems like a logical explanation to all of this than vanishing on a moving train. I mean, think about it. There's over 1,000 people on this train right now. What are the odds that at least one of them has lost their minds?
Over
Maybe
1,000
husband Lee
people.
just
I'm gonna let my wife go
genuinely
to the
believes
bathroom by
that she
herself?
was on this train with him, that she
Heck to
boarded
the
with
no.
him, but he's traveling alone. There was a movie called Flight Plan that came out a few years before this incident. Have you heard of the movie?
Jodie Foster.
No.
It goes like this. A woman named Kyle, who happens to be an airline engineer, she boards a flight from Berlin to the US with her little daughter, Julia. It is a very rough trip for the both of them. They flew to Berlin to claim Kyle's dead husband's body. Yeah, the husband died. He's mysteriously dead. And now they're bringing his body in the plane cargo all the way back home to the United States.
How old is the baby?
The girl in the movie is maybe 7 years old.
Oh, okay.
Now, Kyle obviously is not in her right state of mind. She just lost her husband, the father of her child, Julia. So when the plane takes off, she decides to take some anti-anxiety medication. She ends up knocking out. When she wakes up, her daughter, Julia, is gone. Kyle starts freaking out. She alerts the flight crew, very much like how Lee alerts the train conductor, and they drop everything. Well, everything but flying the plane, of course. They drop everything to help her find her missing daughter. But slowly, Kyle can feel the flight crew. They're getting distracted. They're not trying to help her. They're not making eye contact with her. What the hell is wrong with you people? My child is missing. We have to find her. Ma'am, you boarded alone. Julia, your daughter, is not on the plane's manifest. She is not a passenger on the plane. No, that can't be true because your records are incorrect. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. They aren't. We spoke with the authorities in Berlin. Your child, Julia, died in Berlin with your husband.
Oh, dang.
You must be in a state of shock and grief that your brain is not processing the information. You might be hallucinating. Kyle almost believes them until she sees a tiny heart that her daughter drew on the plane's window when it got fogged up. And now she's on a mission on this plane in the air to prove that her daughter has been
Gaslit?
kidnapped on a
Why
plane,
do people keep
on a
doing that, bro?
moving plane. In the end, at the end of the movie, Kyle is able to prove that her daughter was very much real and did board the plane.
What? Then why did they lie to her? Why did everyone lie to her?
It was a ransom. Shady people doing shady things, trying to frame her for ransom. But her daughter is very much real and very much on the plane. So the theory that husband Lee had just lost his mind and believed he boarded the train with his wife but didn't, it's quite easy to prove because he is able to show the train conductor his wife had a ticket and was seen boarding the train by the neighboring bunkmates. They all saw her before she went to the restroom, before they all fell asleep. So yes, she was on this train. And right before she went missing, they had been on the bunk asleep, and nobody has seen her since then. The train conductor and Lee start combing through the sleeping carriages once more. This is technically where Gia, the wife, was last seen, so they want to be extra thorough. This is her bunk, right? Yes. Huh, I see. On this very specific train, the K2011 Express, the bunk bed carriages, the sleeper carriages if you will, have 6 beds per section. In each section, there are 3 rows of 2 small tiny beds facing each other. The top, the highest 2 beds, they have the least amount of space. If you try to sit up, you're not going to be able to without crouching your neck or slamming your head on the top of the train. It is the brightest, which is one of the biggest setbacks. Even when the train turns down the lights at night, you're going to get the most light pollution since you're at the top. However, it's great because it's secluded. Passengers say if you bring a book or you bring your phone with full battery, because there's not a lot of outlets up there, that's the best bunk. Nobody's gonna bother you and you're out of the line of sight by people who walk down the aisle. Nobody's that tall. Then you have the middle bunk. It probably comes shoulder height to people who are walking past in the open aisles.
Oh,
so
dang.
if you're wearing a dress,
okay, I didn't
you
even see.
do
So up here is the top bunk. Dang. They be climbing?
best to cover it with a blanket. It's great if you're a scenery person. It's the only bunk with good views out the window. You can't really sit up still, but you can lay there and stare out the window if that's what you're into. It's a little less private than the very top bunk since everybody walking past is, again, eye level with your body, just about. But it's easier to get in and out of than the top bunk. Then you have the very bottom bunk. It's actually the most spacious of the 3 levels, and it even has like a small, nice table on the side that you can use. You can also fully sit up straight, so the choice to sit or lay down is fully yours. It's also relatively dark since it's covered by the top 2 bunks, which Why wouldn't everybody choose the bottom bunk then? More space, the choice to sit or lay down, it's dimly lit, you have table space. The main drawback is a lot of strangers on these trains will just sit on random people's bottom bunks to sit and chat with each other. They could even, if they wanted to, snatch your belongings. Or perhaps even you. Husband Lee and Gia are not at the bottom bunk. They're in the middle. But maybe somebody saw Gia laying in the bunk and started having very bad thoughts. Maybe they thought that they could do something to her. Maybe she was kidnapped by a stranger on the train for very sinister reasons. But if that's the case, where are they hiding her? Gia is laying there. The floor is cold, but she knows she can't move. She's tried. Even if she wants to, it's not working. It feels like she's tied down to a bed of steel nails. If she had known this was going to happen, would she have still taken the same route back to her bunk bed from the restroom? Would she have even gone to the next carriage's restroom? Or would she have just waited in line to use the one closest to her? The one closest to her husband? I mean, if she did, would things be different? Probably. She probably wouldn't be in this situation right now. Everything would probably be different. And right now, nothing is going according to plan. But there's no time to think about that. She feels the blood dripping down the lower part of her body, and she starts screaming as loud as she can. Please, somebody help me. Someone help me, please. Honey. Husband Lee is slamming his fist on the bathroom door. He never had a chance to check this restroom for his wife. And now that he thinks about it, was this restroom locked since Gia first went missing? Everyone in carriage 11 is knocked out asleep, but Lee could not care less. He's banging on the door, screaming, Gia, are you in there? Gia, open up, please. It's me. Gia, open the door. Are you in there? Lee has all sorts of probabilities running through his mind. Gia's not great with motion. Maybe she got motion sick and fainted in the restroom, and now nobody can help her unless they get this damn door open. He starts jiggling the handle of the door, trying to use brute force to get it to open, and it's not opening, and the train attendant walks over and starts unlocking the door for Lee. Maybe he could see the desperation in Lee's face. Is anybody in there? Please speak now. We're going to unlock the door. We will be opening the door now. Please knock if you're not ready. Before the attendant can unlock the door from the outside with a key, they hear click. Someone is inside the restroom. They're unlocking the door. The door creaks open just a crack, and a middle-aged man, squeezes past the door and closes it behind him. As he walks away, he does not break eye contact with Lee. He just smirks as he zips up his pants. What the hell did he do something to his wife? Lee, his heart is beating out of his chest. He turns back to the bathroom door, slams it all the way open, and inside, on carriage 11, is a very normal bathroom.
I was about to say, what the freak, she in there? He just smiled at me like that? Oh, okay. I'm what? Well, go right after him. Violence isn't the answer. But what the freak? This man just smiled at me like that?
Gia is not there. 1,000 random strangers on the train. It's a numbers game. How many of them have bad intentions? Once the train is in motion, the passengers are isolated from the outside world. If there is a killer, if there is someone trying to do something nasty on board the train, you're stuck. You're trapped with them. Mm-hmm. And the scariest part is you don't even know who that would be.
Exactly.
Adding to the confusing mystery is to harm Gia, to get rid of her body from the moving train, or to hide her body so thoroughly that the train conductor cannot find her. It would require some preparations, some planning. This does not seem like it would be a very easy random crime to commit. She's not exactly a prime target either. She's a 44-year-old mother who is traveling with her husband, works as a manager for a toothpaste company. It's not like they're very wealthy and have a lot of money for ransom or a lot of things to be stolen from. She's beautiful, don't get me wrong. She does very well in her field, but she's not in a position where she's creating enemies. They live very normal, average lives. So if Gia is nowhere on the train, her husband didn't do this to her, likely a stranger didn't do this to her, maybe Gia did this to herself. Hypothetically speaking, if one wants to disappear and vanish without a trace so that nobody comes looking for them, a moving train would be a really good choice. If Gia were to vanish at work one day, everybody would be out in her hometown in the city searching for her. Neighboring cities would be on the lookout. Her case might even go viral on social media. But if she vanishes on a train, it would be such an unsolvable case that people would not be actively searching for her face in a sea of people out and about in everyday city life. They might look for her in the mountainside where she was last seen. And the steps to faking one's disappearance are very straightforward. They're pretty easy. It's uncomplicated. First step, don't get caught. Second step, don't forget the first step. It's not like it hasn't been done before. One of the most famous disappearances takes place on a train, and that is of Louis Le Prince, a French inventor. He actually created the very first motion picture photography, aka this man invented movies. He boarded a train from Dijon, France to Paris, France. And while on that train, he disappears without a trace. His vanishing, it feels very similar to Gia's. It feels like a magic trick. Even all of his luggage is gone, but there is proof that he did indeed board the train. So where the hell did he go? When the train gets to Paris, there are extensive searches to locate Louis Le Prince, and they come up with nothing. They never found him, nor his belongings. It's like a magic trick. He vanished off the face of the earth on a moving train. So people start theorizing what they believe happened to Louis Le Prince. One of the theories being, if this man is so smart, he can create the first motion picture, would he not be smart enough to fake his own disappearance? Maybe he waited for the train to slow down or took advantage of an unscheduled stop and slid away to start a new life. Maybe the pressure of constantly creating new inventions and living up to his previous accomplishments was getting to him. Perhaps he realized that this is not the life that he wanted for himself and he can't face his family to tell them all of that. So he faked his own disappearance. That is one of the theories. However, the most popular theory is that Louis Le Prince did not fake his own death. The most popular theory was that someone wanted Louis Le Prince's inventions and wanted to claim his patents as their own, so they killed him. They murdered him on the train and got rid of his body. Lee, the husband, starts losing his mind on the train. He's been running through the aisles of the carriages, screaming his wife's name. No care in the world if he's disturbing everybody. He just needs to find his wife. He feels like this is some sort of sick joke. How can she just vanish? He's analyzing every single person's face. Does that person look guilty? Is that my wife? Does that person look like they've just stuffed someone into their luggage? His brain is so busy hunting down his wife, it feels like the rest of his body is going into autopilot mode. He's running down the aisles. Left hand, press call. Phone up to ear. Ring, ring, ring. You've reached the voicemail. Left hand, press call. Phone up to ear. Ring, ring, ring. You've reached the voicemail of. Left hand, press call. Phone up to ear. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Lee freezes. He looks down at his phone. It's the correct number. It's his wife's number. And a man has just picked up the phone. Hello? Where? Sir, your wife is at the hospital. Please come meet her. How the hell did his wife get off this train and to a hospital? Husband Lee is sitting on the floor, crouched down with his back leaned up against the hospital door. He's squatting. He's clenching his teeth, trying to hold in his own sobs. The types of screams he can hear from inside the hospital room are not normal. They're primal, like someone is being viciously attacked and shredded by a cheese grater. He had never heard someone scream like that ever in his life, and they were all coming from his wife Gia. He can hear her through the door. Ow, please, my left leg, it hurts so much. I need more painkillers. I'm in agony. Please, just make the pain go away. Somebody needs to help me, please. The pain Gia has been going through has been so overwhelming, all-consuming, that Gia has not been able to sleep, eat. She can't even distract herself. All day, all night, all she does is scream until she exhausts herself and her throat is on fire. The screams from inside the room keep getting louder. Husband Lee knows he needs to go in there.
I didn't call you Jay.
So he quickly takes a deep breath, wipes his tears on the back of his hand, clears his nose, straightens out his back, puts on a smile, opens the door, and walks in. Every day, multiple times a day, this is what he does. He walks in there, sits on the edge of the hospital bed, and he puts his hand near his wife. He doesn't touch her, but he gets close. Shh, honey, it's okay, it's okay. I know you feel a lot of pain in your left leg, but you have to remember what the doctor said. It's in your head, honey. Tell yourself the pain is not real, because you don't have a left leg anymore. She looks down, and her left leg, her left arm, and her right foot are all gone. Severed. Gia has lost 3 limbs, but she can still feel all of them. It's called phantom limb pain. It's when an individual perceives feeling, and a lot of the times painful feelings in a limb that are no longer there. The limb doesn't exist anymore, but the brain thinks it's still there. The nervous system sends out receptors and gets confused because they're not being relayed properly, which eventually translates into the sufferer feeling pain. In essence, the nerves in your spinal cord that lead to the brain still exist from that limb that's been severed. Your brain senses something is wrong because those nerves stop sending signals, and that triggers a pain response, which is usually the body's default response when they feel like something is wrong. They force you to feel pain to alert you, hey, something's not right here. The brain is a very powerful organ. Think of it like this. You have a best friend that you have spoken to every single day of your entire life, every second of every day. You've spent every single waking moment with them, and then one day they suddenly ghost you. But your brain cannot comprehend or remember a time where you've been without them and you're confused. How can they just be gone? Nothing makes sense. You have no closure. You're bound to feel some sort of pain and confusion for a very long time. This is so much worse. One netizen said, I had an amputation right below the knee. I experienced phantom pain. It starts like someone has a lighter under the sole of my foot that is no longer there. It heats up. I can feel my foot on fire, but the foot is no longer there.
Oh, so you know what that is?
And then bam, like someone slams a giant spike through my non-existent foot, just stabbing it, piercing it all the way through, and that pain slowly shoots up my leg all the way up to the rest of my body. Another netizen said, early on, my phantom pain felt like my foot was being crushed by a metal bar across the top of my foot and being electrocuted all at the same time. But the foot didn't exist anymore. Another netizen writes, I feel like my foot is being crushed, constantly electrocuted, stabbed with a dull knife, and any other pain that you can imagine. There's also the weird sensations that aren't necessarily painful, but it drives you crazy. Itching. You want to itch your foot so bad, but when you go down to itch and relieve some of that, it's not there, but it keeps itching. Another one that drives you crazy is I feel like I'm dipping my foot into a cold lake. It's so cold, I'm getting frostbite on my toes, but my foot is not there. As for Gia, she said, the first attack of phantom limb pain made me scream so loud until I couldn't scream anymore.
Oh my gosh, that's her.
Lee did not want to ask his wife too much about what happened, so he tried to get bits and pieces from the investigators, the ones that first found Gia and came to the scene. When they got out there, they didn't honestly know what they were looking at. They told Lee, we thought, is this a woman? A man? It has to be a person though, right? We had no clue. The investigator said it was difficult to even tell if it was a person, actually. It was just a pile of blood and limbs, like a bloody blob. But it had to be. Logically, it made sense, but their brains would not let them comprehend it, or rather comprehend who they're looking at. They look down at the ground, there's blood and body parts scattered like a human puzzle. The person they're staring at basically only has half their body left. And they're thinking, what the hell happened to this poor woman? Who did this to her? There's something called melanoheliophobia. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but it is the fear of black holes, like the ones in space. The fear of objects with such extreme mass and gravity that it consumes even light itself. Just visually speaking, people say that looking into a black hole, even just the photos, right, because that's all we have, is terrifying. To know that once you get sucked into the black hole, you become spaghetti. Spaghettification, that's what they say. You fall into a black hole, it compresses your body down from the top to the toe and then stretches you at the same time, and it turns you into literal human spaghetti. That's probably why a lot of people have a intense fear, intense emotions when they stare into a black hole. And the investigators for the train company are huddled together in a circle, bent over, staring straight into the black hole. Impossible. I mean, how can such a... I can't even believe it. In the middle of carriage 14, there is a black hole. Well, okay, not really. You know those trash cans where you press down and the sides will push down, letting you throw the garbage in with your hand? Unless someone steps on this particular spot of the carriage, the floor, the hole does not open up. It's almost like a false bottom, a magic trick. And they've taken off the compartment doors, and there is a hole, a gaping hole on the floor of carriage 14. On Gia's way back from the restroom that night, she made sure to keep both feet planted on the ground. Just normal train etiquette, common sense, just in case the train makes a sharp turn that she's not going to end up in somebody else's bunk. But as she's walking back through carriage 14, ready to walk back into carriage 13 where her husband is, the floor underneath her just disappears. A tile of the floor swings open briefly, opening up, and in the blink of an eye, sucks her down into a black hole. She drops down onto the railroad tracks, and she is swallowed by the bottom of the train. Instantly for Gia, everything goes black, and then the pain hits. She can almost feel each wheel going through her body. These are pulled from her court statements. They're just running over her. She said the pain is so intense that she cannot stop screaming, but nobody can hear a thing. She can't even hear her own screams. The train's roaring and the friction sound of the wheels in the railroad track are so loud, it's deafening. Then she loses consciousness. Gia would be run over by 20 train carriages going at 40 miles per hour. By the time that the train she was on had sped off, she looked like she had been chewed up and then spit out.
Oh my gosh. She fell out of the train, and the train ran her over. Oh my gosh!
When she woke back up, she was somehow somewhat alive. She said that she just laid there, staring up at the night sky. There wasn't a single star up in there. Everything was pitch black, and Gia was left for dead. If someone on the train had seen her walking down the aisle 1 second, gone the next, they might have thought it's like one of those magic tricks with a trap door, a false bottom. And people say, when things are in motion, they stay in motion. To give you some context, when things in motion are moving, they have more force than things that are still. If you calmly walk up to a ball, a basketball, and it's stationary, sitting on a table, and you bump your head against it, it's likely going to be unpleasant. It's not going to kill you. You probably won't even have a bump on your head. Now, if that same ball is thrown off the penthouse unit of a 98th floor apartment and it hits you on the head, you might be hospitalized. Things in motion have a lot of force. The train that Lee and Gia were on weighs 2,000 tons, about the weight of 200 giant elephants. But now it's going 45 miles per hour and ramming straight into Gia. The impact of the injury something like that would cause, it's more comparable to 3,100 elephants running over her. I don't even think our brains can really comprehend what kind of injuries that would cause. Gia is laying there for a moment. It's almost peaceful. I mean, not painless, but it's kind of peaceful until the realization hits her. If she does not move soon, another train is going to come down and completely rip the rest of her body apart, leaving her truly like a puzzle, waiting to be put back together by coroners, and that's if they even find her. Who knows? Maybe the animals will get to her first. She's on the tracks, and the objective, at least in theory, is quite simple. Move her body off the tracks, to the side. She's not even thinking about getting to help or getting to the nearest town. Just get off the tracks. That's all she's thinking about. She said, if I do not leave the tracks as soon as possible, I will be shattered. But when she goes to move, there's this really strange sensation. She tries to move her left arm, but it's like her arm does not belong to her. It does not listen, it does not move, it does not budge. It's weird. She's straining so hard to move that arm, she can feel the veins in her head bulging, throbbing, but nothing. Nothing is moving. All she can do is sit on the cold railroad tracks that are digging into her back and smell that awful metallic scent. At first, she thought that metallic scent was likely the rusted railroad tracks, but she realizes soon enough it's the scent of her blood. She uses all of her strength to lift her head up by her neck, and she looks down at the state of her body. Her left arm is almost completely detached. Her left thigh is gone. Her right hand, the only hand she has left, is full of sticky liquid. Blood. The thought to just let it be is the first thing on her mind. What's done is done. Look at her. She can't even put herself back together. There's no way she's gonna survive. That's what she's thinking. But then she keeps seeing images pass by of her husband, of her son, and the decision feels very logical. She said, my son cannot live without a mother. My husband cannot live without a wife. My aging mother and my only sister, they'd be so sad. So I cannot die. Gia laid there, repeating in her mind over and over again, son, mommy's gonna come home to you. Mommy's gonna come home to you. Mommy's gonna get off the railroad tracks. She uses her only good working hand, her right hand, the one that's almost been obliterated. She uses it to grip on one side of the railroad tracks, and she's trying to use it to pull her body over to the side. Maybe she can roll her body. She grabs it, ignoring the excruciating pain going up her hand, and with every ounce of everything left in her body, strength, adrenaline, love for her son, she pulls as hard as she can and moves to the side less than an inch. And then she knocks out again. The amount of pain in her body combined with the amount of blood she's losing every second, she has no energy. She's very weak. When she wakes up, she tries to move her body again and falls again. All she can hear is the song playing in her head over and over, "Love You 10,000 Years." That's her song with her husband. And it's not like she's having her life flash before her eyes. I mean, she is. But the song is actually playing while she's struggling to move. It's the custom ringtone that she set for her husband. "I love you 10,000 years. But she can't reach her phone. It's too far. So she uses this song to try and motivate her to move upwards. Maybe if she can grab the purse that's just inches away, maybe if she can just get off this railroad track, she can tell her husband what happened and he can come save her. So that's what she does for the next half hour or so, or at least that's what she said it felt like. She lays there until she finally has enough energy to try and move again. This time she musters up truly everything in her system, and she knows either one more try or she dies. There's no other option. She starts inching closer and closer, 1 centimeter at a time, every few minutes breathing, exhausted from the pain. And after what feels like an eternity, she manages to make it to the other side of the tracks. She hauls her body over, one last push, and she lands right next to the tracks. Her face is resting on the edge. Her whole body feels sticky with oil, like if somebody were to grab her and try to help her up, their hands would just slip off, like somebody oiled down her whole body. But it's a combination of her sweat and blood. She opens her mouth to let out a big breath of air, and she feels the pain deep in her teeth because she realizes that she had essentially burned her lips off from grinding her face against the railroad tracks. She's about to fall asleep again, but she realizes her face, that feels numb at this point, is resting on the railroad tracks. The thought is very clear in her mind. Her head is going to be cut in half. She will die now, but she feels no motivation to move it, at least not yet. Her body's starting to give up. She no longer has adrenaline. She knows what's going to happen to her, but she almost feels like, why not just let it because of how tired she is? She's never felt pure exhaustion until now. After laying there, she decides she has to try, and she musters up every last bit of strength and moves her face off the track, just inches away, but at least this time, her face won't be sliced in half. By now, she's in a trance until she feels a vibration. Her whole body starts vibrating and there's a loud roaring sound. She opens up an eye and sees the train heading straight towards her. She said in that moment, "Perhaps my determination touched the heavens. I heard the train. I was bursting with joy. This was the only hope for salvation, and I must not give up. I quickly thought how to let the train driver know that I was there, that I was a living, injured person. I knew what I had to do. So I waited nervously, waiting for the light. And the light comes, shines over her whole body, and she said, I put all my strength I had into lifting my head up as high as I could so that the train engineer, the driver of the train, could see me. And I waited until the lights passed all the way through my body, and then I lost consciousness again." She does get the attention of the train crew. They pull the emergency brake, stop a mile away, run. They run to her side and call the police to come save her. The police initially did not know how to even help her. They didn't even have a stretcher to bring her to the car. So they did what they could. They ripped a door off from their police station, literally ripped it from the hinges, ran back to Gia and used that as a stretcher. They gently placed her on, placed all of her severed limbs onto the door frame and started running as fast as they could to their cars and eventually drove her to the hospital. They didn't know if she was going to make it. Looking at her on the door frame, barely conscious, the odds are not in her favor. NASA did a study forcing test subjects to lie in a bed for 3 months at a time. Well, not forcing, but have them lay in a bed for 3 months so that they could learn about bone and muscle atrophy in space. And by the end of the 90 days, most healthy participants could not walk. They had to be slowly lifted vertically, and even sitting up, the blood pressure cuffs hanging off their arms, they had to lay back down. Even just sitting at 90 degrees was too much. They started sweating. It felt like they were going to faint, even though they're just sitting, they're not even walking. But that's just after 90 days. Gia had to lay in that hospital bed for 190 days. And she was fighting, actively dying. She was not even a healthy participant in a NASA study. The entire time, her body is failing. Gia said, "My right arm is in a thick cast because it required surgery. I was like a mummy, laying straight on the hospital bed, half of my body gone. I couldn't move. I slept in one sleeping position all night, all day." She continued.
What?
"I think normal people can't do that even for one night, laying in the same position nonstop, unable to even move an inch. I was lying in that position, the same position, for more than 2 months. I couldn't move at all." She had a bed sore mattress at the hospital, which is like an air mattress where air pumps into one section of the bed at a time. So it feels like you're constantly in the ocean. Your whole body is slightly going through wave-like stimulations. It helps relieve pressure on just the same part of your body, which prevents bed sores. But every wave, every air compression made Gia scream in agony. She said it felt like after being run over 20 carriages of an industrial train. It was painful, but it was nothing compared to this, the recovery. Even her right hand, her only hand that she had left, it was skinned raw. They had major injuries. She couldn't touch a single thing. Every time the nurses came in to take care of Gia and replace her bandages, she said she was in so much pain. Even the breathing on her skin would make her scream. This raw, hoarse, guttural scream would escape her body, and the nurses would be terrified of Gia. They didn't even want to make eye contact with her. Gia said that's how everybody was. Everybody was terrified of her. Nobody wanted to make eye contact with her. And the list of injuries, I think if we were to go in depth, we would spend 40 minutes here. In summary, her left arm was completely gone. Her left leg by the hip bone had been completely gone. Her right arm, her only remaining arm, almost had to be amputated. They had to save it because her shoulder was shattered in so many places. Her right leg was amputated below the knee. She had injuries to her head. In one part of her head, her scalp was essentially peeled off and her skull was exposed. She lost an alarming amount of blood. She lost almost half of the blood in her body. Her heart was beating 29 beats per minute, which is nothing. She was barely alive. There were contusions on her left kidney, major head injuries, abrasions all over her body. Those are just some of the major injuries. There were thousands of minor injuries all listed, making her medical chart one of the longer ones that the doctors had ever seen at the local hospital.
The thing that hits me about this, or this crazy thing about this, is like, you know how in Japan they have there's a high amount of people who take themselves out with the train, like they jump in front of the train. Imagine how many of them survived it, bro. Like, oh my goodness, this lady survived that. Her arm is gone, her leg is gone, her foot is gone. Her hand is dang near messed up. Her skull was exposed. Oh my goodness.
Every day, the doctors had to go in there and cut dead flesh off of her. Flesh that had turned completely black, and some parts were even starting to have maggots crawling about. Every day, they would cut it off with a pair of scissors. Gia felt like she had already lost so much of herself. And there they are, taking more bits and pieces of her every single day. Which, speaking of, at one point, she needed a skin graft, but the only healthy, or somewhat healthy skin she had left on her entire body was her right thigh. So they took the skin off of that. Obviously, they did this for Gia. It was what her body needed. But just the psychological meaning was not lost. Gia was ripped apart again. Gia said that she would look in the mirror and feel so detached from the person staring back at her. Her whole body was swollen. There were cuts and bandages all over. Only her eyes were peeking out from the blood-stained white bandages wrapped around her face like a mummy. She said that she couldn't bear to even look at herself. She said, and I quote, "When I looked in the mirror, I saw a monster." And even if that's how Gia felt in that moment, she obviously is not a monster. She's a survivor. The real monsters that people believe are the train company, the one that operated the train that she was on when this whole incident took place. Truly, at first, nobody even believed that Gia had fallen through a hole on the train floor. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Maybe she fell off the train door. In the connecting part of the carriages, maybe the door was open a little bit and she fell through, or maybe she leaned up against the door because she lost her balance, it swung open and she fell out. When the investigators first arrived at the train tracks, the police, Gia had already lost a ton of blood and was on the verge of death. But she told them, "I fell through the center aisle of the train carriage, through the floor." What? How is that possible? Look, please look. I had to get off the railroad tracks myself. If you look, my hands and legs, they're in the middle of the railroad tracks. I didn't cut them off myself and throw them there. Please, you have to pay attention to the scene. Remember everything. My body parts that are separated are laying in the middle of the railroad tracks, and I'm laying on the side of the tracks. Please, you have to protect the crime scene so that you can testify for me later. Please.
Oh, she getting ready to
Eventually, Gia would file a lawsuit against the train company,
course.
and they tried to brush it off. They stated during the pre-departure inspections, the conductor and the train team did routine checks of the entire train, front to back, back to front, center, everywhere. There was nothing amiss, so it must not be their fault. But something's not adding up. Again, the hole technically had a trapdoor mechanism, where essentially nobody would know that there's a hole there unless they stepped on that very specific spot in the carriage. So when Gia's husband is looking for her, there's no hole. There's no hole until someone steps on it. But what would be the purpose of installing a trap door like that on the middle of a carriage floor? There would be no sense. Why would they do that? Why would the train company even do something like that? Well, they didn't intentionally do it. The train company basically took an old green train and refurbished it on the inside.
Oh my
They kept
goodness.
most of the original body, just ripped out all the insides and kept the outside structure. This specific train itself was a rainbow train. It was green, pink, yellow. All the carriages were different colors because they were pieced together from random...
Okay, let me stop.
old trains that they had picked out and strung them along. And for that reason, the company had to install air conditioning onto the carriages that did not have an AC system. They installed it, and the only problem was they needed to sometimes test a portion underneath the train to troubleshoot the AC. But instead of running wires out the window, out the door of the train, they thought, let's just create a hole at the bottom of the train that leads directly to the port that we need to access for the AC, and then cover it with a bolted system that nobody can fall through. It just makes the most sense. It was supposed to have a port cover that was foolproof, but clearly it was moved. It was tilted to the side, so anytime you stepped on it, it would just open up. So clearly it was not working. And I don't think that there's any way to look at this and not believe that this is the train company's fault. I don't think anyone would even argue that. Imagine being on a plane and the floor just gives out and you fall from the sky. How could someone argue that it's not the airline or the plane manufacturer's fault? In the lawsuit, Gia filed for compensation, $1.5 million, which is nothing. I don't think anyone would go through what she went through for $1.5 million. The mental, emotional, physical trauma, the loss of future income. The compensation was supposed to cover medical expenses, disability compensation, employment of caregivers, prosthetics costs, nutritional costs, food subsidies, changing of disability-friendly housing, rehabilitation care, nursing costs, transportation costs, therapy costs, and compensation for moral damages. The railroad company said, "Your ask is ridiculous. It is unreasonable. The compensation you're asking for is sky high. It's never been done before." Even when Gia came into the courtroom in a wheelchair, she showed the court the parts of her body where her limbs were severed off. And it's like nobody wanted to look at her. They couldn't even make eye contact with her. The air just felt frozen. In the end, the court rejected Gia's request for $1.5 million in compensation. At first, they awarded her just $110,000. They later amended that and gave her $190,000. And to add insult to injury, the train company's motto is, "The greatest enemy of accidents is a sense of responsibility." Yet they refused to be responsible for what they did. Nearly $200,000. That's it. That's all Gia got. She said physically, she felt as if for months in recovery, almost at least fully a year, really, she felt like she was being tortured nonstop, like the ancient times. Those types of torture tactics, that's what she felt. That's just the physical. Psychologically, the damage was immeasurable. Both Gia and her husband, Lee, they had a very hard time adjusting afterwards, which is completely understandable. Their lives changed overnight. The abruptness is what they really struggled with. Lee said he just couldn't understand how his wife had been so healthy a few hours ago, and now she's not. Now she can't brush her hair, get dressed. She can't even support the weight of her own body. She can't use the restroom when she wants. Do you know how frustrating that is? She said, "My life has changed drastically. I cannot take care of my own life. I have to ask for help for everything. I have no way of getting up, lying down by myself, going to the toilet by myself, washing my face, brushing my teeth, taking a bath by myself, eating by myself. If someone leaves a cup of milk on the dining room table for me, just a little further away from where I sit, if I put out my hand and try to grab that glass of milk, and I want to grab it and drag it in front of me, but if I don't lift my hand well enough, or if my hand grip is not strong enough, or if I can't drag it towards me, then the glass of milk will tip over and the milk will spill on the table, on my wheelchair, onto my pants, and flow onto the floor, and I can't even clean it up. If I want to read a book, but the book is placed on my bedside, out of reach, I cannot read. Piece after piece, failure after failure, I have incomparable frustration. I stay in the house all day long. More than 9 months straight, I did not get a day of sunshine. For more than 9 months straight, I lived in a contained area less than 300 square feet. I feel like a prisoner in a cage without a cage. I thought of self-exiting, but I couldn't even physically do it."
Oh my goodness.
After 190 days of being in the hospital, Gia was discharged, but she would still need to go through
Let me guess,
extensive
South Korea?
rehabilitation to
I
adjust
think
her
she
new
said
life,
China.
to adjust to her prosthetics. Which, by the way, when she went to the prosthetic center in Shanghai, they didn't even
Yeah,
know
China.
how to help her. They had never seen this level of injuries. But she didn't give up. She said, "I left home standing up. I must go home standing up. I must appear in front of my family standing up." Which makes it sound like this case is going to have a happy ending, but she would not be able to stand up. She would not walk through the front door of her home, and she said she does try her best to overcome the cards that she's dealt, but she's not happy. There were articles posted about how she's finding happiness and overcoming all of life's challenges, ready to take on whatever's thrown at her, but it doesn't really seem like that's true. It just gets clicks. But the truth is, Gia said, "I have a mixture of happiness and sadness. I'm happy that I get to see my son again, but I'm sad that my home is still the same, but I'm not the same." She needs a large number of sleeping pills to fall asleep every night, and she said that lively and cheerful Gia that was once there before the accident is replaced by an irritable, emotionally violent
China
Gia.
even worse? What?
The likelihood that she's going to develop traumatic
Don't say that,
arthritis in her
man.
one remaining arm left is very high. Her right shoulder has been practically obliterated, that the doctors had to piece it together like a puzzle. And because nobody in Gia's personal life could relate to what she had gone through, they didn't even know how to help her. So one day, her sister, Gia's sister, laid down on the train tracks. And she waited to be run over.
Oh!
She said she just wanted to understand what Gia had gone through because she was going crazy not being able to help. Everything she thought was helping wasn't helping. Thankfully, there were no trains on that track that day, but
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
that just goes to show how desperate everybody was. And I wish I could leave you with something happier, but sometimes life doesn't really have happy endings, and that kind of seems to be the case here, at least as of right now. I do hope that Gia is able to find happiness eventually, but that is where the story is right now. What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments.
My thoughts, I guess.
And please stay safe.
Don't get on another.
I will see you guys in the
Don't
next
get
one.
on trains no more, bro. Gosh. And if so, walk on the seats. Unless they got like a trap seat or something. Oh my. I'm not even joking. Like, that sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I'm like, I'm pretty sure, because with the pictures and stuff that they showed, it kind of looked like it was a bit older. So it could have been like an older story, you know?
Bada bing, bada boo.
September 14th, 2020, at around 8 p.m., a Chinese vlogger by the name of La Mu went live. And she was in the kitchen of her dad's house. She's wearing her traditional Tibetan clothes, and she looks very happy, as usual. She's kind of one of like those wholesome vloggers. She's lip syncing to songs. She's interacting with her viewers. She's whispering, I have to stay in the kitchen because my father and my brother-in-law are upstairs sleeping. So I'm trying to keep it down. I don't want to scream too much. And for the next few minutes, everyone is smiling while they're watching her. See, Lamu was kind of a lot of people's comfort vlogger. She was a safe space for most people. She was one of the wholesome ones on the internet. And so all of her live streams, all of her videos, her overall presence online just brought a lot of peace to those that were watching. But this one would be very different because it would be her very last live stream. Only a couple minutes after the live stream started, a lot of the viewers had heard this very loud bang from off screen, and Lamu looked up. She looks immediately alarmed. You can see that on the camera. And viewers are tuning into the live. They could sort of hear these heavy footsteps on the wood floor, and Lamu jumps up, knocking her phone flat off the tripod. So the screen goes dark. You can't see anything, but the live was not disconnected, so you can still hear everything that's going on. There's some sort of tussle, people are confused, and there's this sound of water or some sort of liquid that was pouring around, that was kind of being splashed, as if someone took a water cup and just threw it at someone. Lamu is heard screaming, "Help! Murder! Help!" Then there were more footsteps just thumping down the stairs, and you can hear her scream, "Appa, run! He's gonna make me explode! Brother-in-law, stay away! He poured gasoline all over me and he's about to light it!"
Oh my gosh.
What?
The viewers can assume that her father and brother-in-law rushed down the stairs when they heard her scream, and now they know why she was screaming. They don't know who this person is or who this man is, and they don't know if Lamu even knows him. They can't see anything. They could hear one of the family members trying to talk to the intruder, trying to calm him down. But his voice gets further and further away, then closer, then further, and it's just so hectic. We have no idea what's going on. Then the viewers hear a very slight, barely there, click, and this loud crackling noise, and it sounds like a fire.
Oh my goodness.
Lamu is screaming again, and this time from pain. Then the live stream cuts.
Oh my goodness.
All of her viewers were shocked. I mean, this doesn't even seem real. If this were any other internet personality, they would take this as a joke. You know, there have been instances where YouTubers will pretend to be regular vloggers, have this whole elaborate thing set up, and they start making their viewers believe that they're being stalked, or that they're being broken into, or that someone's messing with them, or they've got this crazy, they're about to get kidnapped, and it turns out it was all for views. There have been instances of that. But people couldn't really believe that with Lamu. I mean, they almost wanted to believe that. But the screams, the panic in her father's voice, and she never seemed to be that type of vlogger to do that. A few days later, news came out. Lamu's house had been destroyed in a fire that was supposed to take the lives of all 3 residents. When the fire rescue got to the scene, Lamu's body, they only knew it was a person because of the shape of how she was found. Her skin had basically charred into the wooden floor, but she was still alive.
Oh!
What?
She had severe burns on 90% of her body. She was alive. And so was her family.
I don't want to watch
They
this
managed to
one.
escape, and they hadn't been seriously hurt, but the killer...
Nah. Oh nah. Can we, Stephanie? Give me some happy, Stephanie. Stephanie, give me something less crazy, Stephanie. Stephanie, please, Stephanie. Oh my gosh, bro. First we get a train, now we get a fire. Nah, Stephanie, I need something nicer, Stephanie. All right, okay.
Get your blazers. Get your trousers. Get your ankle
socks. Why are you
Oh my
looking at my
goodness, Stephanie.
pits? Don't look at them. Don't look at them. He said, "Honey, you look so beautiful in a kitchen curtain." I said, "That is actually the best
Okay.
compliment." Get your trousers. Get your little belts. Get those cufflinks. We're going to court, baby. We're going to divorce court. Not us. He's looking at me like, what is happening? Okay. Do you Do you ever think about what happens inside a family court? You walk in, there's a couple getting divorced. They've got their attorneys. They're screaming at each other. And you just know that these family attorneys, first of all, they've seen like the worst of the worst in humanity. That's what they say. They say they've seen the most deprived as divorce attorneys.
Are those like ever...
No.
Oh, okay.
No, family court is private.
Oh, okay.
And this Korean TV show has been blowing up recently because it's basically that divorce court. This Korean TV show has been going viral recently because this is basically divorce court, but televised for the entire nation, for all of the netizens to give their input on this person's relationship, which I can imagine is so insane. And it just progressively gets worse and worse. And this is all Koreans can talk about. Our Korean researchers were like, if you have not seen this episode of this show called Divorce Camp, I don't know what you're doing, because this is the most insane thing that we have ever, like, our mouths were agape the whole time.
So it's a Korean court with a divorced couple?
It's Korean divorce camp. The way they set it up is a married couple walk into a courtroom-like setting. It's not real court, but it's a courtroom-like setting. They sit on opposite sides, and instead of attorneys, you have like 5 different hosts that are sitting there. And husband brings the evidence, wife brings the evidence. Who wanted to get divorced first? They get to say their piece, and then in the pews, you know, because you got the whole people can come and watch the court. Those are previous couples that were on episodes previously, and it's like, bitch, the two of you yesterday were just screaming at each other, and then today they're sitting and watching this new couple going.
We could never.
That could never be us. We're absolutely perfect.
Nothing at all.
It's so wild.
Nothing
Even the
all,
theory, the concept, everything about this. Someone had to have just been like, who harmed you to create this show? Who hurt you?
I think these reality shows,
are so good. And the craziest thing is, you know, divorce has been on the rise in Korea, and people are trying to normalize divorce, which I think is a good thing everywhere. Divorce is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, especially if you're in like a toxic or...
What? Why are we normalizing divorce? Don't get married. Just don't do that. Why are you getting married if you're going to get a divorce? And they're like, oh, well, they weren't like that before. They weren't like that before? So you're telling me because you got married to them, they started beating on people? That makes me think you're the problem. That sounded crazy. But let's think about it real quick. Oh, they were never like that before. They never did this stuff to me before. Oh, really? They never did that? But now, right when you have the ring on your finger, now they just started for some reason. Interesting. Interesting. Isn't that so interesting? So you tell me not 1 ounce of, not 1 ounce of it. Really? But like right when you get married, something is off and they just start swinging. So strange.
Even like an abusive relationship, obviously divorce, right?
I mean, obviously just don't get married to them. Obviously just don't marry that person.
My sister was saying, it is kind of sick and twisted. Like, initially it feels like the shows are here to make everyone normalize divorce, feel more comfortable with the idea of divorce, let it be better for toxic couples to break up. But then it also...
Why are toxic couples getting married? Why don't we just say that? Because divorce literally says till death do us part. Why are you saying these words if you don't mean them? You know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense to me. Why are you getting married in the first place? Don't say these words if you don't mean them. Do not say through sickness and in health till death do us part if you don't mean it.
So somehow became, you just start feeling good about yourself after watching these shows. Because my mom be watching these shows nonstop. And I'm like, Mother, you're divorced, okay? You've been divorced, and we keep telling you to find a boyfriend.
Things make sense now. Continue.
You hate daddy, we know this, right? And she'll say, no, this helps me realize I made the right decision. And we'll just be having the conversations in front of my dad because they still hang out. And I'm like, okay, this is wacky. You guys are wacky.
So at the end of each episode, is there like a verdict? Like, oh, you guys should divorce or you guys should work it out? Is that how it goes?
It's a series. So this first part is going to be divorce court. And then at the end, they will give you a verdict of we don't think this is possible anymore. Or they will say, you're going to go to divorce camp. And it's like a reality show of divorce camp where they go, they talk to marriage counselors and they have to figure out their lives.
To save it.
Yes.
Damn.
Welcome to part 1. We have Mimi and Bobo.
Shut up.
That's my names for them, okay? Mimi and Bobo, the married couple. They're middle-aged. The producers welcome them into the courtroom. Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. Mimi looks kind of strong. She doesn't really necessarily look like a church ajumma. She doesn't look like a shijang ajumma either, which is like at the market ajumma.
She look like
she kind of reminds me of like your aunt's friend who is very aggressive. And you feel really weird. Like you're trying so hard to be polite to this elderly woman. But then she'll just hit you with the, why are you eating so much? And then you're like, okay, you know what, lady? Did I go and list 20 of your flaws? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say that just now? Like, that's really rude.
How old is she?
That's the vibe. She's giving like 60.
Damn.
60?
Okay.
I don't think 60.
When you say middle-aged.
She's giving like 50.
50, okay.
Yeah. Then we got Bobo. Bobo is the husband, and he looks like he's probably in his 50s, but he looks like an 80-year-old ajashi from church. He looks like a church ajashi. Yeah, you just know that he walks a little slower. And then he sits down, and then you're talking to him, you're having a conversation, and you're like, I don't know if he is
listening.
Like, I don't know if he can hear me. And you just keep, and then they're just like, oh, 그래, 알았어, 그러네. 뭐라고? And then you're like, oh my God, I want to eject myself from this situation because what am I doing with this couple? So they walk into the courtroom, business casual. I mean, truly, they look like a normal couple. And the wife sits down and she begins. I just keep getting traumatized. Is there any reason?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Because I just. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And, is your world this? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Titan. Yeah, it is. I've returned. I just remembered my fish, and I was like, oh, you know what? I can get a little bit. I brought it in here now. Wow, I was expecting a little pushback. Not gonna lie. Really? Why? You mean like if my world is dystopian, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'd say so. Especially with with the world, like the nobles and stuff. Yeah, definitely. Because you're usually defensive. On that? Really? I don't think I am.
And I should keep protecting this man and our family. And the husband says no. Bobo says this is not the problem. Seeing the show that is our home every single day, I mean, I really just want to leave immediately and go live by myself. I can't do this anymore. And they both bring video evidence tapes. I don't know if this is divorce court. I don't know if this is like a fucking criminal case, because the way that they're bringing in evidence tapes, I'm like, I feel like I'm watching CSI Miami, CSI Soul. Yeah, they said roll the tapes bit. We get a glimpse of the wife's tape.
Evidence file 001.
Yes. we see the husband laying in bed, and she slowly sneaks up behind him. And then she reaches up, covers his nose. And I'm like, oh my God, she's about to try to kill him right now. She's about to strangle him. She just puts her finger under his nose, and she tells the court, I have to put my hand on my husband's nose like this to check if he might be dead, because he could be dead at any point in this given time. Huh? And then the husband.
What does that mean? I'm sorry. What does that mean?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
So then the producers, they're already getting into it. The producers are like, husband, please, can you explain yourself? And he says, I do drink 24 hours a day. Which is, we're not laughing, but we are laughing because his response is fucking crazy. I will say drinking is a huge problem in Korea. I think alcoholism is a huge problem anywhere, but in Korea specifically, I can only speak on like the Korean culture aspect that I know of. I would say a lot of...
It wasn't a lot of fish, though. I had some earlier, but... Give me 1 second. Before you ask anything, yeah, bruh, you see, I just ate some fish.
Of Koreans I know may deal and like struggle with a drinking problem because it's very normalized in Korea. So it's not actually seen and handled like alcoholism is handled even in the US, which I don't even think is great. Like the way that people push alcoholic beverages on anyone that is of a drinking age, they're like, come on, just drink, you're having fun, let's drink. And it's like, I just don't really want to. Like, you don't have to make me drink. I'm fun either way, okay? That's really rude that you think I'm boring. But in Korea, it's like pretty intense, and it's very normalized to see ajushis like passed out on the street.
Oh my
You'll
god!
be
Oh
in,
yeah,
like,
they
a
have that
bar
like,
type area, and after work, like 3 a.m., you'll see an ajushi laying on the sidewalk, And then the police are like, I just should go home to your wife. Like, that's how they treat it. So if the tone in this entire episode of this reality show is conveyed a little lightly, that's probably why. So now there's a video clip of him setting up a table in his bedroom, sitting on the floor, drinking soju.
Oh.
And back in divorce court, he looks a little drunk. Yeah, he does. And he looks like he's over this already.
He's
Oh my
in
gosh.
divorce court. He's drunk.
Yeah, he looks a little drunk. Okay, he looks like he's over all of this. And the husband is trying to explain to the divorce court attorneys, the producers, you know, it's not even just that. It's not my drinking problem that's the problem. She blames it all on me. The real problem is there's strangers living in our house. There's a strange girl just living in our fucking house. And then we see another clip, and this is just giving us an idea of what we're about to head into. We see this sleep paralysis demon girl just scurry out of the bedroom in the middle of the night into the kitchen. And you're like, who the fuck is that? What the hell is going on? Divorce court is in session. Tung tung. This is how we begin. So the producers, they've got their files in front of them and they say, let's get serious. Let's get down to business. We've been through 25 different couples this past season. We need to get a move on it. How long have you two been married? The wife says 7 years. Oh, okay. So this is not your first marriage. Are you both remarried? Bubba's like, no, my wife is my first marriage, but I'm her second marriage. And who here is filing for the divorce? Mimi raises her hand. She's so eager. She's like a little student in class. She's like, me? I want to divorce this bitch. That's me. It's not easy, Mimi, I'm sure, you know, making this decision, especially since it's your second marriage, because, you know, one divorce is already stigmatized, two, it's like the double whammy. So, like, tell us, why do you want to get a divorce so bad? Like, what is it? And she's struggling to come up with a word. So he says, you know what? Don't even tell us. Roll the tape. Play the evidence. Evidence one. From the wife's perspective. So this is everything that she has detailed. It's a vlog. They have set up cameras all up in the house. This is what the show does. So they show you like a week in their life, and the wife gets to pull all the instances where she's like, see, he always does this, he always does this, he always does this, and then compile it down into a 10-minute incriminating vlog of like the relationship's worst parts.
Damn.
I know.
Wow.
And I was trying to think, like, what would we include in our tapes?
Like, you have no choice, right?
Yeah.
If the camera's just rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll be on my best behavior, right? I'll be like, huh.
What would you include on my tape?
Oh, like we choose and pick.
She's choosing.
I don't know. Did you catch that fart?
Okay, that is crazy.
That was a stinky one. You see the green cloud?
Well, she goes on and she says, this is my compilation. It's a snowy morning, 8 in the morning. Husband Bobo wakes up first in the bedroom. They don't even sleep together. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, I do think that separate sleeping is good if that's what the couple likes. Like, I know couples that genuinely have sleep problems or they have different sleep schedules. They like to sleep separately or just to have their own space. They feel like they bond better. But that doesn't seem to be the case for this one. Like, they look like they just can't stand each other. He wakes up alone in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Mimi is sleeping in the living room in front of the TV on a mattress on the floor, and they sleep separately. He wakes up. The first thing he does is turn the lights on in the living room. He walks outside, living room, turns on the lights. Wife wakes up from the mattress like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I think that is the worst way. Like, I think that's a way to ruin the marriage, number one, is to wake each other up by turning on all the lights. Like, that is crazy. My mom used to do that to me. Crazy. Crazy. Especially the overhead lights. Like a lamp, I think that's really sweet and soft. Like a faraway lamp, you know? Overhead lights is insane. Like, I must have told you, you must wake me up in order for that to happen. Anyway, he turns it all on. She gets up looking at him, hair all crazy. She's looking at him like, what the fuck was that about? He immediately reaches into the fridge, grabs something, walks back into the bedroom, does not turn off the lights in the living room.
Oh.
I can see why this is in the evidence tapes. He sits down on his little floor table, pours himself a big cup of soju.
No way.
Yeah, and
He wakes himself up by a cup of soju.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And a lot of people okay, a lot of Korean netizens were saying this is actually waking me up to the fact that I have an alcohol problem.
Oh, that's when they realized
that they have an alcohol problem. Again, because it's so normalized. Like, even when the producers are watching this, they're like, oh, he's drinking soju like water. So he drinks a whole cup of soju first thing in the morning. Then he hops back in bed and he lays down and he starts looking on his phone. And you know what this pose has? This is the pose my mom tells every man not to do. This is the pose, okay? She told us this as kids. She says, when there are chores to be done in the house, you don't lay on your back. Okay? You never, she said, when there is chores in the house and a man is on the couch on his back, divorce, babes.
Or like you're just like plopping onto the couch.
What the freak?
It's the body language of someone who's done all their chores. And then you're like,
Divorce. Oh yeah,
well, we got stuff
I
to
see.
do in
I
the
see
house,
why
so
she
I don't know
thinks
what energy that
divorce
is.
such a
He's
simple
fully
thing.
on his back. Not only that,
Her mom
he's got
said.
one
I mean,
leg,
obviously
one knee up.
there could be a she can be joking a bit, but if he's laying back when there's chores to do in the house, divorce him. What the freak?
Okay, and then the other leg is crossed on his knee like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know? So he really looks like the bills are paid, the dishes are washed, the trash has been taken out, which is fine, but those better be done, is what my mom would say. Okay, that's how my mom said. When there's chores, you don't lay on your back. So that's what
So
he's
like
doing.
your mom's saying like it's if you want to sit down, make sure you sit with your back straight
Or
on the
like
couch.
finish all the chores and then you lay down.
I see.
Or you know what I mean?
That makes
or
sense.
like she's saying like the worst is when you see couples and the wife is like very busy cleaning and then the man is laying down like all the bills are paid, the chores are done. When it's like, what's going on?
I mean, if the man handles all the bills, to handle all the chores. Hey, am I wrong for saying that? Am I wrong for saying that? Titan might have some pushback on that, Titan be getting defensive when I be bringing up these topics. But like, is there something wrong with saying that? Like, if he handling all the bills, then you can handle all that, right? Like, hey, is that fair? Is that fair? Depends on what, Titan? I mean, all the bills. House, the rent, paid. Right? Water, paid. Electricity, paid. And money for groceries. Right? What else needs to be done? Like, you not touching nothing. Is that fair? No, I'm not talking about him. No, I know, of course, because they didn't ask that question. I'm just saying, like, if he handles every single bill, that's what I'm saying. If he handles every single bill, is it fair to say that she handles every single chore? I just want a yes or a no. Or does it still depend? No. Let's say she has a job herself. Fine. She has a job herself. It depends because some people stay home. All right, let's say that. Let me paint a picture, right? She has a job, but she pays no bills. Okay? He has a job too, but he pays every single bill. Who's supposed to do the chores then? Both? So, okay. So, if I work and she works. Oh, crap. What the freak? That's off. Okay, if I work and she works. Okay? We both work. I'm not even bringing up hours right now. Let's just say we both work. Okay? If they both have jobs, but he pays the bills, then whoever at home does the chores. No. She works too. Right? Let's say she works and he works, but she doesn't pay any of the bills, right? So let's say in this situation, because there are people like this. I know people like this, who they work, but all their money is their own money. Okay, I know people like this. She works, but all her money is her money. But he works, and all of the money that he works for is all for the house. No, I mean, just like I'm painting the same situation that she played. Like, he's at home right now, and she's at home right now, right? They're both at home, and there's a lot of chores that need to go on in the house. Who needs to do the chores? If she's not home, but the man is home. I mean, that's different. Yeah, like if there's like some dishes in the sink and he's at home, why not just, put a few things away? But I'm just saying, in the situation where they're both home right there, and he's laying back, relaxing, right? And she's looking around. There's a lot of things that need to be done. Who needs to do the dish? Who needs to do the stuff? Divide them in half if they're both home? Wow, very interesting. Okay, Titan. It's an interesting way to see things. It does, because I know people like that actually. Both of them have jobs, right? But only one of them pays the bills. Every bill. It's a little high, isn't it? Right here. What's a nuclear family scenario? A scenario that isn't nuclear. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, because I know actual people who are living like this, and I want to know, like, what you think about it. Yeah, I'm saying if they should. So, like, who should do the chores, right? Like, he's sitting back, he's like, the bills are paid, I did my part. That's what he's saying in his mind. He's like, I paid everything. I'm looking at my phone real quick, looks like everything's paid, everything is set up for the next month. And then he's sitting back, laying back in the bed, right? He's like, all right, right? Today's my day off, let me lay back, right? And she home, and she's looking at the house, and the house is a mess, right? If a couple agree to do this, fine. No. I'm talking. I mean, it's usually like a unspoken rule, but like, I mean, in the situation where they're both at home, right? Because let's say they're usually not at home at the same time, but now they're both at home. It's a Saturday, right? They're both off on this day. They're both at home, and the house is a mess, right? Then pick up a broom and get to work. Okay, Titan. All right. Interesting. It's your house. I mean, I understand all that. Right? I understand all that. If he decides to get up and do it, sure. Go ahead and do it. But that's why I said, what did I say? Did I say who's supposed to do it? Or did I say who should do it? Yeah, I said who should do it, right? Yeah, I said, who's supposed to do it? Yeah, who should do it? And you said both of them should do it. Of course. I understand that, Tane. I understand 100%. But do you think it's valid for a guy in the situation who is, like I said, thinking he's doing everything that he needs to do already, taking care of every single thing, all the groceries are paid on his dime, all the electricity, I mean, all the bills, every single bill is on his dime, right? When he comes home, he decides he's not doing anything. Is it valid for him to say that? I mean, like, he's not doing any, like, other chores. Like, simple chores. Like, and when I mean simple chores, I mean, like house, like cleaning and dishes and stuff like that. And when he comes, no, I mean day off. He's on his day off that day. Just like this man. I mean, I don't know this man's full story because he just laying back drinking some alcohol. But like how this guy is, like he just laying back, leg up, like everything done, paid for. Look at him, just was laying back, just like, hey, I did my part. I did my part. If he's home by 9 to 10 and she's home by 5, then she can start. Wait, what? If he's home by 9 or 10, like, everything paid for now. Oh, I should have looked at what I was. I mean, I wasn't that far. Are you saying if he's home by... Oh, so if he's home by 9 or 10 p.m. Okay, so you're saying if they both leave at the same time and she gets home around 5, then she does it. But if he gets home around 9 to 10, then what? Like, that's around the time, like, if you work on that time, you might be knocking out. So, like, every single day, she should have everything done, practically. Like, if they work 6 days a week, 5 days a week, I'm going to say 5 days a week, 2 days off, and they go at the same time every day, they both leave the house at the same time, she gets home at 5, she should have everything cleaned up, swept up, done and ready. And then he gets home around, like, 10, 9 to 10. Then everything should be done, made, with food in the oven, you know, ready, hot and ready for me to, you know, to grub on. Okay, I see. I think I understand what you're saying out there.
Just wake up, drink. Middle of the day, wake up, drink. Nighttime, wake up, drink. That's it. Now, they paused the evidence tapes. Back in divorce court, the producers are saying, are you telling me that your husband maintains a 24-hour blood alcohol level? Like, this is fucking crazy. Like, is that what you're telling us right now? Like, this is fascinating. They say it's fascinating how much he drinks. And then they even go...
No, I mean, like, because if he gets home around, like, 9 or 10, that means it's probably past dinner time. So she should still have the food ready in the oven because she probably ate earlier, you know? You don't store food in the oven? No, I mean, like, to keep it warm, like, ready for, like, if he's on his way, you know? Like, if I'm on my way at, like, 9 or 10, she can have it in the fridge depending on when she made it, but just put it in the oven, like, to, you know, warm up so when I can eat it, you know?
To see all of his drink stash, they have like a
dang, this man be drinking for real.
Soju.
You know,
he
obviously
just
you guys know I'm
drinks
against
all day long. He drinks it like water. So
you
now
know,
people are
like,
getting confused. Back to the evidence tapes. In the middle of the day when he's passed out on the bed, she'll sneak up behind him.
Oh, to see if she's okay.
She'll just whack him on the head. No, I'm just kidding. She'll just put her hand in front of his mouth to make sure that he's still breathing. He's been taken to the hospital twice because of his alcoholism, so it's getting very serious, and he's not doing anything about it. And this is actually quite a serious part of the segment. I think they take it seriously, not as seriously as I wish they would take it, but maybe they're not trying to alienate him during the conversation. I don't know, right? But he went through a day where he drank, I think it was 10 bottles of soju within hours. That's about 7 bottles of wine, 34 beers, or just straight up like 30 shots of vodka in terms of like alcohol volume.
Wow.
So he said that day my stomach hurt so badly, my wife had to drag me to the hospital. They're in the ICU. People are telling him, your life is in danger. You could die. And he says, yeah, I'm going to quit drinking. I'm going to quit drinking. But now in front of the producers, he says, I don't really think I have a problem. Like, I can control my drinking. It's just that I like it, so it's not that big of a problem. And they're like, oh no, this man is in denial right now. Now, back to the tapes, we see Mimi stressing out that her husband is literally killing himself by drinking, and she's getting very stressed out about this. But then you see in the next clip that she's taking him to the grocery store to buy him boxes of soju. So we're like, why the fuck are you buying him the soju if he's gonna die from the soju? And like, what is your deal? And she tells the producers, he's just really fucking annoying when he's not drunk. So I'm like, what the hell is going on?
This girl, she's an enabler.
In divorce court, they pause the tape, and the producers are looking at this couple because already this is messier than they could have ever expected. I mean, all the other couples that they've dealt with previously, it's like my husband sits on his ass and won't do the chores. And then they're like fighting and arguing. And this is like, they keep saying, I don't think you guys are planning a divorce. I think you guys are planning a funeral. Like, what is happening right now? Like, he's dying. You're enabling the dying. What are you guys doing right now? And so they ask, who is the one that wanted the divorce? Mimi says, I am the one that initiated this process. I am the one that wants a divorce. Bobo tells the producers, I think I want a divorce maybe 50%. Mimi stares him down. Yeah, 장난해? Which is like, are you fucking kidding me? Right? It's very aggressive.
She's offended.
If I hear those words come out of someone's mouth, the translation is, are you joking me? But it's truly like, hey, I'm 2 seconds away from whipping your ass.
How do you say that again?
Like, yeah, 장난해?
장난해?
Yeah, which is like, yeah is like very aggressive you.
Yeah.
장난해 is like, are you playing? But it's very, like, you only say that when you're ready to commit a felony assault.
Yeah.
You don't say that for no reason.
Okay.
You know? Like, I
don't
even
know
think
who I'm gonna say that to, but I'm gonna
you stored it in your bank.
I'm gonna save it for a situation.
And so she's like, I am so dumbfounded. I mean, I'm wondering if my husband is in his right mind. I have truly never done anything wrong. This guy is fucking crazy. I want a divorce because he wants to drink himself to death. I've done nothing.
That's so crazy how she wants to divorce him, but once he says he's thinking about divorcing her, she's mad.
Other than the alcohol. So the producers are like, what are the problems? And they roll the tape. And they say, wait, what is that? What is that we're watching right now?
You can't want to leave me. I want to leave you.
Room, we see a time where neither of them are in the living room. Both Mimi and Bobo are not there. And then another door opens from the other side of the house. Like, we've never seen this door before. And out walks this girl with long hair. Her face is blurred in the camera. And she's wearing a floor-length pajama. Like those velvet Christmas pajama dresses. It's more like a towel blanket than it is a pajama.
Like what you're wearing.
Yes, but like velvet and to the floor.
Yeah, I know what communion is. Why did you randomly say so I don't partake in that?
Floor, okay?
What color is it? White?
No, it's like a dark purple with little...
Oh, are you saying because I say I don't drink? I mean, but that doesn't count. And that doesn't happen every single day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so she's walking out and she looks like she's sneaking around. And the producers are like, what the fuck is this? Who is this person? Why did she just crawl out? It's like a cockroach. Like, you know, would they wait until the lights are off to crawl out? That's what this reminds them of. So they're confused what's going on. And Bobo informs them. Her son, Mimi's son, you know?
Bobo say her son?
Yeah, Mimi's son, because they've only been married for 7 years. This is not his son.
Oh.
Mimi's son lives with us. But not only that, he has invited this strange girl, his girlfriend, to come live with us.
Oh, heck nah.
And she is now crawling out of the woodworks to find something to eat, to find something to snack on.
Heck
and
nah.
Mimi starts smiling, and she's explaining to the producers, okay, my son is like 30. He's 31. But the reason that he's living with us is because, 3 years ago, COVID hit, and, you know, everything started kind of going to shit, and we thought he could move in with us, and it was not that bad of a deal.
And
So
then
they're
he brought
asking,
people
okay,
over.
so is the husband working? Is Bobo working? No, Bobo's not working. When COVID hit, a lot of stuff happened, and then he became ill. So he couldn't work in construction anywhere, and we live mainly off of the expenses with my father's inheritance. My father passed away in 2019, and we're just living off that inheritance.
Oh, Mimi doesn't work, Bobo doesn't work.
Yeah.
So
Mimi
nobody
doesn't
works in this
Bobo
house.
doesn't work. Do the kids work? No. So then we get another clip of the evidence tape. The little cockroach goes back into sleep. And then we see the husband come out, and Mimi's back on the mattress. And he's like, can I get manon? It's like, can I get $10?
Wait, who's asking?
Bobo's asking Mimi, can I get $10?
Damn.
And he's just standing there like a 5-year-old kid who's like asking his mom in a very bijasa annoyed way, like, I want to go to the store. I want to buy that action figure that nobody else is buying. Can you fucking buy me that action figure? And so then she goes to her wallet, and she's groaning as she's going through her wallet. And this literally is like what we're going to be doing in 3 years with Sophie and Mia. Like, I can just see it right now. They're going to be like, Momo, Panda, give me $10. And then we're going to be like, it's the energy of like when a child is asking you for money, but this is her husband. This is her husband, okay? So then she gives it to him. He goes to the convenience store and buys alcohol. He comes
Oh my
back and
gosh,
just
yeah, he has a
keeps
problem.
drinking. And Mimi is explaining to the producer, stop the tape, okay? The reason that I let him drink is because he won't eat anything. The only time he eats is when he's drinking. And the only thing he
What the
eats, even
freak?
when he's drinking, is like a piece of dumpling, one tangerine, a slice of like meat. That's it. That's all he'll eat all day. It's like the
'Cause he
drink
drink a lot of-
is his
yeah, I
main
know,
dish.
I know.
It's his soju. If he's not drinking, he won't eat anything. And so I
Yeah, I
feel
know.
like if I deprive him of drinking, then he's gonna die because he's not gonna eat. So I'm really stressed out today.
So they can both do chores?
The producers are looking at him like,
Yeah.
you can't do that. You can't do that. Like, this is very serious. This is your life on the line right now. So Mimi is trying to excuse herself. The only reason that I buy boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes upon boxes of soju is because I'm just trying to get him to eat. And they're all kind of looking at her like, but we're not going to
So
go there
are
yet.
we saying like she doesn't see the true issue here? She doesn't think drinking is that big of an issue, or?
No, it's like he clearly doesn't see the issue, right? Which a lot of people that are struggling with certain addictions don't see the issue. But it's the fact that she complains about it nonstop. Not that complaining is bad. I don't think she should be complaining. I think she should be assisting him. But it's the fact that she's enabling him, but then giving herself a holier than thou excuse. If you actually cared about your husband, you would not do that.
Right.
So the producers are kind of like, I don't know. We're going to hold off our judgment until the husband's tapes, but it's just a little bit odd. Like, it's an inkling of a little bit of doubt has been sowed in the producer's mind. Because when she walked up in here so full of confidence, it felt like maybe the husband is just in the wrong. And maybe he's the type to be like, she just keeps nagging me, and she's just so annoying. That's the vibe the producers get. And she's trying to explain to them, it's been very hard to me mentally. You know, after my father passed away, I developed depression, panic disorder. So I take about like 20 pills a day. To recover from all of this, I need peace of mind and less stress. But because my husband drinks, I'm under more stress, which made me increase my medication. And it's just my anxiety is getting worse. I've talked to my husband about divorce several times. I even have the divorce papers ready to be filed at all times. I mean, I fight with him. I wake up, but then I feel sorry for him. Like, if I abandon him, where else is he gonna turn? He will be ruined. Like, I think he's gonna die at this rate. That's why we applied for this divorce camp, to save my husband's life. It's not even about me. It's not even about divorce. It's truly because I need to save his life, and I need help with that. And so they're asking, so you still feel feelings for your husband? I mean, I guess it is strange that heaven has arranged for a wife like you to take care of a husband like him. And the producers, they're crazy. They're messy for this, but they even point out, hey, you know this producer who looks super fit and handsome because he's like a celebrity, and you are the same age. They're like pointing at Bobo and one of the producers. They're like, Bobo the husband, you and this producer, he's like a talk show host, celebrity. You guys are the same age. Can you believe that?
But they look so vastly different.
Yeah, they're like, you look 80. He looks fit. He looks handsome. He looks like he maybe has a few cc's of Botox. But that's okay. That's besides the point.
Yeah.
You look messed up, buddy. They literally are telling them that to his face. They're like, you look 70. That's crazy. You look like look at the way you walk. You walk like you're 80. And I'm like, whoa, what's happening right now? The producers even ask one of the former couples that were just in their spot like 2 days ago. And they say, hey, Mrs. Lee, like, what about...
Do you plan on upgrading from iPad? Like, do you... Like, are you saying, do I plan on upgrading? Like, do I plan on switching to something else? Right now, no, because Procreate is still the greatest program. But upgrading my iPad, yeah. Like, just right now, it's just not, like, I'm just not able to do it. I'm going to have to do it really soon, though, but I don't even know how I'm going to be able to do that because it's all, like, I feel like I've worked it to the bone. Like, my iPad is, like, starting to cause me problems. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever like leave. I mean, I'm gonna have to end up leaving at a certain point because I'm gonna end up needing to do bigger things that that I'm just not able to do with the iPad. So I'm gonna end up getting another display. Excuse me. But as of now, no, I'm still gonna be like sticking with the iPad and Procreate.
What would you do if your husband was like this? And Mrs. Lee says, you know, I think I would just look at him and say, I'm gonna get more life insurance on you. You can die, but I'm gonna get paid. And everyone is just like, okay, so they still have more work to do. Moving on. Let's not ask that one more questions, because that's gonna show that our divorce camp is not going well. Okay, so back to the tapes we go, and it's just more clips of the husband drinking, and that's pretty much the end of the tape. And she just says, "That's it."
Yeah, I'm like Clip Studio Paint. I've been trying to get a better understanding of Clip Studio, especially because I'm gonna have to most likely move over to like a Clip Studio or Photoshop in the near future for other things. But I just love Procreate so much. It's so good. I like it. Krita and Clip Studio Paint isn't what I'm looking for. Yeah, I know. Like Krita, like it's cool for a beginner thing, but it's still like, it's just, I feel like just the way you could just literally open Procreate and just get to work, right? All your projects are where they are. Everything is here that you need, right? All the things that you want to do, they're all here. You know what I mean? It's just so good. It's like everything is just, it's so good. Nerds. Okay.
I'm here, we're planning a divorce, but also maybe a funeral because he's going to drink himself to death. And now it's the husband's rebuttal. It's his time to speak, and there's almost someone on his side. So at this point, it's not like they have attorneys. It's not like they have someone rooting for them. But this one producer stands up and he says, can I just make a confession? For the first time ever, this man is like known for being like a relationship counselor. He's known for having a really wholesome marriage with his wife. He's like known for loving his wife. That's like the vibe. And like, please I'll be watching this one. I'll be watching this one, okay? Because these Korean church oppas, okay? So then he was saying this was the first time in my entire life that I have ever snapped at my wife. And they're like, what? And he says, you know, can I just say something? Mimi does some shit that I hate more than anything in this world.
Wait, this?
Yeah, this random producer is telling Mimi
What?
this. And so Mimi is like smiling, like, what? I can't think of a single problem with me. And he's explaining, that's the problem. You have such a crazy problem. This is a problem that I absolutely cannot stand. I was watching and reviewing the footage from both your side and your husband's side. And when I was watching your husband's footage of his evidence against you, I had to stop the clip multiple times to take a break. My wife kept asking me, like, are you okay? Why do you keep needing fresh air? And for the first time in our entire marriage, I snapped and I said, can you just please leave me alone for a second, please?
What?
I really did. And this made me question, how could I be angry at my wife? But this was the most frustrating thing that I've ever seen in the history of my life.
Oh.
He's like a celebrity, okay? And Mimi says, I've been such a huge fan of you for like 20 years. What do you mean? And she's like, hee. She thinks nothing is wrong. And then another one of the producers is like, yeah, she was telling me outside that she's like, I love Taeyeon. He's so handsome, haha. Yeah, I even pay to watch his dramas that he's in. I'd pay money to watch those dramas. What did I do? What could I have possibly done?
So he's just giving like a little preview
Yes.
for what's about to come.
Yes.
Like plot twist, y'all.
Yes.
Get ready.
Yes. And like it does seem like he has a very healthy relationship with his wife. Like apparently they've been married for a really long time and like industry insiders are like, oh yeah, they're actually pretty cute. Yeah.
Okay.
So the fact that he was like, can you just be quiet for a second and like leave me alone for a second? People are saying this is crazy. What could possibly make him talk to his wife like that? So they said, roll the tapes. But also the fact that Mimi cannot even guess her problem is also alarming.
Okay.
Husband's evidence video. We start at 7:30 in the morning. Okay, the two couple, they wake up, Mimi and Bobo wake up, and they decide that they're going to the market together. And they're out at the market, and the whole house is empty. The lights are off in the living room. 10 minutes later, a side door opens out of nowhere. And the producers are like, ooh, this is feeling like a thriller. It's feeling like a mystery novel instead of, what the fuck is going on, right? And then a woman appears with long hair, wearing pajamas. And then another man sneaks out, plops onto the couch on his stomach. He's got long hair about shoulder length. And it looks like, what's going on? They don't really look like tenants. They look like cockroaches just like crawling out of the woodworks.
Like Parasite.
Yes.
Like they just climb out of the basement and then start acting like they own the house.
And then they're ready to cook some dinner and stuff.
Wait, so this guy, I'm assuming is the son, was not in mom's clip at all?
No, not at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And then they cut the scene. So they go back inside to their little rooms, and then it cuts. The next night, same thing happens. Door opens, little parasites crawl out. But this time, Mimi is sleeping on the living room mattress, and she gets up and she goes, "우리 아들, my son." And I had this whole thing. Okay, we were at the dinner table the other day, and we were coming up with theories, and we said specifically for Koreans. Okay, I don't know about anybody else. Okay, but this is my advice to anybody who is dating a Korean boy. If your boyfriend's mother calls your boyfriend 10 times, they're like, hey, name, or hey, you, hey, bitch, hey, whatever the right? And like whatever, they are addressing them by some sort of name or nickname 10 times. Count how many times they say "우리 아들," which is my son. If that is the majority of the time, you fucking run. I'm telling you, there's.
So like what's a ratio that, you know, like more than 5 times?
I
like
think
more than 50%.
Truly keep it under 1.
Keep it under 1?
Like, okay, it's another thing, obviously. Come on, don't be doing this with me. Don't be playing in the comments. Like, if they're saying, like, oh, my son does this, and they're talking to somebody else. But when they address their son, and they go, 우리 아들, 밥 먹었어? Which is...
Okay, translate to English.
My son, did you eat? But like Uri Ader, there's something so annoying about it, okay? If they're talking to somebody else, it's fine. Like, oh, my son does this, or like, my son didn't eat today. That's fine. That's obviously the grammar that you use. But when they address their own son with Uri Ader, unless it's followed up by something stupid and sarcastic, no. Like, my parents will refer to me as Uri Tal, right? And they'll say like, our daughter is so smart, and they only say this when I'm doing something fucking dumb. Okay, so it's like very sarcastic. It's not meant to be taken as like my daughter, right?
So be aware
Yes.
of Mama's boy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it. And she goes, "Uri Ader, Wuhe, what are you doing?"
So
It's
her
annoying
whole
to hear.
tone shifted from the way that she talks to her husband, right?
I don't even know who this Mimi is. It's like a different person.
No.
I've been watching her for the past 30 minutes. I don't know who this lady is. This is a new lady to me. Yeah, and Bobo's sitting there. He's telling the producers. At first, I didn't even know she had a kid, okay?
Wait.
Yeah.
What do you mean? How long?
We were dating for a while. And then later she was like, by the way, I have a kid. But I was already in love with her. So I ended up living with her. And then he moved in. And then Mimi's explaining, my son used to live by himself in Seoul. You know, he was working part-time. But during Lunar New Year, he came to celebrate. And the next day, my husband was hospitalized. He almost died in the hospital. Fucking dumbass. And my son started living with us because he wanted to take care of me. And I was just having such a hard time.
He wanted to take care of you, so
my
he brought his
son,
girl
yeah.
over too.
And your son is
Wow.
30, right? 30? They interviewed the son. The son has...
Wait, the son was there?
Yeah,
got
the son's face
piercing.
is not blurred. He's in the interview tapes. He
He
has
got
shoulder-length
piercing.
hair, and he's got the face of Uri Ader. He's got the face of it.
What?
I'm so sorry. And like, I love Korean men. Some of the men that I love the
Whoa.
most in my life. My
Whoa.
father, my brother.
Whoa, okay. You see how he laughed like that? He said, she's telling her husband that she loves Korean men, and her husband is Chinese. Whoa, lady, you better chill out.
In-law, my cousins, like they're
Okay.
Korean men, right? But
You
if
see
they
how
do
she tried to
some
save
Uri
it?
Ader I be telling them, you're acting like Uri Ader right now. Like you're acting crazy right now, and I need you to get a grip. You're 60. You're 60 years old. Okay, so
Stephanie's talking about her father.
yeah, I am. Okay, I'm like my dad is acting like Uri Ader right now.
My dad's acting like my son right now.
Yeah, okay. So he explains, I'm 31 and I am Mimi's son and I live with Mimi. And now everyone's looking at the celebrity that said he snapped at his wife. And then he's like, no, let me explain. I'm not upset. Like, this is not making me upset because she married someone else and then brought her son from a previous marriage. Like, that's not why I'm upset. Just keep watching the tapes. So then Bobo's sitting in front of the camera and he's explaining. Then her son brought some weird ass girl into the house.
Weird ass girl.
Weird ass girl. She's fucking weird.
It's crazy.
And then she has a blurred face and she says, hi, I am the son's girlfriend and I'm 33 years old. My name is Beep. Yeah. Okay, so the girlfriend is 2 years older than the son and they both live with you, right? Is that what's going on? And the son is also in the camera and says, so my mom just told me, come live with your girlfriend, like your girlfriend too. And my girlfriend said I'd like that, so we agreed.
That is crazy.
Okay, this is a little weird, but still, it's not the biggest thing in the world.
That is
Keep
weird.
rolling the tapes.
A lot weird.
The son says, it was actually perfect timing because it was also when I was quitting my job, so just kind of worked out. And the girlfriend says, rather than us spending money on rent and other expenses, you just wanted to prepare for our future. So now we just save money.
What the
But do you
freak?
guys work? No.
Then you're not saving money.
Yeah.
So they steal it.
There's no income to
Yeah.
be saved.
Yeah. So then the producers are like, okay.
Oh, so the girl doesn't work either.
No. So the producers
Nobody
are like, okay,
works
I think
in
I
that
get
house.
it now. Like why Bobo might be upset when Mimi's full-grown son and the random ass girlfriend are living and mooching off of Mimi, right? But then also Bobo's not working. What's your explanation for that? Bobo explains in the most eloquent way possible, and I think we should all start using this right now. He says, I'm not exactly economically active right now.
Economically active.
What does that mean? Like,
Economically active.
I thought he said. I thought she said she
unemployed.
couldn't work because he got hurt.
Economically active is the craziest shit I've ever heard. It's better than in between opportunities. This is truly the best shit I've ever heard. It's like the fanciest way of saying I am unemployed.
so what do you do for a living?
I'm not particularly economically active right now. However, I am morally, emotionally, and mentally very active and fit.
Okay.
Which honestly sounds like the dream life. That should honestly be how life is, right? But Mimi is interviewed, and the producers are asking, okay, well, what about you? So husband's not working. He's not economically active. Son's not working. Son's girlfriend is saving money by not working. What are you doing? I've never worked a day in my life before. Okay,
This family-
what's happening? So nobody's working inside this house? There are 4 people living inside of this house and none of them work? Is that what I'm getting at? And Mimi explains, yeah, so right now we're just kind of living off of the inheritance that I got from my dad's passing. And how much inheritance did you receive? Did you receive a lot? Like, are you the next billionaire? Are you the next Tibar? Like, what's going on? So we received about 200 million won.
Damn.
$138,000.
What?
Which is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, but not to live off forever
Don't get me wrong.
with a whole bunch of people.
But 4 people, and now the year is 2025. Maybe it was filmed in 2024. He passed away 2019, so many a years have passed. So how much is left now? Oh, it's pretty much gone.
Oh
We've
my
spent
gosh.
almost all of it. Whoa.
Okay.
So that's still a lot of money, and I'm sure your dad left that for you to be comfortable. But because you had 4 people unemployed and living on it, it just dwindled down, right? I mean, this is like the movie, the producer is saying, this is kind of like the movie. And then he stops talking because he feels uncomfortable, and Mimi smiles and says, Parasite. And he says, you know what? I was kind of hesitant to say the movie title, but now that you said it yourself, yeah, it's exactly like the movie Parasite. Like your little son and girlfriend crawl out in the middle of the night to get food and do all these things. You don't think that that is Parasite? Anyway, roll the tape. So Mimi wakes up from the mattress. 우리 아들 배고파? 우리 아들 못 찾아?
What time is it right now? Like, is it morning,
Like 3
midnight?
in the morning, 4 in the morning.
So the mom is sleeping in the middle of the night, and the kids are just waking up, or they were just like having a midnight
They're
snack?
just waking up.
Oh, they wake up at 3 a.m.?
Well, they wake up. Okay, so they stay up all night and sleep during the day. So maybe this is like lunchtime for them. And so she's like, oh, should I make you something later?
Oh my god.
And the son's girlfriend looks at her, the son's girlfriend, and says, Oma, can you make us some spicy stir-fried octopus?
Oh!
Excuse me? Spicy stir-fried octopus? Okay, I'll make it.
Ain't no
Oma,
way.
Are you gonna make sundubu again? Which is like soft tofu soup. Oh, 그래, I'll make you sundubu. But this time, can you make a lot more soup? Like last time I barely had enough broth. Okay, 알았어.
So
Are they
And
talking in that tone? Really?
so they came to live with us, and now they ordering you around.
Yeah, and then they walk back into the room and close the door, and the producers are sitting in divorce court, just fucking baffled. They don't even know what this means anymore. What kind of sons? Could you imagine me talking to your mother like that? Be like, next time you cook for me, get me more soup, because that was crazy. Last time I didn't have enough soup. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what my mom does? This is honestly, I gotta learn from my mom. I don't know why I'm on a side tangent right now, but the other day his parents brought over these dough-filled, like black sesame
some extra
dough-filled
lobster?
stuff, right? And my mom takes a bite, and they're so good. I know my mom. My mom's obsessed with food. She loves eating, and she's looking like she wants to eat this every day for the next 2 weeks. And she just looks at me and she says, this is so delicious. How come it's my first time in this life trying this? AKA translate that to his parents so they bring this more often. This is the shit I like. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But it was smooth.
No,
It was smooth.
Oma's EQ was so high.
Yeah.
It was like the most hilarious, eloquent compliment. It was so good.
That that was also like, I would like
she say something like, "How come this is the first time in my life trying such a delicacy?" or something like that. It was like, what are you saying right now? It's just deep fried, like tangyuan, like sugar balls, like what?
And then ever since then, every time they come over, they bring the sugar balls for my mom, and it's the cutest thing ever. But this is some crazy shit. She's like, last time wasn't enough broth, and like this time I want this, and like, are you gonna make this again this time? It was crazy. The producers have to stop this. I know in a lot of maybe American culture, this is seen as very direct, but in Korean culture, this is kind of seen as like if you were to see a cow with 5 heads coming out of its butthole.
Yeah.
Like, this is insane. You do not talk to your mother-in-law like that. It's just kind of wild. I don't even talk to my own mother like that.
Yeah.
Like, I would really have to be on some shit to talk to my mom like that. And so Mimi is explaining, yeah, I mean, my son often sleeps during the day and wakes up at night because of his really intense gaming schedule.
Oh my God.
Gaming schedule?
So the producers are like, okay, I guess we're not even going to talk about the girlfriend right now, but what do you mean gaming schedule? Roll the tape. They got a CCTV camera in the son's room.
No way.
He's playing the game. He's clicking the mouse, clicking the keyboard.
Is the girlfriend playing too?
No, the girlfriend is giving him shoulder massage.
No.
Applying chapstick on his lip.
No.
He can't even apply.
You're fucking kidding me. Wait,
What the heck
the
is
girlfriend
this?
doesn't play games?
No.
What?
She just takes care of him.
Oh,
What
that
the
is
freak
crazy.
is this?
I thought the girlfriend was going to be a gamer too.
Yeah.
When it's 2 gamer couples, I can get it. I can get with it. I can also get with it if, like, I don't know.
This
I've never
man
dated a
is
gamer
living
before.
literally
Like, we
on
game
easy.
sometimes, mobile games, but it's always like together.
Yeah.
Like, we'll be gaming together. I don't know. I've never dated a gamer, so I don't know what like the criteria of like when they should be gaming, when they shouldn't be gaming. But like, I would never be applying chapstick on a gamer. That's crazy. Like, you gotta be, I don't know, you gotta be like a faker level shit. You gotta be bringing in millions of dollars for someone to sit there and apply chapstick.
Like,
Yeah, that's crazy, no? Is that not insane?
Yeah.
So sometimes they don't wake up until like 6 p.m. And Mimi, instead of getting upset at her 31-year-old unemployed gamer son, she's over here. Is our son hungry? 우리 아들 배고파? Is he gonna eat later? I only feel calm and at ease. My heart is only at ease when my son is eating. He doesn't eat all day. I get so anxious, and then I prepare what my son is gonna eat in the evening, but I don't know if he's gonna eat. Sometimes he doesn't want to eat. And the producers are looking at him like, what the fuck is going on right now? This is absolutely insane. She's waking up from her there's another clip that's in the husband's video, evidence video. In her sleep, she's talking, 우리 아들 밥 먹었어?
No.
She's asking, my son, did you eat?
In her dreams?
Yeah. In her dream.
Wild.
In her dream. Her love
This
for
is
her
crazy.
son is so incredible. Bobo is sitting there in his confessional and he says, all I hear all fucking day is, our son, did you eat? Our son, aren't you hungry? Our son, our son, our son, our son. I can't do it anymore. Okay, I can't do it. And so the producers are saying, okay, from Bobo's perspective, I can see how he's upset. It's never about, hey, husband, are you hungry? It's always, 우리 son, our son, our son, our son, our son, our son. The husband walks out of the room and he sees spicy fried octopus prepared because that's what the couple asked for, right? He grabs himself a plate. Oh dear, you cut the octopus so small. 그럼 먹지 마. That means don't eat it. Whoa.
What the freak?
I mean, agreed. Like, don't be critiquing someone else's cooking if you're not the one cooking, right? But it's the fact that she just snaps on him. He did say it a little nicely, but again, still, don't be saying it. Just eat it, right? He squats down on the floor on a cushion and he starts eating. And the people, the producers are like, why do you have to eat so pitifully? Because, like, the posture in which he's eating is equivalent to him sitting on a toilet. Like, can you not sit differently? Can you not sit crisscross applesauce on the floor? Like, why? He starts taking a few bites. Oh, it's so bland. It's not bland. It's actually kind of salty. Okay, I was just saying, I think our taste buds are a little bit different. I mean, but regardless, you didn't make it for me to eat, did you? Of course not. Why would I make it for you to eat? It's fine. I'll just add a little bit of salt and pepper and heat it up. It's fine. Not a big deal. Then he goes back to his room and continues drinking. Mimi gets up, fixes her hair,
whole house
walks
is
into the
crazy.
son's room. He's gaming.
She fixes her hair to walk into her
Liate.
son's room?
My son, should I steam some dumplings for you? Do you want some dumplings? You want some steamed dumplings? He barely responds yes. He goes, she leaves the room to steam dumplings, and he starts, he's got a demonic laugh. He's laughing with his gamer friends. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and the fact that, like, she's watching this in divorce court, they're playing the clip on, like, a projector, and she's smiling. She's, like, squealing at delight at even just the sight of her son.
Oh, my.
This is why.
Yeah, and the producers are looking at her like, you know, it's crazy. One of them is a mother, and she says, if that were me, I would be smacking my son on the back of the head. Like, I don't know how you go in there, and it's like, do you want some dumplings? You want some dumplings? Okay, tell me if you want some dumplings.
My cutie patootie.
Oh, my cutie patootie. You want some dumplings? That's crazy. That's crazy. Stop.
Oh,
Stop. Are you laughing because why I'm laughing?
I think so.
Because sometimes he does talk to me like that.
Oh, really? Oh, no,
you're
no,
always
no.
like, my cutie patootie.
No.
Okay. So this 31-year-old does nothing but play games. And she brings the dumplings and she goes, 뜨거워, it's hot, be careful, it's hot. And then she leaves the room. And then she comes back in. Wait, did you buy cigarettes? She's talking to the son's girlfriend. Did you buy cigarettes? Do you have cigarettes? And now the producers are throwing their hands in the air. Does a mother have to buy cigarettes for her unemployed child as well? Like, you gotta prepare the food, you gotta provide the housing, you gotta pay for everything, and you have to go run errands and buy cigarettes. Like, imagine a unemployed 31-year-old and the mom comes into the room. Do you need more vapes? Do you need another e-cig? Like, what do you need? What flavor do you want, honey? Sweetie, what flavor? What should I buy? Everyone looks exhausted watching it. Like, it's so 답답해. Like, I can't watch it anymore. My heart is about to explode. Like, what do you mean? But Mimi defends herself in front of everybody. She says, honestly, just looking at my son, he is precious to me. Like, how could I make him do anything in life? If someone looks at him while he's walking by, I don't want them to look at my son. Because there's a Korean saying, like, if you look at something too much, it wears down something precious. And she says, I don't want him to be worn down. And then
By someone looking at him?
Yeah, and she says, I wouldn't even trade in my son for, like, Choi In-sung, very famous Korean actor. Hard eyes, okay? I wouldn't even trade in my son for G-Dragon. She's like, I would not trade in my son for any celebrity.
Wait.
And you see, this is the thing. She's married to a guy, and she's talking about other guys that she thinks are attractive.
She said, "I wouldn't trade my son for G-Dragon."
Yeah. Yeah.
What a statement to make.
Yeah. What a crazy ass fucking statement. Okay. So that.
Honey,
yeah.
I wouldn't trade you for G-Dragon.
That's crazy.
You know what? That's actually a very valid statement.
Yeah.
That's actually a very healthy statement. Imagine the mom says, "Yeah, I would trade my son for G-Dragon."
But I feel like a lot of moms would.
Really? That's kind of wild. That's also very bad. No? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I know.
But like
I know
more
what you-
normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't trade you for G-Dragon.
Thank
Anyways,
you. I
carry
wouldn't
on.
trade you for G-Dragon. I don't know how G-Dragon comes up, but you'll see how he comes up. Like, he specifically comes up, okay? So she even tells this to his son while he's sitting there playing games. He's drinking coffee, and it's like in a sippy cup, like a straw. He's got a big-ass straw coming out of his coffee cup. Just sipping the coffee, playing his little games. He's got
What
one
is
hand
the
on the
girlfriend
keyboard.
doing?
She's like she's on the bed.
Just on her phone?
Yeah, she's just wrapped up in like a burrito blanket, like just swaddling herself on her phone. Then she'll get up, put chapstick on his lips, give him a little kissy kiss on the cheek, and then go back onto
Is
the
he
bed.
streaming, or is he just
basically
playing?
doing nothing. He's drinking coffee, the girlfriend's on the
I mean, I guess
bed,
he's
and the
just playing,
son
'cause she
says,
would've
"Don't
said
lie,
he's
mom,
streaming."
you would trade me." And the girlfriend thinks it's whole funny, okay? She's laughing. No, you should trade him. I'm not like, you should trade him in for Choi In-sung. Again, another top celebrity. Not only is he a top celebrity, but he recently bought his parents an apartment in the Lotte Tower, which is like where the Signal Hotel is.
Yeah.
Very expensive building, and he bought it for his parents. So she's saying, like, if you trade him in for this celebrity, he treats his parents so well, you're gonna be treated so well. Like, you're gonna get an apartment in the Lotte Tower, right? No, I wouldn't trade him in for anybody. Even the son's girlfriend is like, I think Jo In-sung would be better. And she
What the
looks at the
heck
mom,
is
and
this
the
family?
mom is staring lasers into her. She could cut right through her heart and her soul and her intestines.
No
Oh,
freaking way.
Just kidding, Amma. If you talk like that, I'm never gonna cooperate with you again.
Oh, she's mad.
She's mad.
Mad,
okay,
mad.
okay, I'm sorry. You know, you're right. Who could compare, right? My boyfriend is the most beautiful boyfriend in the world. But mom, what about G-Dragon? What about G-Dragon instead of Choi In-sung? I wouldn't even trade my son in for 10 G-Dragons.
Oh, damn.
The producers in divorce court, they pause the tape. Pause the tape.
Okay, G-Dragon, come in.
Yeah.
Come in right now.
Come in right now. The producers, they have a moment of silence. And honestly, the first words uttered are, what even is this conversation? Like, I have never witnessed such a conversation. Like, who even has a conversation like this before? And the husband is looking at them. Bobo is like, see, this is what I have to live with. This is not fucking crazy. One of the producers says, honestly, I think the girlfriend is also part of the problem. Mimi's, no, but this is truly how I feel. I wouldn't trade my son in for Choi In-sung. I wouldn't trade him in for G-Dragon. I wouldn't trade him in for anyone. To me, my son is the best, the most handsome, the most beautiful. I wouldn't trade him in for anyone. I mean, I could trade in my husband for anyone. I would love to trade in my husband. The divorce producers, the show producers, they calm Mimi
You're
down.
mad
They
and
say,
comfortable
don't
about
get
what,
worked up. No one's asking you to trade. So don't worry. No one is suggesting you trade in your son for G-Dragon or Choi In-sung. You know, don't worry. You can sleep at night knowing that your son is safe. You're not going to wake up one morning, go into his room, and suddenly it's G-Dragon in there. You're fine. It's okay. And then the other investigator is laughing. The other producer is like, but she did say she'd trade in her husband. No one wants that either. You know, no, she's not going to wake up in bed and it's suddenly Choi In-sung, you know. Don't worry. Don't you worry. No one's asking. You're getting very defensive and stressed out. Like, Mimi is working herself into like a cardiac arrest right now. Her cortisol levels are through the roof at the idea that her son would be G-Dragon. And all the producers are like, can you believe this right now? Can you fucking believe this right now? This is crazy. And they say the whole title of this episode is Kangaroo Couple. They say it's a kangaroo mom. So, like, I know in a lot of cultures, they have, like, tiger parents. In the newest thing
Kangaroo is good.
in Korea is a kangaroo mom.
Oh my goodness, that is good.
Because you put your baby in your pouch. And sometimes, and you're really called a kangaroo mom when that baby is now a full-size kangaroo. It is a 35-year-old kangaroo in your kangaroo pouch. It's breaking your kangaroo pouch. The 35-year-old has never been out into the world. So now they just act like a baby kangaroo. When you look at it and you're like, that's a full-grown adult right there. That's crazy. So they're saying not only in her pouch is her husband, but her son and her son's girlfriend. She's a mom with 3 kangaroos in her pouch. So this is crazy. She's got so much going on in the kangaroos. She goes back into the room and she goes, "우리 아들, do you have coffee? Do you have enough coffee?" And the son says, I'm going to go buy it later. And there's an empty coffee cup on the gaming table. She walks back outside onto the living room. She's like really stressed about this. She sits down on the mattress and the son's girlfriend joins her. And he says, our baby just said, I'm dying of thirst.
Wait, he said?
The son's girlfriend says, our baby, to the mom.
Oh.
That's like me going to your mom and referencing you.
Wait, can you say that in Korean? What's our baby in
우리
Korean?
애기.
우리 애기.
Like, imagine I call you our baby to your mom.
Okay, but 우리 애기. Okay, got
우리
it.
애기 is crazy.
Is it?
Oh my god.
What if I start talking to your mom and be like, 우리 애기?
So that's different.
Oh, is that cute or is that cringe?
I guess in the context.
Okay.
Okay, it works because my parents consider me the maknae, I guess. So like my dad likes to think that I'm still a baby. Yeah, and I'm like, that's really crazy that you say that because I am actually worried about you. Like, me and my sister are worried about you. And anytime you don't answer the phone for 24 hours, we're like sending out a search party. Like, we are now the new parents. My mom, she'll get into like a fender bender sobbing. She can't even control herself. She doesn't know what to do. She's so scared. She's calling me. She's calling you. She's calling my sister. She's calling Andrew. Like, I'm like, why do you guys keep calling me y'all's baby? Like, what the is going on right now? I feel offended. Okay, but like for her to say Uriegi about the boyfriend is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she says, our baby is dying of thirst. And so now they're plotting. The mom is upset. Earlier when I went out, I should have bought some coffee in advance. I should have known. Oh, no, Amma, don't be so hard on yourself. No, you might be okay with it because you're just his girlfriend, but I'm worried that my son can't have his coffee. I can go get his coffee, yeah. And so at that, she immediately grabs a winter jacket because it's snowing outside, walks to the cafe and buys a whole bag of coffee, like 4 large coffees, iced coffees.
This is a weird family.
The girlfriend.
Yes. Brings them back. They pause the tape and the producers are like,
this right here.
The more these tapes go on, the more they're like, I don't even know what to do at this point. This daughter-in-law is also crazy. Like, she's really insane. She brings it and she says, here, I added the syrup. She takes the little straw cover, the paper off the straw cover, puts it directly in front of his face so he doesn't have to even move 25 neck muscles to just slurp in the coffee. I'm going to put the other 2 in the fridge so you can take them out anytime that you want, okay? He barely even responds. He's like, okay. And then he goes back to gaming and he's like talking to his gamer friends. Ooh.
This man is living.
The violent thoughts that would come across my mind in those moments.
What is he saying?
Crazy.
Remember what he said?
No, gamer words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I learned what HP meant, like health points or something.
Bruh.
Yeah,
What?
through this, yeah.
Through this?
Yeah.
Oh, you just learned this today?
Yeah.
What?
Do you know what HP is?
Yes, it's the health.
How do you know what HP is?
Bro, it's the health bar. It's in every single game.
Really?
Yes.
Is it in the games we play?
No.
So at this point, this giant baby is on life support on coffee and steamed dumplings that are brought to him. And Bubba is like, see, he has to drink coffee. He wakes up. I mean, he's a full-blown caffeine addict. He can't live without coffee. And then the producers stop the clip because they're like, you know that dog that's like, that's what they're doing to Bobo right now. Because they're like, didn't you just say 2 seconds ago that you don't have a problem with alcohol? And he's looking at them like he has no clue why they're looking at him. Okay? So he's complaining. Son is a caffeine addict. And but of course, you don't have a problem. They keep going. Bobo's explaining, at 4 or 5 in the morning, they don't care. They're screaming. He'll be screaming angrily at his gamer friends at 4 or 5 in the morning. And then all of a sudden, he's laughing. It's demonic. It's creepy. It feels possessed. I don't like it. He shouts into his headphones. Do you know how stressful that is? That amount of noise? It's just too much. But then we cut to a clip in the evidence tapes where Mimi is outside and she's cooking for her full-grown son and son's girlfriend, and she hears the son just screaming at 3 in the morning, and she just giggles to herself and she goes, "Oh, Uri Adler is going wild again."
My cutie patootie is so cute.
My cutie patootie. Cutie patootie strikes again. Yeah. And so she's explaining.
The dream?
Producers know it's because our son.
I mean, not the dream, bro. Because
gamer, so he's
but it's
practicing
he's
very hard.
living in a dream. I would say, not
my
the
husband
dream.
just can't understand
I
it
wouldn't
because
want
he's
that.
way too young, obviously, to understand the e-game
But, like,
sphere. But
he's in
in
the-
the
he's
e-gaming
in
world, you can make a lot of
e-sport.
money.
Oh wait, he is playing like e-game, but like he's in a house, bro, where what's up, Luciano? How's it going? He doesn't pay for anything, right? He doesn't pay for anything. He's living free. His girl lives with him. He's he's sleeping in the same room with his girl. His mom's in the other room. She makes whatever he wants. And he just games all day. What? Oh my. That was wild.
Esports. In the esports world, you can make a lot of money. Which, like, don't get me wrong. Koreans know how much money you can make in esports. Like, they have a crazy, like, team. Yeah.
Yep.
What's their team called? I don't know. All I know is Faker is in there. There's a lot of Korean pride, right? Oh yeah, T1 I think or something. We talked to sorry
or something.
or something, yeah.
Something like that.
No, they're literally insane. I know nothing about games. That's my problem. I don't say that. Wait, does that come off condescending? I'm not trying to be condescending, guys. Gamer guys, don't flip out. I'm so scared of you guys.
She just learned HP today.
Yeah, I just learned HP today. That's like me saying like the NBA or something. It's not that I don't think that they're 50 million times better than me, smarter than me, more successful than me, and better at everything than me. Okay, I just don't know anything about sports.
Yeah, no, but
Esports,
Stephanie knows
physical
nothing,
sports.
but she's very proud. I can contest like to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's very proud.
Very proud. Like when they recently won whatever that was that they won. No, hold on.
But that
hold
doesn't
on,
matter.
Hold on.
You were proud.
No, hold on. They won something crazy. And then they were on like a magazine spread. And then it was like.
They look cool as hell.
Yeah,
yes.
they were like all wearing suits and shit. And then all the Koreans were like, fuck yeah, Koreans dominating the esports. And then I was like, ooh, Koreans dominating the esports. I don't know what's going on, but I'm proud to be Korean. And then some new Korean news will show up. And I'm like, damn it, why? Why did we have to go and do that next? Okay, can we not just be cool? Okay, but the producers were explaining that they were talking to T1 and they were talking to Faker actually, and they had interviewed him before, and he said a lot of people are trying to use theirs. They're not saying this, but I'm sure like the producers brought it up. Like I'm sure now that esports is gaining a lot of attention, there's a high possibility of gaining a lot of financial and fame from being a successful esports player. Now people are using that. No, ma, I'm just gonna game because I'm gonna make millions of dollars one day.
You're making a
It's like
Viking?
now an
Ooh,
excuse
nice.
to game, right? And so Faker
No
and the
income,
other
no
teammates were
nothing,
saying,
bro.
to be a professional level gamer, at the very least, you need to be the best in your region. So like major city and major region, because they go by regions, by middle school.
Damn.
So if you're not that, like, I mean, 31, which is how old Mimi's son is, most professional esports players, unless they're exceptional, they're usually retired by that point.
But 우리
아들?
우리 아들
Yeah, 우리 아들.
is different.
우리 아들 is different, yeah.
Yeah.
우리 아들 is different. Yeah, that's exactly what Mimi says. So they tell that straight up to Mimi, and her lips go thin. And she says, you know, I know not everyone can become one. I know that. But our son is really good at games. He was one of the best in our, like, okay, Faker said the region. So think like Seoul and surrounding areas.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she said in our cul-de-sac, basically. She said in this specific region, in this area, in this city.
He's the best.
It's literally like in our neighborhood.
Past these three houses.
He was actually, since he was young.
Bro, in this house, he's been killing that.
He's actually the number one in this house. So he did it since he was young. He's been playing games. And so Bobo is sitting there so exacerbated, like, what's with these young people? Anyone can see and take one look that a 31-year-old is not going to become a professional gamer. Like, please think and say stuff that makes sense. And then Bobo, he like... in the evidence tapes, I don't know why he randomly decides that he's also the cleanliest person in the house. He gets up from his bed, grabs a roll of duct tape, and starts duct taping the son's girlfriend's long ass hairs from everywhere.
Or like picking up hair from
the floor. And he
Oh.
says, she's so dirty too. And every time I walk into their room, it smells dingy. It smells disgusting. It smells like cigarette smoke. It's just horrendous. And then she
smoking
leaves
in
her
the house?
hair everywhere in the restroom. It's
Oh
just
my.
a mess. I mean, look at how much hair is sticking to my tape. You know, one time I told her, you lose all your hair. You got to do something about it. You got to pick up your hair from the, isn't this dirty? And she said, so what? Yeah. And then he's explaining this. And everyone turns off the thing and they look at Mimi and she goes, 니나 잘해. 니나 잘해. Which means, worry about yourself. Worry about yourself, bitch. Don't be worrying about my son and my son's girlfriend. Worry about yourself.
Yeah,
These
I
are
think
some
they
like
should not
crazy
be
Korean
together.
words. I just want to say that, okay? And she explains, look, my kids are not like other kids. She's grouping in her son's girlfriend as well. My kids don't go out. They don't get drunk like you, Bobo. They don't do any of that. They don't cause trouble. They don't like to do drugs. They're just gentle. They like to stay home. From my perspective, looking at most 30-year-olds these days, I don't understand why my husband is complaining about them. They're good kids.
Huh?
Kids. They're
They
good
are
kids.
30.
The producers are asking if maybe that's why that they're not doing anything. Like, what do you mean? Is this why they're not successful? Because you baby them so much? Then we cut back to the evidence tapes and we see the son's girlfriend asking the mom, Oma, do you have manon?
What's that?
Do you have $10?
Oh
Whoa.
my
And she says,
god.
I don't know how much is in my wallet right now. She grabs her wallet, opens it up again, like how we would treat Sophie and Mia, except they're like 5. Okay, they're like 3 and 4. But these people are 31, 33. She grabs her wallet and she's like scrolling through how much money she has. And she says, oh, I didn't get much cash from the bank. I only have $5. She starts stomping on the floor. Oh, it's not enough. This is the son's girlfriend. They pause the tape and the producers are speechless once more. What is happening? How can she act like that? And then they look at each other and they say, you know what the crazy thing is? Your son's girlfriend would probably kill it in the job market. Like the kind of nerves that she has, like the balls of steel, the way she goes against societal norms to get what she wants, the way that she can blatantly ask for money, she could kill it in sales.
They are saying that?
Yeah, like if she were to work, she'd be making good money.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do that. If I'm in sales, I'm like, I don't want to push them on this decision. She's like, give me money. You need this. Give me the money right now.
That's good. That's good. I like to see it.
This is crazy. They say she needs to work. She would do really well.
I want you to continue
The
to
producers
draw
ask,
like
I mean,
more
are you going to live
circles
with your
and
son
more
forever?
of the
And she says, for
guidelines
as
on
long
the
as they
side.
want to. I mean, it seems like they want to forever because they're benefiting from it. What if they decide that they want to be independent and they get married? You're going to live with them even when they're married, which it's like a big thing you go off once you're married, right? And she says, no, I mean, I would buy them a house. How would you buy them a house? You don't have money. And she says, by any means possible, I would try to find a way and I would buy them a house. And now the husband is just rolling his eyes. And the producers are like, I can understand why you're upset because you're banking on her to keep you alive, but she's spending all of her money on keeping the son and the son's girlfriend alive. So, like, we get it. You know, everybody's upset. And Bobo's looking at them like, what the fuck? I thought you guys were on my side. What is happening right now? What the fork is happening? He's just speechless. Everybody's speechless. Even when they go to the market, the wife, Mimi, she knocks on the door, and this is in the husband's evidence tape. She's like, knock, knock. They open the door, and she's like, do you guys need anything from the market? The son's girlfriend says, Oma, can you buy some caca? Okay, he's laughing because he knows what caca is. Caca is truly what infants and toddlers refer to as snackies. So in the English version, it would be snackies or yum-yums. She is 33 years grown, and she says, Mommy, can you buy some snackies while you're at the market? So then Bobo is standing like, what the hell did she just say? They go to the market. They don't have money. They're buying fruits. All the fruits that Udiader likes. Fruits are so expensive in Korea, especially strawberries.
Oh yeah, fruit is basically lobster covered in gold.
Yes, and they're getting strawberries that have its own bed, that have its own seat. You know what I mean?
That is crazy.
Yeah, like they get the
Alright,
they got their
guys,
own little cushion.
that's gonna be it for me today. Hope you guys enjoyed. I mean, I actually did this, anyway. I got the... Wait, let's turn this off. Let's delete this, actually. I don't like it. Bye. I actually did it. I did 2 characters. And we got them looking pretty consistent, which is nice. Got their hair. I wish I would have turned her head, though, because it's like the same angle. I could do a little lookifying, though, just to bring it a little lower. But her, she's fine. I got her to turn. And it looks pretty consistent also, by looking at, like, the shape of the eyes are fine, the mouth, the lips. That looks pretty good. No, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. I didn't like it. I didn't like where it was going. I'm actually happy with this. I think it turned out pretty good. I think I'd bring it over here though. So we have these two, and then we have them standing next to each other, and then I'll do her. No, we already have her. Who else is my? There's a couple characters that I need to do. Hey guys, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, right? Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one, or today, technically, because it's 12. I hope you guys enjoyed, and have a great one. Oh, Yasumi. Oh my gosh, yo, I gotta remember. Okay. So tomorrow I have to do the prompt. What is the prompt for this week? Iced tea, right? Oh, watermelon. Watermelon. Okay. It's watermelon. Peace, love, and hair grease. Peace. 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 It's watermelon. Okay. See ya. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy your yum yums. Alright, guys. Have a good night. Peace out. See you later.